Liebe Teilnehmerinnen, ganz herzlich willkommen an diesem zweiten Tag des internationalen digitalen Festivals Latitude, Machtverhältnisse umdenken für eine dekolonialisierte und antirassistische Welt. Auch heute werde ich einen Großteil des Festivals auf Englisch moderieren. Aber dank unserer wunderbaren Simultanübersetzerinnen Lilian Astrid Gese und Tanja Barbian können Sie bei Bedarf auf der Festival-Webseite zum Kanal mit der Übersetzung switchen. Hello, everybody. A very warm welcome to you, the participants from all over the globe. We are tremendously honored by your interest at this second day of the digital festival Latitude. And we really hope that we will meet your expectations. My name is Prasanna Uman, and I'm the moderator who will guide you through these 3 festival days. Our aim is to develop findings together with you about how we can support decolonized and non-racial structures in our global society effectively, and also about how to establish an appreciating and solution-orientated culture of listening. So, when we look at the current raging discussions in numerous cultural institutions in Germany and the whole Western world, it literally jumps out at us. The time is more than overdue to ensure that uncomfortable truths regarding structural racism and colonial continuities are made visible at those places where they are constantly denied. Today, we will focus on the topic dealing with cultural property and restitution. Throughout, this festival offers a mixture of practice and theory, serious and humorous views, and what is most important, many different perspectives. Let's catch a short glimpse in the program of the first half of the day. Before I joined, Joseph Kamaru and Sven Kaczirek already conducted a listening session, which will take place again tomorrow morning. To participate, you can register in advance on the festival website. And then, we prepared literally food for your soul, a talk with food blogger Ozoz Sokoh. Tell me, have you ever tried bean fritters yet? Let's see. And we will also present a second episode of Colonial Gymnastics, short Colonastics, by the wonderful Joanna Tishko. Plus, we will also show another piece of heartbeats and poetry with MC and poet Eric Wanke. You can find further information and available translations on the festival website. Not to forget, we are also broadcasting a radio program. Latitude on Air is streaming on Reboot FM. And now we will start with proper brain food. In the panel, Learning from Each Other, Restitution as an Ethical and Legal Challenge. Legal challenge with 5 participants from 5 different countries. Cultural and social anthropologist Larissa Förster, who is the head of the Department of Cultural Goods from Colonial Context at the German Lost Art Foundation, will moderate this huge and complex panel, including a live Q&A session. It would be wonderful if you could share your questions, comments, or even applause on the social media channels which are connected with Latitude. That is Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. So I drop out now, and we will meet again at 15:30 Central European Time. Enjoy and stay tuned. And Larissa Förster, the digital floor is yours. I'm handing over.
Thank you very much, Prasanna, and hello and welcome to everyone who has decided to join us today. I'd like to welcome you to our panel called Learning from Each Other, Restitution as an Ethical and a Legal Challenge. And before I quickly introduce the panel and our speakers, let me briefly say who I am. I'm Larissa Förster. I'm a social and cultural anthropologist, and my research areas are the memory of colonialism, the coloniality of museums and their collections, and in particular, the debate on colonial provenances and the return of cultural heritage. And one of my focuses in this regard is the cultural and political relations between Germany and Namibia. And since last year, as Prasanna mentioned, I'm the head of the department Cultural Goods and Collections from Colonial Contexts at the German Lost Art Foundation. And let me just briefly explain what kind of institution this foundation is, because many of the people who've joined us globally will probably not know. This institution was established in Germany 5 years ago in the aftermath of the so-called Munich art find. That was an art find of supposedly Nazi confiscated art. And the institution was established to foster provenance research on cultural heritage, Jewish cultural heritage that was expropriated during the National Socialist era. And we've now joined this institution with the topic of post-colonial provenance research and return. I'm very happy that we can take up these really difficult issues here, issues that have already been addressed in the opening panel. Johannes Ebert pointed out in that panel, or in his welcoming words, the momentum of the debate on post-colonial restitution. I'd like to add that I really believe that, at least in Germany, where I'm based, we've witnessed a kind of watershed triennium with the years of 2017 to 2019, because a new momentum has emerged in the debate on the colonial legacies of museums. For example, in 2017, the museum world started engaging with the pertinent questions, and the criticism of the Humboldt Forum really peaked, and it stirred a very broad debate on the issue of provenance and restitution. Then we've had the announcement of Macron and the report by Sarr and Savoy, and I think this report was really a very historical moment. And eventually we can even see politics implementing tools that aim to address the issue on an executive level, after all. That's what I think happened in the last year. However, and that's also something that has to be taken into account, we have not seen very many returns happening. In Germany, we've had a number of returns of human remains, but we've had only some 3 returns of cultural artifacts. And I believe this is where ethical and legal questions come in, structural questions also. Let me mention one of those questions that are repeatedly asked in this context. For example, do we need, for the return of objects acquired unethically in the colonial era, do we need a soft law framework like the Washington Principles that have been declared for Nazi confiscated art? There's different answers to this question, and I assume that our panelists would give different answers. But what is important is that the question opens up a comparative horizon, and it sets the stage for an approach of learning from each other. How can we in the field of post-colonial debate learn from the field of post-Nazism and the post-Holocaust debate, but maybe also vice versa? How can we benefit from insights gained in these different fields? So the aim of the panel is to relate the different struggles for historical justice and for the return of cultural heritage across the globe and across history. So we'll be looking at Jewish cultural heritage and the struggle for its restitution, but also African cultural heritage, or more broadly, cultural heritage of formerly colonized regions of the world. As it has been phrased in the abstract of this panel, the debate on restitution tends to get stuck in controversies. And there is some good reasons why it does. But nevertheless, in this panel, we want to go beyond controversy and suggest that there's a lot to learn from each other in terms of the challenges, the possible approaches we can take, the methodologies for working through difficult legacies and difficult heritage. I'd like to reference Michael Rothberg here, who's emphasized how making such connections between the different historical debates can create spaces for solidarity and for joint struggle. So I think it's a very explorative panel. I'm looking very much forward. We'll have 4 panelists, and the structure will be as follows. First, we have half an hour with the 2 of the panelists, then another half an hour with 2 panelists, and then a concluding session with all the panelists, where you can also from the chat or through the chat throw in questions. Yeah, so let me turn over to the first encounter between Leora Bilski and John Nakuta. So hello and welcome to our session, Leora and John. I'm happy that we can meet here online. And with this panel, as I said, we want to set the stage for a comparative or maybe rather relational view analysis of processes and debates. Can we learn from the evolution of the debate on Nazi-looted art and from the institutionalization of NS provenance research and its restitution mechanisms? Can they serve as a model? That is some of the questions that I'd like to throw up. And I think the particular focus of this panel is also what Leora in our conversations before the panel called community-centered approaches to return. And I think that's really interesting because there's examples for that in the debate on post-Holocaust restitution. And I think the post-colonial debate is also very much on community-centered restitution. I'll briefly introduce the 2 panelists. Leora is the Benno Gitter Chair in Human Rights and Holocaust Research at the Tel Aviv University Faculty of Law, and she's also the director of the Minerva Center for Human Rights. She's authored books like Transformative Justice, Israeli Identity on Trial, and The Holocaust Corporations and the Law, Unfinished Business. Her main areas of research are law and the Holocaust, political trials, transnational justice, international criminal law, but also feminist legal theory and the relationship between law, history, and memory. And her current research focuses on restitution and cultural genocide, among others also on the work of Raphael Lemkin, who's been so instrumental as someone who's been driving the debate on the Genocide Convention. So I hand over to Leora, and I'd just like to let Leora start to elaborate her argument about an early wave of restitution claims for Jewish cultural heritage and how that can provide us with insights for the debate that we are currently having about colonialism at museums. So the floor is yours, Leora.
Thank you, Larissa. Hello, John. I'm very thankful for inviting me, and I see it actually as a real opportunity to learn, because my focus till now was mainly on Holocaust restitution, and I'm looking forward to the discussion on post-colonial restitution. So I want to suggest to look at 2 waves of cultural restitution, Jewish cultural restitution. And I want to suggest that going back to the earlier wave of the 1940s and 1950s allow us a better comparison to the kind of claims and methodologies and approaches that are now put forward by the Savoy report and other efforts in the post-colonial arena. So, notwithstanding the temptation to compare the current post-colonial campaign to the 1990s campaign to restitute Nazi looted artworks, I think that the more fruitful comparison is with the earlier 1940s and 50s Jewish restitution campaign that revolved around the restitution of books, archives, and religious artifacts. So let me just briefly say why I think there is a mismatch between the 1990s artwork restitution and the colonial, post-colonial restitution. So the Holocaust 1990s restitution campaign adheres to a private property paradigm. It focuses on rare works of art with huge economic value. It is brought forward by private individuals and involves complicated provenance research and case-by-case incremental restitutions. In contrast, the campaign for post-colonial restitution, as epitomized by the Sokoh report, is based on a collectivist paradigm. It is brought by African states, demanding the return of their cultural heritage from European museums. It envisions a massive return of African collections and articulates its demand in holistic terms, the return of culture, thus resisting the narrower focus on rare works of art, as in the 1990s restitution. Most importantly, although the post-colonial struggle is over objects, its real aim is the rehabilitation and reconstruction of the colonized community by reconnecting it to its lost cultural heritage. In other words, it sees restitution through the prism of memory as the return of memory and understand it as part of a healing process and of dealing with a traumatic colonial past. This leads me to return to an earlier wave of restitution that has been mostly forgotten in international law, which is the 1940s and 1950s restitution, which was based on three big assumptions that are different from the 1990s. I would say it is based on collective restitution as opposed to individual restitution. It was a restitution to the Jewish people as such. It was rejecting a backward-looking restitution, a legal restitution based on legal ownership, and advocated for a forward-looking restitution to the new centers of Jewish culture, like in the United States or in Palestine. And it looked at restitution in terms of reconstructing the whole culture. So these are three axes that are very much similar to what we see in the Sokoh report. But most important, this restitution is trying to begin the conversation with the novelty of the crime, a crime that that is not only about mass murder or physical injury, but it is about culture, the attack on culture. And it involves not only, it involves the academia, research institutions, and it involves the law. So this earlier restitution tried to say that in order to actually do justice, the Allies policy would have to take into account the kind of crime that goes after the culture and think of restitution not in property concepts, but as a response to the crime and trying to rehabilitate the group, its culture, and its identity. So that's.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've got a couple of questions, and I want to bring the two of you into conversation. So in order for that to be happening, I'll introduce John Nakuta now, and then ask him for a statement, and then we can go into the conversation. John, welcome again. Yeah, John is a lecturer at the University of Namibia, where he teaches administrative law and human rights law. So he understands himself as a social justice academic. His social legal research interests are in the area of housing, of land justice, access to information, gender justice, indigenous people's rights, and reparation. Recently, he completed a consultancy report, I think, for the Namibian government, with the title Reparatory Justice for Ancestral Land Dispossession in Namibia. Oh yes, they were for the Presidential Commission of Inquiry into the Claims of Ancestral Land Rights and Restitution, which is a very topical, very current and very fundamental debate in Namibia, in the political field at the moment. So, John, I'd like to ask you, first of all, or let you shed some light on the restitution debate in Namibia, or even more broadly in Southern Africa. Who's the actors? What's the arguments? What's the objects under discussions, the aims and strategies? What do you as a lawyer see as the appropriate framework or a lacking framework? And also, how does that feel of post-colonial returns? How is that linked to issues of cultural genocide, cultural reconstruction, or even broader issues like the land issue?
Thank you very much, Larissa. And welcome. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this very, very important debate. Also, a very welcome to, is it Laura?
Laura.
Laura, okay, thank you very much. It was nice listening to you. I will start by saying that this for me is also a new debate. And I'm participating in this discussion with a view to learn. I'm, as you've, in your introduction, you've mentioned that I'm mainly concerned with other issues. Of course, the issue of reparations and restitution for dispossessed ancestral land, the genocide issue is very currently very topical in Namibia. So I would start by highlighting some of the broader issues relating to restitution in general, and as part of my input, and then that is now in Namibia, and then I would then, in the latter part of my input, then zoom in on the topic of return of artifacts and human remains as it pertains to Namibia. So if you were to allow me, it's like the issue of restitution in Namibia, there are several things that stands out and bedevils the debate. And I use the word bedevils the debate, bedeviling the debate very deliberately, because the issue of restitution in general in Namibia it's a very complex one and a very sensitive one, in fact, a very emotive one. One of the issues that make it so complex is the current legal hurdles that we are experiencing in the area of restitution. That is within the Namibian context. And the legal hurdles, for example, entails that one of the biggest challenges that is currently experienced in the debate of restitution for historical injustices that were perpetrated by the German government is the issue of the then law as it pertains then, intertemporal doctrine of international law. That obviously, as you know, says that at that time when the genocide was committed, there was no such a crime under international law. And for that reason, the German government is invoking that issue as a way to evade what we call here liability. So that is one problem. But on the other hand, even our own laws, and the previous speaker spoke about the individual property or the private property paradigm. And that also is very much at play in the current debate of restituting ancestral land, for example, in Namibia. Because in our constitution, under Article 16, which provides for property rights, it is very much seen as perpetrating or or providing only for private property rights. And as a result, people that are claiming, for example, restitution for their lost ancestral land are facing this legal hurdle in saying that the Constitution does not provide for collective rights, for, in other words, for those that have lost their ancestral land. Article 10, Article 16 of our Constitution is then seen as a big hurdle for them to access justice in this regard. And another problem that we have seen playing out in our courts, even as late as last year in August, is the very narrow understanding of who can approach a court for justice in Namibia. In Namibia, our rules of locus standi is very much based on the Roman Dutch rules. And that is that those ones that can approach the court, in other words, that are having locus standi, are those ones that are personally, directly affected by and have a substantive interest in the outcome of the matter. And that is a serious legal challenge because 8 people last year from the Haikom community. The Haikom is a subtribe of the Bushman people, the San community. And in the mid-50s, the Etosha National Park was forcibly taken from this group. And as part of restitution, the Haikom community wants their land back. And our courts threw the matter out simply on the basis that those that claimed, that instituted the case does not have the necessary locus standi. So that is the legal hurdle that we are having. And then also with regard to the restitution debate, another problem that we are having is this whole conflation, so to speak, of development assistance that Namibia receives from Germany versus compensation. It's conflated because, and it's conflated unnecessarily so, because restitution is a form of reparations, and it's an entitlement under human rights law, whereas development assistance is not a legal entitlement. But the debate of restitution currently in Namibia is made difficult by the insistence that it should be linked to the level of development aid that that the German government is currently providing to the Namibian government. And one last thing that I think that needs to be mentioned is also currently with regard to the discussion on restitution is, as you've mentioned it, who are the actors involved? And currently, and I want to use your word that you are saying, the current debate or so-called negotiations is very much executive dominated. Yes, there are role players such as communities that are affected, that also sits at the negotiation table, but the process is very much executive dominated, and that is a problem. In fact, last night during our, there's also the impression that the current agenda is being set by the German government. And some of us are questioning, how can the German government, which has been accused of the then German government, that has been accused of these very vile crimes that has been committed, like genocide, how can the perpetrator set the agenda? And so, for example, last night, during the State of the Nation address, the president, in passing, for example, mentioned that the compensation that is now being offered by the German government, in his words, is so ridiculous that it's seen as an insult. So these are some of the things that are bedeviling the restitution debate at the moment. My last second part of my input deals with the return of artifacts and human remains as the focus of this discussion. I must admit that currently in Namibia, the debate is really not the general debate for the return of artifacts and human remains are not very much part of the national discourse. And there are several reasons for that. Several reasons for that. One is that because of the museum culture that we are having in Africa, that museums are, in Africa, we've got a different way of preserving our heritage, and not necessarily through museums. So that plays out. So the discussion of the return of artifacts and human, especially artifacts, as I said, is not that uppermost in the national discourse. Also, another reason why it is not so much part of the national discourse is that people don't know what is kept in some of these European museums or some of the museums in North America. So the question is, how can people participate if they in the first place doesn't know what is being kept in some of these foreign museums? Another thing, yeah.
I think we need to wrap up a little bit.
Okay.
I think we remain with a couple of minutes only for this session.
Okay, maybe I can stop here, and with the questions I can, so as to allow people to come in, then I can answer some of the things that I did not say.
Yeah. No, but thank you very much, because I think that really places the restitution debate in this broader setting. And what I take from Leora's and your presentation, it's quite interesting, this whole debate on property, that comes up again and again. And I remember that Nikita Dhawan yesterday in the opening panel, she spoke of the, I quote, capitalist idea of the return to the rightful owner, to the one and only rightful owner. And as fair as that is in those cases where we can return objects, Leora, you have stressed the initial return campaigns were about collectively owned heritage, about Judaica, Jewish ceremonial objects. And that is actually a kind of sort of objects that can really be compared to the objects that we have in German museums, for example, Namibian cultural artifacts, that have a meaning for communities and groups, so on a collective level. I'd like to ask you about this, because I think we've got 3 minutes left only. I'd like to ask you this question that both of you have touched upon. How can we broaden actually the access to the negotiation and the debate on return, so that we don't have rightful owner individuals, we don't have only states and national representatives, because that's something that we learn from those early waves of Jewish claims, that the coalition or the group of actors that have to join in and negotiate the topic among themselves needs to be a bigger array, a broader spectrum of interest stakeholders, let's say stakeholders.
So thank you, Larissa. I wish we had more time, because each of the legal hurdles that John just mentioned was also a hurdle in the earlier restitution struggle. And there were very interesting responses that not only were articulated, but were in the end accepted by the allies and changed in a radical way the restitution policy that was advanced. But let me stick to your question about restitution to whom. And it's interesting because law in this debate usually is seen as doing justice to a past injustice. But in the early Jewish restitution, law itself seemed to be the hurdle, because the policy was, because after the Holocaust, there was a huge category of heirless property created. And according to the law, this heirless property had to go back to the state of origin. And the Jewish organizations internationally organized to say this would create a huge injustice, because not only some of these states took part in the crime, it is also the Jewish communities were very scarce there, and they have left as refugees elsewhere. So it cannot be that these states or these communities will receive it all. So one of the most innovative turn was to move from the state, or to overcome the demands of the territorial state, to go back to the community. And I just want to say, to quote one paragraph from a letter written by law professor Jerome Michael to General Hildring, the American general, in support of overcoming legalistic restitution to the state and giving it back to the people. And he says something, and he says this way: these objects, which means the books and so forth, must be so disposed, so disposed of, that they can be used as the Jews who created them, and the Jews who throughout the centuries lovingly collected and cared for them, intended that they should be used to serve the spiritual and religious needs of European Jews, of the Jewish people as a whole, and of all humankind. End of quote. This is a letter written in June 1946, and it is trying to move us to a community-centered restitution to the Jewish people, which is not an entity in international law at the time. And one final word: it was accepted. These demands overcome the demands of state, but this was created a precedent in which a community was given advantage over a state in order to use and reuse its culture in its reconstruction. So the very act of restitution, the very process of restitution, was seen as a process of doing justice and returning the agency and the voice to the victim group. So I think this really connects to the concerns that John was raising, as now that we are still looking at states as opposed to the tribes or to the communities to whom these properties belonged, were created, and so forth.
Yeah. I'm getting a signal that the next two speakers will join us in a minute. So John, I'd like to, we need to actually postpone your statement, it seems, to the concluding panel, but I'll ask you in the concluding panel, whether you can take lessons, you know, to be learned from this example that Leora has presented to us, and that really seems very, very insightful. And I think we'll go to the last session and then maybe make the connection, what can be learned for the Namibian case.
No problem. We can do that.
Good.
Okay.
So, yes. If nothing is happening, then the floor is back to you. Then. Okay, here's Alex. Hello. Okay, and Aisha. To welcome Aisha as well. Good. So yes, okay. Sorry for a second of doubt and searching. So welcome, Alex and Aisha, to the second panel. Or the second sub-panel, let's say, where we'd like to explore the role of law and ethics still a bit more. I remember that John Okuta, in another talk, he said, law is a colonial tool. It's been a colonial tool, but how can we nowadays appropriate law also as a tool for decolonization? And I think that's a really interesting question. And law is one thing, and then there's also ethics. So we'll also debate the relationship between the two. I'd like to introduce the two of you. First of all, Aisha Ozori is a lawyer, a writer, and development practitioner with experience in the public and the private sector. She's actually licensed to practice law in Nigeria and in the state of New York. So I think that's really interesting because you sort of straddle different legal systems as well from your background. Aisha is now the executive director of the Open Society Initiative for West Africa. And that initiative is a grant-making and advocacy organization based in Dakar in Senegal. The institutions or the initiative's mission is to promote and support open societies, inclusive democratic governance based on transparent and accountable institutions, active citizenry, and economic advancement. So welcome, Aisha. And
thank you.
I'm really glad that we were able to bring together so many different perspectives. And last but not least, let me introduce Alexander Herman. He's the Assistant Director of the Institute of Art and Law, an independent educational organization based in the UK. He's written, taught, and presented on an array of topics in relation to art and cultural property, including on restitution, international conventions, copyright, digitization, museum practice, exports, and art collecting. And his writing has appeared in, for example, the art newspaper, The Globe, at Mail, and The Guardian. He's trained both in common law and civil law legal systems and has practiced law in Canada. So welcome, Alexander. I'll turn to Aisha first of all. I'd like to ask you to share with us, first of all, how the report that has already been mentioned a couple of times since yesterday, how the report by Felwine Sarr and Benedict Savoy and the pertinent debate have been received in Western Africa, and how these debates and discussions are continued locally among cultural workers, scholars, artists. What is it that are you currently witnessing in terms of debates?
Thank you, Larissa, for your kind introduction, and thank you to the participants and everybody else who's listening in. If John, who earlier spoke, says he was here to learn, then I think I would put him at maybe high school level and me at primary school. So I'm the biggest learner here, and will be speaking mostly from a civil society point of view. I studied and practiced law over 20 years ago, so I hardly even consider myself a lawyer anymore. But full disclosure, Felwine Sarr sits on the board of the Open Society Initiative for West Africa, so he's my board chair in effect. And so we work very closely together. So of course, when Larissa asked what has been the impact of the report on West Africa, I would say it's been huge, not just on West Africa, but even within Open Society foundations in general. I'm not sure how many people know, but last year, the Open Society Foundations launched a $15 million 4-year grant to fund the conversation around restitution and the return of African cultural heritage back to the continent. So there's been a lot of interest, I would say, from the artistic communities, from the think tanks, from the intellectuals, the artists, people like Felwine Sarr, the philosophers who understand the importance of having the art returned, that it's a lot more than just restitution and the return of property, but it's almost a return that enables us to have the very difficult conversations that we're trying to have in Africa as a continent right now around our development, our place in the world. So restitution is, as I said, more than just the property. It's symbolic, it's futuristic, it's philosophical, it's emotional, it's cultural, and there's been a lot of interest. I would start with saying that the ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, on the back of the Sarr-Savoy report and all the conversations that generated since it was launched, since first 2017 when Macron made that statement about returning the art and the release of the report, we've seen ECOWAS galvanize. They've recently, at the end of last year, released a plan, what they propose as a plan to aid the culture, the return of cultural heritage back to Africa and what they see their role is and how they will also be mobilizing around this fact. We've seen a lot of interest from the African Union as well, where the African Union has charged the president of Mali, President Ibrahim Keita, to be the champion in terms of returning of, the art ambassador basically for the continent. And he has gone forward to recruit the support of 12 other presidents on the continent to support that drive. And one of the ambitions that they have over the next couple of years, in addition to marking next year, 2021, as the year of African culture on the continent, one of the things they want to do is also to take part in this conversation around the return of cultural heritage to Africa. So right now, the serious conversation is really about why is this urgent? Why is this important? Why is this a chance? Why is this a great chance for us to change the narratives around our past and how we reimagine our future? How do we engage? I liked what Leora said earlier about restitution and memory. It's about healing. It's about making a connection with the past and then re-socializing what we know about ourselves and these materials, this cultural artifacts, and how that will help us move forward and re-engage not only with ourselves, but also with the rest of the world. I think in the conversation around restitution, many are excited by the fact that with the discussion, there's an opportunity to redesign, so to speak, the relationship between the West and Africa, or Europe and Africa, to reimagine that relationship going forward. There's also, for me, a key element, which again, right now we're talking about Pan-Africanism on the back of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and what that will mean to the people of Africa. So again, the conversation is all wrapped up in economic, political, social liberation, social development, and reimagining of what we can do. So civil society is very excited, thinking about what their role should be, how to set the agenda. And I think that came up in John's comments earlier, where he talked about the fact that, we don't want Europe, Germany, France to be setting the agenda. We want to be able to set the agenda and push the agenda, whether it's on the technical claims that need to be made, whether it's the intellectual opportunities, the cultural opportunities, the moral and public impact of this type of conversation, and just the advocacy that needs to be done around this topic.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I think it's really so important to hear from those local debates, because also here in Europe, we sometimes tend to center too much on our own concerns, maybe. I'll turn over to Alex before I think I'd like to ask both of you a couple of questions. Alex, you come from law and you work for that institute that also covers a broad range of difficult sorts of questions and cases. Let me start with a provocative question for you. Do returns need a legal framework like the Washington Declaration? What do you see where's the necessity for legal frameworks, or maybe is there no necessity for it? What is the relationship between legal and ethical frameworks? Where do you see the potential for making things happening after all?
Well, danke, Larissa, and vielen Dank für die Einladung. I thought I'd say a few words in the language of Goethe, because we are at the Goethe-Institut. But unfortunately, the rest of my talk will be in the language of Shakespeare, so you have to live with that. Not only was that a provocative question, but it was a very multifaceted one. So I'll try my best to answer it. I think what I would say about whether law can assist in restitution, we need to look at certain models, pre-existing models. So there are examples where the law can require restitution. And there are examples where the law can prevent or act as a barrier to restitution, a little bit along the lines of what John Nakuta said earlier on the panel. But if we look at examples of where the law requires restitution, where restitution becomes an imperative, one of them I think that's quite useful is the law that exists in the United States for repatriating Native American cultural objects and human remains. So that's the Native American Graves and Protection Repatriation Act, NAGPRA as it's known. Now that's been around in US law for 30 years. And it has resulted in thousands of human remains and cultural objects being repatriated to communities. So it goes back to what Leora was saying as well. The return is to a tribal community as opposed to strictly to individuals, although there are ways of returning to individuals under that law as well. So that's an interesting model of how you can have restitution that is actually guided and required by the law. Now, the flip side to that are situations where the law acts as a barrier to restitution. One classic example, if we're talking about cultural objects, would be in France, where there's a strict rule of inalienability of public collections. So what that means is that if an artifact forms part of a French public collection, whether at a museum, a library, or an archive, it cannot be removed from that collection. That is what inalienability under French law means. So if you wanted to sell it, or destroy it, or exchange it, or give it away, you would be prevented from doing so by law. And that includes restitution. So they've had a big challenge in France in trying to get around that strict legal prohibition on restitution. And what they've tried, I'd say a couple of solutions to that problem. The first is, well, if there's a legal restriction, if you want to return specific items, then you get a new law passed, a law that deals with those specific items, which allows a French museum or French collection to return specific items. And that's what happened in regards to human remains that were in French collections that had come from the Maori people of New Zealand. When the Te Papa Museum of New Zealand claimed those back, the French museums had to lobby, had to advocate for change in French law in order to allow those specific items, nothing more, to be restituted. So that's one option. The other option is you avoid the ownership question and you focus more on loans, long-term loans. And an example of that working would be the Joseon manuscripts, which were sent back to South Korea. These had been taken by French troops in the 1860s in a punitive expedition, which is what European nations were doing at the same time, it should be said, in Africa. And these were taken from the Korean peninsula and brought to France, and they eventually entered the Bibliothèque Nationale, so the French National Library, and they became part of the French public collections. So when there was talk of restituting these to South Korea in the 1990s, it always came up against a brick wall, which is, well, there's that inalienability of French collections principle. And so what President Nicolas Sarkozy decided, I don't think it was him, let's be honest, it was people working for him, but he would have signed the document, was to send them back on a 5-year loan, but it was a renewable loan, and everybody who was involved in that loan knew that it would just keep getting renewed every 5 years. So what that means is today, those great priceless manuscripts are in South Korea, but legally speaking, they still form part of the French public collections. Okay, so you find a way around the legal restriction. Now that has its problems, and they're understandable ones. For instance, symbolically, it might not look that good if the country of origin has to ask for a loan. They would say, well, this comes from us in the first place. Why should we have to ask for a loan? On the flip side, it can be a benefit because it's a practical necessity. You could say, well, look, where are the manuscripts now? They're in South Korea. South Koreans have access to them. They can be put on display. They can be used for research, etc. So you see that there are challenges. They're more of a symbolic nature, potentially of an identity-based nature, but there are also certain benefits to working around the strict legal prohibitions. Now, a word on ethics. Ethics arise, it seems to me, when you remove law from the space. So we've seen an example, I mentioned the US example where law is requiring restitution, and then we saw the French example where law acts as a barrier to restitution. Well, you might have a situation where law is removed completely from that space. And what does that mean? Well, that means that individual institutions, museums, will have to make decisions for themselves. And when I say museums, I include whether it's the board of directors or trustees, whether it's the city council, whether it's the land or the regional council that's deciding. They have to make these decisions. But you have to fill that space appropriately with an ethical framework. Otherwise, it's absolute discretion. And when it's absolute discretion, you tend to have inconsistent results. And that does not lead to fair and just solutions. So an ethical framework needs to ensure that it has sufficient detail, but not too much detail. And it also needs to have sufficient flexibility, but not too much flexibility. And I'll just briefly say what I mean by those things, and then I'll conclude. If an ethical framework has too much detail, too many requirements, it can act as a frustration for potential claimants or even museums who want to do the right thing. If an ethical framework has too much flexibility, is too open-ended, then it doesn't actually provide any consistency. So you need to have an ethical framework that includes some detail and some flexibility. And what does that mean? That effectively means it provides guidance. So you need a sound ethical framework that provides guidance for decision makers, usually at museums, to provide for restitution when it can be required. So I think that's where I'll end it on ethics, on that ethical space.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I've got a direct follow-up question for you, because you've mentioned those initiatives like ethical guidelines and so on, and we're observing currently that in many European countries, different steps are taken. Germany has released, the German Museums Association has released guidelines for human remains and objects from colonial contexts. The Netherlands, the National Museum of World Cultures has released the process and principles. And then we've got the French report that has not been implemented yet, as far as I know. How do you assess those different approaches taking place and going on in the different European nations in order to address the problem?
Well, I think it actually goes back to what Aisha was saying about civil society. Ethics, if you think about it, change and they adapt, usually in reflection of societal values and attitudes. So it's not like law, where it can be precise, where it can be predictable. It's something that is going to shift inevitably with time, and it is going to reflect the societal mores of a particular place. So as a result, we'll see a different ethical solution in Germany than we would in the Netherlands, than we would in France. And I think a lot of that relates to the civil society of each country.
What I find interesting that I went to a conference with legal scholars, and one of them gave a paper and said, don't forget that it's not only ethics that constantly change, it's also the law. If we remain insistent, law can be changed as well. So he encouraged us in this debate to think about law as something that can be shaped and molded gradually, and that we shouldn't take it as granted and as static. I think that's a quite interesting encouragement from a legal scholar. And I think this is where the question of civil society comes in again, Aisha, and I'd pose that question to you. Where do you see the role of civil society in this debate to help shape new ethics, and via new ethics maybe also shape a new legal framework around the problem? And I mean civil society in the affected countries like Western Africa, but then maybe also civil society in the diaspora, and also German civil society as the taxpayers that on whose money German institutions rely.
Okay, thank you for that question, and thank you, Alex, for your comments. It was really very interesting to listen to you. The role of civil society will be different in different contexts based on what the needs are. And in thinking about the role, you could broadly say the civil society who is working on the demand side, which is the demand for return, demand for restitution and reparations, and then the supply side, which is where we would say our partners, for example, each one teach one here in Germany, or the Pitts Museum in Oxford. We're all collaborating with them to start having these conversations about what the guidelines would be. And I think part of what we'll come up with will be a sense of what the legal frameworks will be, or what the ethical frameworks will be. So civil society's role for me would largely be around four main areas, which would be the technical aspects of restitution, which would deal on one hand with the laws that need to be changed, the advocacies that need to be changed, the advocacy to focus on those legal changes, including whether the ethical guidelines that need to be produced, not even just on the supply side, which is, I guess, Western Europe, but even within our own countries in West Africa in terms of preparing to receive these things back. Civil society's role will also be there in terms of the technical aspects of demands. My understanding of restitution is, I mean, we're having this conversation sort of in a bubble, but how many African countries have actually made claims, legal claims that are backed by lists and provenance, and have gone through the right channels between the different ministries of culture and ministries of foreign affairs. So civil society will play that role. Civil society will also play a role in terms of the convenings that need to take place. And when I talk about civil society, for me, I think about civil society really broadly to include not just those of us who work there daily, but just the public who care, the artists, the think tanks, the academics, the activists, all of those who have an understanding of the importance of the cultural heritage and why it should come back. And I think the final thing I said is advocacy. We see a role for civil society in playing an advocacy role. And when you mentioned the diaspora, that would be a role for civil society in diaspora to aid or to support or to amplify the voices coming from Africa and West Africa demanding this back. For me right now, even the conversations happening in the US around racism cannot be, and the way that African Americans are treated cannot be divorced from the conversation around colonialism and history and past and knowledge and culture. So they're all intertwined. So for me, I see a very big opportunity for collaboration between civil society in countries in Europe and America to help build and amplify the advocacy that's required to help push, for me, less the legal. I'm not saying that the legal is not important, but I'm hearing Alex say that legal could be an obstacle. So to push the moral and ethical arguments for why it's important for these goods to be returned back to the continent, and what that would mean for the relationship of the countries going forward. I think they would be enriched, we would benefit from more transparency and accountability and more honesty in terms of the relationships between those countries. So that's a bit of what civil society could be doing in this space.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just to go on from that, which I agree with entirely, and to retreat back to what you'd said earlier, Larissa, about somebody telling you that the law can be changed and we can't shy away from that. I really do think that changes in ethics predate changes in law, that it's very difficult to try to force a radical legal shift through the law, because you'll find there's a lot of opposition, and sometimes you haven't tested out some of the ideas in the ethical space. So I do think that a change usually comes, it's a slow change, which can be a bit frustrating, but it comes in the ethical space. And then once the ethics is shifted, then the legal change becomes very easy or not even necessary.
Mm. I think when we look at the German situation, where cultural politics is less centralized than in France, we also see that the institutions that have returned it on the basis that their municipalities and their boards of trustees in those districts and in those cities have agreed to the return. So there is, at least in Germany, it's possible to take a kind of decentral approach to return. And I think that's really important to keep in mind, that a lot can be done, in this way already, without a sort of national legal framework in place. And maybe one has to push these spaces and make steps for more space, to gain more space. There's a question I'm having in mind. When is a claim a claim? I was wondering, when we're talking about this, legal framework is more top down, and maybe negotiations on a personal, on an institution to institution, curator to curator level descendant to descendant level is maybe a more bottom-up process. You know, when is a claim a claim? Does a claim have to be made through those national bureaucratic structures, or can we take a claim already as a claim when a descendant community or an individual descendant sort of formulates the wish to get access to an object?
Yeah, I think it's, even the term claim can be problematic because it sounds like you're going to court, right? That you bring a legal claim in a sense. But at the same time, you need some level of clarity as to what is being requested. And usually it will depend on the policies, the governance policies of specific institutions. So you might have a policy on repatriation at a particular museum that will say, you know, a dated letter must be sent to the deputy head of collections, and that triggers the process. So that would be considered a claim. If you haven't sent that official letter, then it doesn't fall within the claim rubric, and it's just a casual, informal discussion. Now, that being said, I think a lot of good can come through those discussions before we even get into the claim sphere. Because sometimes you have an understanding or relationship that develops where you find out that the right thing for the object might not be what either of the parties had intended, and they might meet in the middle somewhere. So it is important to talk about discussions as well as formal claims.
I think that's a really important point, that we have to maybe take seriously articulations and articulated wishes at an earlier stage, you know, before they have turned into formal claims, because that's where the conversation and the new ethics of speaking to each other can emerge. And I remember that, I think it was also Nikita Dewan in the opening panel yesterday who said we need actually a new ethics of listening, not only of speaking, not only of giving voice, you know, to actors and to counterparts. We haven't listened, we haven't given voice before, but we must really also change our way of listening and taking what is being said seriously. So I think that's in our debate, that is something that we could maybe look at and intensify. So we'll soon have the other two speakers, Leora and Nakuta, joining us again for a final conclusive discussion. And for the public out there, I'd like to invite you to send questions, because we are getting questions through the chat. And I'd say we've got 20 minutes, and I'd like to suggest we split the session into a first round of responses where you can respond to each other. And then we immediately, after 5 or 10 minutes, go into the questions that have been forwarded to us via the chat, so we can start debating with our audience. But first of all, yeah, maybe John, because you were cut short of an answer in our early little sub-panel. How can you relate these experiences of the other panelists to the Namibian situation or to the Southern African debate?
Yes. As I said, I confine myself to the Namibian situation because I'm much more familiar with our own national situation. So I cannot claim to be speaking for the whole of Southern Africa. I want to respond to something that Leora said, and that is rejecting backwards restitution and rather concentrate on a forward-looking approach. This is the same thing that one of the issues that we are facing in Namibia with regard to this. Some people that are not supportive of the whole restitution project. It's like saying, let bygones be bygones and let us look forward and whatever. And some of us are saying it can't be. A gross human rights violation has been committed in the past, and reparation must take place. We can't just go forward with the view, with this notion of let bygones be bygones. So I don't understand what she means with, and maybe if she can elaborate a little bit more on what is meant with rejecting the backward-looking restitution and rather have restitution being seen as something forward. But also there's something very valuable to learn from what she said, and this is with regard to collective restitution. In Namibia, we do have the whole situation, and that affected communities are saying that, as I already mentioned, government is pushing for this notion of national heritage, and some of the communities are saying, but these artifacts were taken from a given person, were taken from a given community, so you can't have that totally disregarded. So it would be quite interesting and very valuable for Namibia to learn from how has other countries dealt with the issue of collective restitution. That's what I would contribute for now.
Larissa, can
Yes, of course, directly, you know.
John, for the question, when I said forward-looking restitution, I didn't mean that let bygones be bygones. On the contrary, it is trying to avoid a property framework that looks to previous owners and instead looking at the community and what it needs now in order to be reconstructed. So if the community moves to another place, or if it needs now to build universities instead of old rituals, then this is a forward-looking restitution. Okay. Actually, the Jewish actors were vehemently opposing to what they called a museum approach to restitution, to create a Jewish museum in Europe for dead objects instead of letting these objects become re-socialized with new centers of Jewish life. So this is the forward-looking restitution. But one more point is to connect to what you said before about Germany and Namibia in relation to the avoidance tactic of telling we already paid development aid or assistance, so there is no need for reparation. And actually, in my work on the 1990s restitution debate, a similar argument was proposed by the German government, saying that we will give what we give to you. And there was a big settlement of the lawsuits, but they wanted to frame it as humanitarian gesture. And what I was trying to show is that by going back to the restitution of truth, to going back to the corporations and to their involvement with the crimes of the Third Reich, there was an opposition trying to reconnect, to link the crime to the reparation and avoid this, this is just a gesture of goodwill. So I think, again, with the development aid, there is a need to go back and connect it to the kind of colonial crime. And this is why we need to both look backward in order to understand, to get back the truth, the historical truth that was denied for years, but then to go forward to look at what the community actually needs, or what is the uses that it wants to put its culture for, and not to be stuck with a property ownership framework.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you so much. I think at this point, I'm looking at the chat and I'm seeing a lot of interesting questions coming in already. So do you allow me to take the questions now already and throw them to the panel, and then all of you can answer when you've got an interesting answer. Here's one question to Aisha and to John. Alexander was talking about permanent loans and circulation, and people like Mbembe endorsed this idea of circulation. What is your stance on this? I think that's an interesting question because loans versus actual returns, I think that's another big debate. So yeah, I'd like to hear your opinion on that.
Alicia?
Sure, I can go first. Well, I think it's an interesting one, and the practical side of my brain says that it's a good way to overcome the legal obstacles and how long it takes to change laws. Like, for example, I understand that France is set to introduce a new law to allow for restitution sometime. We can expect that sometime before the end of the year. And that was going to be my question actually to Alex, to ask him whether he thought, what did he think about that and how long pretty much could that take? But in the context of the joy and the symbolism of having the saber of El Hajj Tal returned to Senegal at the end of last year, I would say there's a room for loans. I think that it might even help drive the conversation around restitution even further. So while we wait for the laws that are considered to be obstacles to regaining the cultural heritage for Africa, I think loans are a practical way of moving forward and can help deepen the conversation.
I would add to that, provided loans are a temporary, or the circulations or loans is devised as a temporary measure, but it certainly cannot replace restitution in general, because if it were to be a permanent feature, then I personally would be having a problem with it, because these things belong to the people that it was taken to. That cannot be a situation where the original country must now enter into some kind of permanent arrangement to try and get the things back, as opposed to full restitution.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If I may, I agree 100%. So there'll be no way that a permanent loan would take the place of returning. But as I said, it would be for me a deepening of the conversation, a helping of both sides to understand what these cultural effects mean to the communities and the people that they've been returned to, and help even drive advocacy. But yes, in no way would that replace the actual restitution or reparation that should be taking place.
A loan, just to add to that, which makes perfect sense, a loan can sometimes be a good vehicle to deepen a relationship. So even though it might not seem as the ideal end point, it can be a stepping stone to something more. So, because when you have a loan, forget the roles of borrower and lender, but you have two parties who have to come together, right? You have to discuss, you have to do reports on the item, you have to check status and things like that. So you're always going to be in a relationship when you're in that loan situation. Now that might not be ideal, but at least it can be a stepping stone to something further before the law can change, because as Aisha was saying, in France, that can be a long process, and yes, it can be.
I wanted to add something. I'm not sure that thinking about loans as opposed to ownership allows us to really see the more radical potential of restitution as overcoming thinking about property as borders or boundaries of who will get it in the end, as opposed to, for example, the Savoy report looking at relations and relational understandings of property itself, as opposed to object person, to think about the kind of relations. And we have now we have also technology of duplication, of ways to collaborate. Objects add meaning both to the prior owner, but to the new owner. So I think that to keep on looking at the end result as opposed to the relationship that is created through the process, we miss something very important about the potential of restitution. And I don't know where to take it from here. Maybe what Alex was saying, that a loan is a relationship. So I would urge to think about it in relational terms, and not just as let's see who is the owner and that's the end of it, because by putting it behind, we don't engage with the other. And I think these objects acquired the meaning, various layers of meaning, and they are imported to different communities. So just a thought of how to go about it. And I know that some of the archives, for example, with the Jewish restitution, are, you see multiplication in different places, you see ways of collaborating, and we have to take it into account.
Thank you. Thank you for these nuanced answers. Here's another question that goes back to how I introduced the panel. It's about the term community. And I'll pick two questions that I think work nicely together. One is, who's a community and who speaks for whom? I think that's really something that needs to be problematized. And then a couple of questions later, we have this question that is a kind of meta question on the first one. And it goes, don't you think that the debate about community versus national heritage is playing into the hands of museums who argue they cannot return objects when it's not clear who the recipient should be? Or you could also say, when it's not clear who exactly the community is. So how do we deal with these dilemmata?
I just want to say that this objection was raised in the earlier restitution debate that was based on collective restitution, and the Jewish reply to it was very interesting. It was a reply not to go and see the essence, who is the community, but to politically get together and organize various organizations and to create a roof organization for all the Jewish organizations, and to find who is going to represent the cultural restitution. So they organize together in order to not get lost in the debate. And the answer was political and organizational, as opposed to going back to some essence of who is the Jew or where is the community. So and there was a lot of negotiations also with the communities, the remains of the communities in Europe. So I think sometimes organizational or political answer to this kind of question can be a way out of this debate.
I would just like to add that in Namibia, we are actually sitting with that very same problem. That a lot of the returned artifacts from Germany currently there's a lot of politics around it. And one of the problems is that there are so many traditional, of course, given our historical past of divide and rule, where the colonial regimes has set up various traditional authorities, traditional leaders, and whatever. So now the question is, to whom should these returned artifacts be given? It's like in one situation, for example, I'm informed that in one of the communities where the whip and the Bible of one of our former leaders was returned to, it's like there are so many traditional leaders that claim that these returned artifacts must be given to them. So the government is sitting with an issue. So the issue is then, who should then be the recipient of some of these things? So this is really a problem that needs to be addressed. I don't claim to have the answer as to who should be the rightful recipient of this, but it's something definitely that needs to be given serious attention to, especially in our context.
If I may just say a few words on that as well. I mean, I would like to say, I agree that there's no one answer. It will be hard. I like the example that Leora gave, and in my mind, in terms of thinking about political pathway to dealing with this issue of what a community is, the AU, for example, can play that role, and they've started to play that role, or ECOWAS, for example, will play that role. But in terms of speaking of Nigeria, where I'm from, and the Benin bronzes, I think that would be clear that the Benin bronzes would return to Edo State and the people of Benin Kingdom. There would be no confusion. So I think it would also depend on what what the claims are for. In certain cases, it will be clear where they should go and there wouldn't be any ambiguity. There's no sense in my mind that the Nigerian government would think that the Benin bronzes belong to the National Museum as opposed to a museum in Edo State where the Benin Kingdom used to be. But that said, where there's some sense of ambiguity, then the conversation about the political will come back. But I think, again, for me, this is a distraction. Let the cultural heritage come back and we will deal with it. We will re-socialize these aspects. Many of them have lost the meaning that they used to have when they were taken. So we're going to have to interact with them again based on our past and even based on what these objects, for example, have meant in the countries that have held them. So for example, I'd like to think that if Nefertiti ever returned back to Egypt, it wouldn't just be the story of Nefertiti in Egypt, it would also be what it had meant to the people of Berlin in all the years that it's been here. So there's going to be a new way of interacting with these things that will go beyond community. And maybe it speaks to what Leora said earlier about not thinking about it in terms of property and ownership, but thinking about it in terms of the symbolism of relationships and future and imagination and creativity and all those other things that go beyond property.
And actually, there are examples of let's say, differing or overlapping claims being resolved through a consensual process. And I'm thinking in certain settler countries, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, US, there are often overlapping claims from Native American or First Nations or Indigenous Aboriginal communities with regards to human remains or certain cultural objects. And usually the process is that they need to resolve those disagreements before they can receive the material. But in some situations, and they've actually been successful, everybody sits around a table and they talk it through. And sometimes one community will say, well, if this other community looks after it and we have certain access rights, we're satisfied. You know, that's an ideal outcome. But you can actually get a lot done if you base it on relationships, as we've said earlier, and seeking outcomes instead of property ownership and it's mine, not yours.
Yeah. Let me turn to the chat again. Here's an interesting question that links the community question and the property question. And it's a question, maybe it's we can also take it as a comment. It says, if we are to move away from the property perspective of restitution, how could we ensure that the affected communities actually have access, power, ownership of their heritage, as opposed to the state co-opting objects and using them for their own nationalist narratives and agendas? And what I find interesting in that it turns the argument around a little bit. It says property could in the end also be the most radical option, you know, to create a really strong link again between communities, if there is, for example, an individual owner that can claim back that object on the basis of the existing legal framework. And that's very powerful, because I think that's a really final category in the legal framework we have, individual property. Yeah, but there is two more questions that is around something that we haven't discussed yet so much, and that's beyond human remains and artworks, it's archives and the accessibility of archives and the importance of archives, because that is material that provides us with information that can be linked to cultural objects, but that also enables us to create histories, other histories, non-object related histories of the past, of past relationship, violent histories, reconstruct them and discuss them. So I'd like to bring in here the issue of archives and their accessibility. And I think Leora might have a comment on that.
Very briefly, archives and books, as I said, were the center of the first wave. And archives were seen as very important because the Jewish victims understood that part of the archiving that the Germans were doing were in order to get control over their story, their history, and to retell it according to racist categories. So the fight was over creating their own archives and then getting back the archives. So we have to see that the archive is not a neutral thing. It is created for some purpose. And also with colonial archives, we have to not just bring them back, but to rethink the meaning that they are producing and how do we use archives in order to resist or to return the humanity to the people who were denied. Not only they were killed or injured, but their stories were denied to them. So I think it's a two-way work with the archives, and how do you get the archive to tell your own story, the relationship between archive and agency, especially to a non-statist group, because archives are usually given to the state. So I think it's crucial to rethink the archive, and there were a lot of answers about to look at archive as resistance to genocide.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the advantage that we have that in the archival field, there's a lot of experience also with opening up archives, with giving access, with digitization, you know, with taking the information that is embedded in these documents and in these archives and circulating it. And I think that can maybe also be a model for us and for museums. You know, how can archival practice, how can we learn from archival practices of sharing, of giving greater access to cultural heritage and to cultural and historical knowledge, and thereby create post-colonial relationships on a different basis, on an eye level basis.
Can I add something to that?
Yes, please.
I think with regards to digital archives, so the archive, let's say the archives of today from historical episodes, I think a lot of work needs to be done by museums and archives in the West, but the digitization and the making available of this material with communities of origin can be very positive in this debate on restitution. John had mentioned this at the first part of the panel, that in many cases, countries of origin don't necessarily know the extent of the material that is kept in European and other Western collections. So how can you expect restitution claims or even discussions if the countries don't know what's actually in those institutions? I think that's changing. I don't think it's fully there yet, but I think it's in the process of changing. And digitization is helping that. But those countries in the West need to invest in provenance research, work like what you're doing, Larissa, in order to uncover more of the truth about these objects. Because I've even heard stories where in a museum, an artifact is miscatalogued by continent. I mean, imagine that, right? So the museums have a long way to go in order to make countries and communities of origin more aware of what's actually in the institutions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think that the whole digitization issue is such an important issue because it really, Corona, I think, has really made it aware that had we been at a point where objects databases had already been publicized, you know, put online, had become accessible for research partners in, let's say, African countries and Latin American countries, you know, we would be working in a totally different mode today. And with the travels that we cannot do at the moment, we are realizing, you know, this huge backlog, the lack of digitization that is now making everything so difficult and even more difficult in the face of the coronavirus and the consequences of it. And I think also digital access, I think, is so crucial when talking about claims. I mean, how would you make claims in the first place if you don't have a clear image and picture of what is there and what you as a descendant maybe of a victim group would like to prioritize of all those objects that exist and that could come back potentially. So I think we've got 3 more minutes left. That means some 30 seconds for everyone for a concluding statement or some final remarks, or just an open question that you want to throw out and to make us and keep us thinking during the rest of the festival. So let me turn to Alex and then go one by one and allow.
Well, maybe I'll just conclude by taking on what you just said, Larissa. I think that it can be very useful to look at certain models that exist. And sometimes they're legal models. I know most of my presentation was about ethics rather than law, but sometimes legal models are interesting. And I would just draw people's attention to the US law that I mentioned that deals with Native American graves and cultural objects. There's a requirement to inventorize. So museums have a positive obligation to make inventories of collections and then send those to the particular groups. So that's a legal obligation they can't get out of. And I think we could start thinking about those kinds of positive obligations, maybe not necessarily through the law, but through some kind of agreement or consensus to make that material known to communities of origin.
Good. Aisha, 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
In a nutshell.
I just want to say, yeah, my nutshell is, I think this is really timely conversation to be having, not just in the context of Goethe and the Latitude conversations we're having over the next couple of days, but just generally around the world right now as we try to reimagine a better future. I think in addition to everything else that Corona has taught us, Corona has also showed us that there's a lot more that we can do to make our societies more just and more fair. And it's heartening to see that some countries are making the commitments that need to be made. I just want to mention quickly that I heard that Emmanuel Kaserahu, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that well, was recently appointed to head the K Branly, and he has a lot of experience in restitution. So seeing that kind of appointment coming from France gives us hope on the continent that France is taking this seriously and countries will follow the lead. And we'll get, the traction that we need to get these things back to Africa where they belong.
Thank you very much. I hand over to Lero for another 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Since a lot of the discourse is about memory and amnesia, and how we return the memory to Africa and so forth, I think that one important thing to look at is the amnesia or the lack of memory of law itself, of previous struggles and previous achievements, because we keep on thinking that we reinvent the whole thing, while the law has dealt with it, and for very important reasons, it put it aside so that some models that were working in the past are not available for us now because of this legal amnesia. So I think that the comparative work is not just about present contemporary issues, but also about going back to the past and looking at the solutions that were there, because they are very relevant to today's debate.
Thank you so much. And the last 30 seconds go to John.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I found this debate very, very useful and educative, and Namibia certainly can learn a lot from this. I actually like the idea of the guidelines that has been developed, the idea of guidelines that has been developed in some European countries, and I think Namibia can learn from it, because one of the problems that we are facing is, like I was informed, for example, that human remains has been repatriated 10 years ago. But in the absence of guidelines, government doesn't know how to, it's not clear in terms of how to deal with some of these things. So what I take from this very, very importantly is that the need to develop guidelines that would inform the process, that would be very clear in terms of how this very issue of return of artifacts and even of human remains can be dealt with in a very holistic and detailed manner that is very collaborative and participatory in nature. So that would be my contribution and my take home from this discussion, the importance, in addition to everything else, the importance of the development of guidelines, and we can learn from that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all panelists now. I think we've really pushed the limits in terms of time, but it's been such an interesting debate, and there's still more feedback on the chat. Maybe at 7 o'clock, when Katharina and Peter do a little review of the day, we can take in some of the questions. But for here, thanks so much for this wonderful and nuanced discussion. And I hope we'll all meet again in other spaces during the rest of the festival. Goodbye to the audience as well. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ozoz Sokoh. I'm a Nigerian food explorer who is interested in food as more than eating, exploring culture, history, heritage, legacy, and everything in between. I currently live in Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. And today I'm in conversation with Luciana Reyes, who is in Bahia, Salvador. Hi, Luciana.
Hi, Ozo. Thank you very much for inviting me to have this conversation, okay? I'm a teacher and also a woman from Axé. I practice candomblé here in Salvador, Bahia.
Today we're talking about a dish that has traveled by plate. As a passionate traveler by plate, I am particularly interested in this one. It is called akara in Nigeria and akaraje in Bahia. A few years ago, I was at dinner with a boss of mine, Santiago, who is Brazilian, and he was talking about this bean fritter that was popular, sold by specific women in Bahia. And the more he spoke, the more I looked puzzled because it really reminded me of akara. And I said to him, we have a similar dish in Nigeria. It's called akara. And he was like, yes, the enslaved people brought it from Africa. And I instantly felt kinship because at that time I was living and working in the Netherlands. I was homesick and I had started writing and documenting Nigerian recipes as a way to preserve my culture and find comfort. So to discover that enslaved people had done this hundreds of years before in Bahia was very comforting to me. So tell me about your own experience with akara and akaraje, Luciana.
Yeah, I was raised eating acarajé. It's a very popular dish here in Salvador specifically. It's very common to see on the streets these black ladies selling these small balls of dough and fry it and very tasteful, okay? But 10 years ago, like since 10 years ago, when I became a woman from Axé, I also discovered that akara is also a sacred food that is offered to Oya or Yansan and to some other orishas too. Actually, when we start to looking for more information about this popular food for us, we discovered that actually this dish was brought from Africa, okay, to Bahia by this enslaved woman. And in the beginning, they also did it in honor, just to offer to Yansan, but they realized that could be they could sell it on the streets to keep themselves alive. they again enslaved women, as they were called, did it like sold it in order to get money and to be able to buy their own freedom, and also to free their parents or their children and so on.
That's so interesting. In Nigeria also, like akara is something you find on the streets. Most times we eat it with bread. But sometimes at like funerals, you'll find them making akara. They'll make them sometimes fried in vegetable oil, other times in dende, palm oil. And for warriors, people who are being sent off to rest, you'll find akara there. How do you eat akara in Brazil?
Actually, it's very different from the way that you eat in Nigeria. Okay, we can just eat it by itself, like alone, the small ones. But also, what is more common here, it's eat it with salad by tomato and onions.
Okay.
Caruru, that is a very typical food, Baian food, that is made of okra, vatapá, and hot sauce.
That's interesting. I'm really looking forward to making akara for the first time and just exploring the differences between Nigerian akara and Brazilian akara. I think it's also important that these foods have been alive for hundreds of years. For me, it's a strong testament to the power of human resilience and also that emotional connection that holds memories together. Thank you very much for speaking with me, Luciana. Any tips for me to make the best akara? Can you tell me what I can do?
I learned from the elderly that you should mix a lot to make the dough soft and fluffy, and season it with salt and put smashed onion too, so it becomes very tasteful. So this is the power of our Black women.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to trying both out.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you going to have any akara this week? Next week?
If I could, I can have akara all the weeks. It's a very delicious food for us.
Yeah. It takes a lot to make it, so
it's why we buy it.
I think I always respect. I mean, it's a kind at home in Nigeria is Saturday morning food. It's a food that almost everyone across the country eats on a Saturday morning. So I think I'm going to have myself some soon.
Okay, great. Here is a very is a dish that put the people together, like to talk about life and to have fun. Okay, so for me, there's two different things. The sacred one that is made inside the terreiros de candomblé, and the other one, this one that you can buy in the streets and just have fun and drinking and so on.
Thank you very much, Luciana. Take care.
You too. Ciao, ciao.
Nigerian akara is the mother. The child, Brazilian akara. This black-eyed bean fritter traveled from the coasts of West Africa to the shores of the northeast of Brazil, Bahia in particular, during the transatlantic slave trade. Today, it stays prominent in both cuisines, kept on by the memories of history, culture, heritage, mostly upheld by women. These are the ingredients for Nigerian akara and Brazilian akara: black-eyed peas, green tomatoes, cucumber, peppers, ginger, garlic, red onions, dried shrimp, cashews, peanuts, vegetable oil, palm oil, yajinkuli, salt, more red onions, a variety of peppers, lime, coconut milk, and gari. Used in a variety of ways, these make both fritter and sides. Bread and akara is the most common form of enjoyment of this bean fritter in Nigeria. In Brazil, no bread features. The acarajé forms the bread bun that's cut open and slathered with the nutty paste of vatapá, which acts like butter, and then stuffed with a variety of salsas and hot sauces. We start off our akara making process by soaking our beans in some water. We'll leave that for a few minutes and then we'll pulse in a blender to help take the skins off. The pulsed beans, to which I'll add some water and leave to soak for a few minutes so the rest of the skins soften considerably. The beans have been in here for a while. I'm just gonna rub just to get the rest of the skins off. Clean beans and the chaff. The next step is pureeing the beans with some peppers and onions. I'm whisking batter to aerate it so that I end up with nice fluffy balls of akara. For my thicker akara batter, you can see it's much thicker compared to the akara batter. Just put a splash of water compared to the amount I used in the akara. The table is set. Come and eat. Nigerian akara cooked in vegetable oil. Akara is being served with agege bread, a soft white enriched bread This is our Nigerian akara sandwich. For akara jẹ, this acts as the bun. You cut it open, quite crusty on the outside and quite bready on the inside. We're going to line it with some vatapa, which is a paste of palm oil, coconut milk, peanuts, and cashew nuts. To that, we're going to add some salsa, green tomatoes, chili, and a few other things. And we will finish this up with some prawns. So there you have it, akara jẹ. The taste test. Did you hear that crunch? And yes, eating them both. Come and join me.
Welcome to Colonastics, colonial gymnastics. Yes, you heard it right. We are dodging all that neo-colonial exoticizing racist bullshit and we're going straight to the core. That area where it hurts the most. Because Colonastics is about you, white folks. We're bringing you the best white movements straight to the comfort of your own home. And you can just join. It's simple, it's easy, but most importantly, arrhythmic, monotone, and stiff. So let's quit the talking and let's get straight into it. Hey guys, Colonastics part 2. Is it just me or do you also miss the club? With all this corona schmorona lockdown, markdown, which has us sitting in our 100 square meters Altbau apartment in Berlin Mitte, feeling like a caged animal or something? Yeah. So what do you do when you really just want to rave it out to a favorite white DJ in Berghain, but Berghain is closed? I tell you what you do. You bring Berghain to your home. And that's what we're gonna do right now. Okay guys, we're gonna start with something really simple called a step touch. All white people love it. They do it all the time to whatever music. You can do it to any music. Step touch. Step touch. And stomp. Step touch. And stomp. Now we're gonna use the arms, okay? Right arm up. Left arm up. Right arm up. Left arm up. bit more advanced. Okay, the next one, you're gonna use your arms and you're gonna stomp single and double. Single, single, double, double. Single, single, double, double. Single, single, double, double. Single, single, yeah. That's it. Do you hear the melody? You hear the melody, it's coming. I can hear the melody, it's coming. Okay, this next part is hardcore. And when I say hardcore, I mean hardcore. Let's get ready for Chaba. Throw your legs up. Faster, 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 faster. Throw your legs up. Throw them up. You can do it. Throw them up. Legs up, arms up. This one's called backstep. No rhythm, no beat. Forget about the rhythm, forget about the beat. This is just about you and your body, nobody else. Okay. Bring it down, people. Bring it down. Take it down. Come back down. Back to the step touch, okay? Step touch. Step touch. Step touch and stop. Like I said, if you don't get the rhythm, it doesn't matter. You are the rhythm. Stomp it and step it. The next move is also advanced. It comes straight from the club, straight from Berlin underground club scene. Backhand bounce. Backhand bounce. Jump from side to side. Use your arms, use your legs. Jump it out, run. We're running on the spot. We're getting nowhere. Nowhere. You just stay that right there. You're not moving. We're not getting anywhere. You can use your arms if you like. Put your own little spin to it, but not too much, okay? We're still white. We're still white. We're still white. That's right. Step it out. Well done, guys. That was great. That was amazing. Guys, crazy. Wow, I'm so proud of you. See you next time. Colonastics.
Condensed existence. Quest for excellence. Zest of Bantu essence. I am the son of the sun, raised on calcinated sand. Starred flesh and bone I overstand. Many still do not understand my stance. Unsatisfied with circumstances, since Eurocentric science resorted to silence some of my senses. I seek to sing with my ancestors' spirits, basic instinct in effervescence. Incandescent stomach, like a firefly, I am luminescent. Black-eyed, born to meet bovine. I've been searching for a space to call mine. Unapologetic about my lifestyle, I'm a rebel with a million codes. Me, I'm like a street Somali Kenna. I know struggle and struggle knows. Me, my goals be getting mine even my nose bleed. I'm that fish learning how to climb trees. I'm redefining times, defying laws of physics. I am floating in the middle whirlwind. I am surfing on waves. But if it's not part of the plan, it is part of the process. I am learning to embrace my fears, getting a taste of my own tears. I am getting familiar with the scent of my sweat. You can pretend to ignore, but you cannot avoid the effects that I cause. The sun is burning, trees are falling, rise from ashes will fade in the morning. Alchemy, high power. Visions of my own looter begging for mercy. My calls extend to writing the future, that's why no one matched me. Love. Listen to the Serenity song. Lack of didn't stop us from getting our shine on. Used for trick, you might switch from their thing from human activities to automatic. Gone are the days when men were praised for their wrongs. I got a thing for that fact that we're still going big. Charging photos been the way through. It's true that you're being terrorized with stories about eternal life to get you to believe so you don't realize how control is detrimental. The toll is physical and mental, but the media won't call it. Just call this high power. We got nothing less than high power. Our existence is high power. And you thought you could dish this high power. Visions of my own looter begging for mercy. If I feel that we feel that we both deserve pity. No apology, my grandpa never said to the other chick. They say you can have freedom of speech, but not freedom of the speech, They never pay me, always expect me to be sweet, Fuck your colonizing, God, I got no room for sadness in my heart. Tired, constantly detoxing from system lies, now I need a license to hear. I'm dancing bare, feeling hard charcoal, elevating minds, but from outside it seems like I'm setting myself on fire. You could be 12 and decide to become a legend. I'm already being treated as legend. One man of a kind. Who saved my space in the cave or a room in the attic? Killers of Lumumba working hard to erase this body. So get up on that spaceship, fly with your own clicks, and call this high power. We got nothing less than high power. I fought for this. You're fool if you thought you dish this. I mean, this is high power. You thought you could dish this? This is high power. Listen. Who say my space in the cave or room in the attic? Killers of the moon but working hard to arrest this body. I didn't up a rhythm of poetry till I listened to my heartbeat. I rise to flip the generic narratives. In South Africa, heroes got no biographies. No privacy, my truth is naked, shaking the table. Just call us high power. We got nothing less than high power. You thought you could dish this? Listen, this is high power. The sun is burning, trees are falling, rise from ashes of fade in the morning. Alchemy, high power. Kings, bishop, knights, baron, villains, slaves, level. Castes, clans, tribes, male, female, labels. Heterosexuals, homosexuals, fake identities. Waters, creosoles, mountains, trees. They don't care about nomenclature. Yeah, we kill each other over tags. We rape in the name of culture. After blame games in the dark, screams fade in silence. Insane monsters in the kids' park. Their last sins of violence. Survival, protection of pack, state of fright, greed, defense. Who's right? Who's wrong? Who's alive? Who's gone? It's a matter of time. This is the difference. And before you know it, the truth spills out like vomit. The sun is burning. Are falling, rise from ashes or fade in the morning. Evolution, creation, that's all existence built on. Yeah, in reality, fear of annihilation is where survival instincts from. Hell is the other the poet thinks on. It's who the media fingers the mouth shits on. Got a heavy past on my shoulder, chaotic present in mind. I'm my own future's holder, so with a little time at a time, I put my existence into art. It's for my experience that I write. My body's a canvas, my mind a theater. Anytime is showtime. I dance to maintain balance, my question for a living, to find a rhyme. One step at a time, like an artist walking on a tightrope. I draw star-like figures in white on the blackboard. Perhaps a reminder of a previous life in a black hole. It's a black mirror thing. Reflection, questioning one another. Who's on the other side? The sun is burning, trees are falling, rise from ashes and fade in the morning. Alchemy, high power.
Hi everybody. Hi, how are you guys doing? It's great to be here. I mean, it's funny as well to say here because the here doesn't require space anymore. So here is everywhere. Here is where you are. And I am in Rwanda right now, Kigali. And right now the world is going crazy. We're seeing a lot of protests. And I can say from my community of artists, I think on Tuesday when I opened my Instagram account, I mean, like all my feeds were, I mean, it was just like a long, dark feed. You know, I was like, okay, I'm happy this is happening. People are responding. Because usually in situations where there's chaos in a part of the world, and most time the other part of the world will be like, that's not my fight. What do I have to do with this, you know? So, and even like worldwide, like we're seeing right now, mass movements, people protesting against police brutality, against racism, because racism is like, it's the biggest virus we have right now, you know? I mean, people were like, okay, we have a virus going on right now, but there's an even bigger virus that we have to deal with, which is like, it's been there for years, for centuries, you know? And from Rwanda, it's hard to say exactly what he means, because we understand what pain is. We understand what being marginalized, what being thrown out of your space because of what you look like. You know, we've had a genocide in this country. You know, it was all based on these racist theories and practices that were designed by the colonialists. You know, for us, it was more about the height or the size of your nose or the color of your gum. All these things are kind of, you know, when you put it together, you're like, really? Like, I can travel anywhere in Africa and they will never tell where I'm from, you know, which means that I see people as Black people, we all Black people, you can't tell the difference, you know, like. But when you start to get into those details that were instructed to us and that were, you know, like over and over time, it's just, you realize actually even today that the way we deal with each other, there's still like remnants and a lot actually of traces of racism even within us as Black people, you know. For example, if you talk about what it is to be a beautiful person, to be physically beautiful, you know, all these reflections and a lot of it, you will see like trends of Black women, especially Black women, bleaching, because TV has been selling us that to be beautiful you have to look Caucasian, relaxing hair, all these things that I mean, what we see, they are actually the consequences of racial kind of programming that we're going through over the years, over time, you know. And so, yeah. And as I go through it personally, first of all, you know, I have to deal with so much, because even if you think about religion, you know, you go to church and they teach you that, you know, to this guy from this part of the world, so and the design, it just reflects like whiteness, you know. So it's just hard, you know. But some people are trying it. Some people are trying to get away from the brainwashing and, you know, take charge. Question, who am I? Who am I without any reference to what is being instructed to my system, you know? And so another question is like, what does Afrofuturism mean to me? Afrofuturism is, I mean, it is the future where Africa is at the heart of it, of the movement, you know? Because if you look around, there's a lot of chaos, and also chaos in terms of how space is occupied by human beings, you know. The difference between Africa right now and most places that it still feels natural in so many places, you know. So people looking for connection with nature, with self, Africa is pretty much the place to be, you know. Whereas when you go in other places that, you know, the land is being designed and cut, and, you know, there's a lot of concrete, there's people live in boxes and stuff. So it's like you have to integrate the system to learn how to live in it, how to survive in it, you know. And Africa is still open, it's still, there's still a lot to discover in terms of what can we advance as an idea of what is the next life. It's very easy to do here because there's also a lot of empty spaces to occupy in different ways with ideas, with art, with politics. There's so much. So for me, I'm very much interested in systems. And the question is always like, how do we get out of this system, and what system is best? So that's the question, like I'm trying to discover as well. I'm working on it. My friends are working on it. Artists are working on it. And I think it's good already to be at that position where you can start to think about the next life, because usually as Black people, we are reacting to the current and the past, and so it puts us in like very, very bad positions, positions that nobody want to be in to start with, and I'm talking about this in general, not just not just because there's racism in the United States or in Europe, but even in Africa itself, So to think differently is just, first of all, I think you would have to live a different life, to believe, to understand the possibilities that there are, the alternatives that there are, But it's complex, but people are working on that. Artists are trying their best. There are ideas, that Africa is the future. So that's already a good start, to think, to reflect, and to try to come up with, what I may say alternatives. Is there any other question? Can I tell you about research for the cultural history and cultural performances? Well, so long story short, I grew up in exile and I've been traveling around Africa trying to look for a home because my grandparents were thrown away from their home. And so we've been looking all this time. And then, at some point, it was the Liberation War after the genocide. So the country established some sense of peace and stability. And so we came, and we'd like to say came back. So I guess the spirit came back, but my grandparents came back, literally. And so I got here, and, we learned French, we learned these English, these languages, but it's hard that you feel home, but you cannot interact with your own people because Kinyarwanda is the main language. And Kinyarwanda, to be honest, is one of those coded languages on the planet because some references date are like 600 years, 400 years, and if you don't have the ability to decode a lot of things, you'll never be able to understand. So this is why when I perform in English, I really feel like it's kind of, it's kind of washed off a little bit. I know that. I try my best, but also at the same time, I'm learning these languages. So eventually, in the future, I really want to make performances in Kinyarwanda mostly, and use Kinyarwanda references, run references. So I've been doing research personally, traveling across the country to meet elderly people in their 70s, 80s, and ask them what it was like before what we call independence. What was it like to see the first, not the second wave of colonizers? How was he working with them? What is their perception towards themselves? What is the identity to them? What is to be Rwandan, for example? Because right now, I can tell you that, I am a mixed culture person, I consume a lot of culture, especially from the United States, hip hop and music and stuff and TV. So I just needed to find my roots, and I went. It was a hard journey. I almost died on the way, and eventually I came to the answer from the pressures that I had, and it has given me a lot of strength, a lot of courage to continue to work, to continue to create. It's a lot of inspiration. It's like I have a huge stock of inspiration. I can just. Anytime I'm thirsty, I get there, I quench my thirst to create. All right. So I want to say thank you so much for your questions. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you tomorrow around the same time. And all right, cheers. Big one. My name is Eric Monkey. I'm from Rwanda. Bye.
Willkommen zurück, liebe TeilnehmerInnen, nach einer ersten Tageshälfte, die Sie hoffentlich in einen richtig schönen Festival-Flow versetzt hat. Dear participants from all over the world, welcome back after an inspiring first half of the day, which hopefully has established a sort of festival mood. Today, an average of 150 people from many countries worldwide participated again. And now we are heading towards this weekend and hope to attract even more participants. If you like our festival and want to support us, please feel free to tell your friends and colleagues about Latitude. We would be delighted if as many people as possible could join. For those of you who have just joined us, let me pass over briefly some organizational information. And for those who stayed with us, please excuse the repetition. So, you can find detailed information and available translations on the festival website. And we also have provided a FAQ on the website in German and English. Plus, we offer a radio program, Latitude On Air, streaming on Reboot FM. For those who do not know the residency program at the Villa Sul in Salvador de Bahia as yet, during the festival, you can see a digital exhibition on our website, as the residency artists were unfortunately not able to work there because of the pandemic. At 17:15 Central European Time, you can see a live conversation with 4 filmmakers, of which one is a residency artist in the Villa Sul. The talk will be in Portuguese, which will be simultaneously translated into English. Then, at 6 p.m. Central European Time, you can watch an impressive video with the title The Mourning Citizen by Trixie Munyama, after which I will have the pleasure to speak with Vichitwa Jiharine, who is one of the co-creators of this piece. Please feel invited to participate with your questions in the public Q&A on the available social media channels, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. But first and up next, we will now stream a live debate about visions for museums with the activating title, How Museums Move into the Future. There are already 6 wonderful guests, historians and art experts from all over the world waiting to start. The host is Tonya Nelson, chair of the International Council of Museums in the UK, who has been leading efforts in the UK to promote new visions for equality in museums. I will see you again at 18:30 Central European Time, together with my guest, Vichitwa Jiharine. And now I really feel a little bit like in the European Song Contest. Somebody said that yesterday. I hand over to Tonya Nelson. Tonya, are you there?
I am.
Hi.
Here I am.
Hi. Have
How
fun.
are you?
Good luck.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
I am
Thank
very
you.
well. I'm very well. I'm very excited. Such an exciting time. And I'm looking forward to your discussion. I say hi to Leontina if she's there. Have fun together. Hi, Leontina.
Fantastic. Well, you know, it's my pleasure really to be able to host this session on the future of museums. I had the chance to sit in on the festival yesterday, and I was so impressed with the richness of the content and the variety of formats. So I hope today we can live up to that high bar that's already been set.
You will, I'm very sure. So I have to leave now, otherwise I get into trouble with the technical team. So I say goodbye. Have a good discussion, live debate. See you again. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to start with our session, and we're going to try to do a little bit something different with our session. We are going to have a series of what I would call conversations between 2 or 3 people who are part of our guest panel today. So we'll take those in succession. And my thought was really, you know, I'm living in the UK and I work in the UK, but I'm doing my lockdown in Stuttgart in Germany. And one of the things that I find really interesting about German culture is this cake and coffee in the afternoon. So people stop between 3 and 4 o'clock and have cake and coffee and have a chat. And so I thought we would have a format that kind of feels like that, even though I don't have any cake, I have some coffee. And I know my colleagues across the world are at different time zones, so it's not cake and coffee time, but we want to give that feeling of having a conversation. And I'm really, really pleased for the first conversation to have Leontine Meyer van Mensch, who is director of the ethnographic collections of Saxony, and has a long and impressive career within museums. She was previously program director of the Jewish Museum in Berlin and deputy director of the Museum of European Cultures in Berlin. She's a lecturer and she's active in many, many boards, including the executive board of ICOM, International Council of Museums. So we have collaborated in the concept within ICOM, but we also are leaders within museums ourselves. So really happy to talk to you and have a conversation about the future of museums. Now, what we thought might be good is to start to frame this entire conversation with the proposed new definition that ICOM put forth last year. It hasn't been approved yet, it's in proposal stage, but it solicited lots of discussion. And we thought then that's a really good way to start this discussion. So I'm going to read out the new proposed definition, but we also have a slide that shows it so you can read it because it's actually quite long. So for those in the technical office, if you could now show the definition, the slide on the ICOM definition, I will read it out. I'm hoping it's on the screen now. I can't see it. But the new definition, I think on the slide you have the old definition and you have the new definition. So the new definition is museums are democratizing, inclusive, polyphonic spaces for critical dialogue about the past and the future. Acknowledging and addressing the conflicts and challenges of the present, they hold artifacts and specimens in trust for society, safeguard diverse memories for the future generations, and guarantee equal rights and equal access to heritage for all people. Museums are not for profit. They are participatory and transparent, and work in active partnership with and for diverse communities to collect, preserve, research, interpret, exhibit, enhance understanding of the world, aiming to contribute to human dignity and social justice, global equality, and planetary well-being. So with that, Leontine, so glad to see you.
Very, very nice seeing you, although I don't have coffee and I don't have cake.
I'm sorry, I didn't get there in time. I sent some to you.
We can't have it all, can we?
So just to kick off, if this definition were to be approved, what do you think that would say about the future of museums and kind of what we can expect from the future of museums?
Well, first of all, although we are both part of the ICOM community, my perspective today will be of a museum director or a reflexive practitioner within the German museum context, and now the director of the second largest ethnographical collection in Germany. And I find the future a difficult concept in this one, because we of course don't know what the future will be. And I also, we need to be realistic. Museums won't change the world. However, I think museums help people playing their role in shaping society by being places for critical dialogue. And I think the proposed definition was about that. It was very much about that. Museums facilitate positions, museums as agencies, museums that are not neutral. And I think in the old definition, it's that is still reflecting on old structures and old paradigms, and again, sort of critically reflecting on your concept of future, what we see in this proposed definition, it's not so new, it's not future oriented, it's what museum life and especially museum discourse has been for more or less 30 to 40 years. So I would say it's very much a mainstream museum discourse that maybe is not always, unfortunately, museum practice. And with this museum definition, we could have or proposal, we could have put that in place. And for me, as a museum director, this proposal would have benefited me not only now but also in the future, in my already current day practices. It reflects on new relational ethics, what is very much also a thing in the Savoir and SAR report. Of course, it helps museums to really get into the stages of thinking and acting on issues of repatriation and restitution. I mean, that also was in this proposal. And therefore, it's also very interesting to reflect on the fact why it wasn't approved yet. You know?
Yeah.
And of course, this definition is also very much you know, being a facilitator, being a platform, mediating between different voices within society, and that was for me and is still a very inspirational text.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you that I think museums are on the pathway towards this. And so for some museums, this definition won't be very radical, but for others, it will be extremely radical. And, when I see in the old definition is, statements like permanence, which I know what was intended by that, but the permanency and the whole idea of education and, study gives you that impression of the museum is there to transmit information to you. You are the receiver. It's a very rigid and very static place. And that probably wasn't the intention of the original definition, but the new one has so much more activity, so much more energy behind it. And for me, with a definition like this, it holds the opportunity for instance, since I'm originally from the United States, and one of the places I'd love to go when I was growing up was the beauty salon or the barbershop, because all the conversations would happen there would be fantastic. You would talk about the issues of the day. Everybody would have their opinion. It was fun, but it was a place for debate. And it was, and what if museums could feel that comfortable, that like it's a place where you really could go and debate the questions of the day? I think we're also, we're used to using digital technology to kind of voice our opinions, but it's also, it's either you're on this side or you're on that side. It gets very contentious very easily. And I think where museums are very strong is being able to suss out the nuances of things and to say, it's not exactly that, it's somewhat like that, but not exactly. And society really needs a place where those kind of subtleties and nuances can come through. And so in a sense, the definition to me provides a pathway to that. But it will require shifts in mindset in some people. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on what is the kind of mindset that needs to change in order for museums to kind of be able to move into the future in a way that we've both talked about.
Oh, mindsets, again, a difficult word. And you can look at that, of course, from many perspectives. But let me reflect on professionalism, and that I think that we need to reconsider what museum professionalism is. and therefore what expertise is, and what knowledge is, and what other knowledges are that need to be taken into the narrative, into the museum. Um, and what you're saying about the barbershop, or it's the well in the city center where people gather around. It's this idea of agora, or you could say, if you want to be a bit more theoretical, the so-called third space, right? That's what you're referring to. And that needs a shift from being an expert on a specific subject matter that sends information and educates the people in a person that has a certain toolbox, a sort of methodological toolbox, and says, hey, I'm going to help you with my toolbox so you can express your own narratives. So it's being this mediator, facilitator. Therefore, of course, the whole learning in museums has become more and more important, and that's actually also what this museum a new proposal is all about. It's all about learning. It's about interpretation. It's about museums as storytellers, embracing this multifocality. And that needs a shift from what is for us expertise, and therefore, as I said, I'm just repeating myself, professionalism, and that's pretty scary. That's scary for a lot of people, and I always thought that was a generational thing, but it's not. It's not a generational thing. It's a particular set of um, the way you perceive academic knowledge, uh, the way you perceive institutions like museums. And I see them, of course, as centers of knowledge, of interpretation, of deep thinking, but also very much spaces of dialogue, and coming together. And we still, I think, frame them as specific qualities that people have in specific um, parts of the museum, but it's actually, I think, a heterogeneous new perspective on professionalism that everybody in the museum needs to have. So it's not something that you can sort of delegate to the educational department.
Yeah. I completely agree with you. You kind of stole my answer to this question in a sense, because I do think there's something about how we think about expertise, because I think there's a value in, expertise that comes through long formal academic study, but there's also something about expertise in terms of lived experience. And I think now we don't have a very good language in the world about talking about different types of expertise and contributions. So on one hand, at least in the United States, let's put UK and the United States in one thing, which is, there is this battle against, being an expert is bad somehow. But we know with COVID-19, we need the scientists to tell us the facts. We need somebody who can tell us the facts, and we should be able to rely on those people. But at the same time, we need space for everybody to be able to contribute their lived experience and their own personal history. And we need to find a way to have a value system that can accept both, and can understand what facts are, and experience is, and kind of negotiate that whole thing. So I certainly think, and I think that will have an impact, as you say, on professionalism within the museums, and like, what does our staff look like? How are they trained? How are curators trained? How are other staff trained? How are there new roles that we need within museums in terms of people with the skills to engage communities and build partnerships and collaborations? Many people who are maybe coming from a more traditional museum environment would not have had those kinds of skills in the past. So I think also it's about those kind of new skill sets.
Yeah, that is what I meant with this methodological toolbox, in a way.
Yes, yes, completely agree. So the final question I have just to kind of tie things up, and hopefully, I forgot to say this up front, we do want to try to take at least maybe one question after each conversation, but it may be that we have to push it to the end, but let's see how we go. But the final question is, who's doing interesting things that kind of relate to the future vision of museums? Are there any examples you'd bring up from your own experience, which is, quite deep experience, or from other examples that you would like to share with the audience?
For a German context, I could of course say, well, what is now happening in Dresden at the state art collections and what Marion Ackermann is doing it was for me the reason to come to her institution. But that's a bit corny. But I feel that especially in the field of city museums or community neighboring museums like the Friedrichshain-Kreuzberg Museum, there are a lot of interesting initiatives. The museum in the city of Frankfurt, the new historical museum, which is so deeply participatory on the one hand, and really being this in the city center of Frankfurt, where people can discuss and negotiate and come together. And on the other hand, it's still a museum with in-deep expert knowledge on medals in Frankfurt from the 17th century. So I also don't believe in this dichotomy that it's either or, but that of course in a museum context, those two things can also come together. And I experience a lot of interesting, or I've witnessed a lot of interesting museum kind of institutions that probably won't fit into the old museum definition, but maybe in the new one, that are much more liquid, that are collaborating with local archives, with libraries, with community centers, with participatory collecting strategies, and those interesting non-classical museum spaces are, I think, developing an interesting methodology that can be maybe not one-to-one, but at least be an example for the larger institutional tankers. So, for example, Imagine I See in Amsterdam, which is not an archive, it's not a library, it's not a museum, it's somewhere, and it's not a social hub as well. It's none of the above, and it's all of the above, and they're doing amazing inspirational work. So I really can say to everybody, look at what Imagine I See is doing in Amsterdam.
Great, fantastic, good. I mean, for myself, I'm actually just going to talk about a personal experience that kind of gave me a nugget, a little taste of what could happen in the future. Several years ago, I was managing a really small Egyptian collection at University College London called the Petrie Museum. And we were approached by the Egyptian government to help them set up a new educational center using some of our collections. And we very, very, we're really happy to collaborate with them. And we decided to start a community exhibition development group. So we brought in people who were immigrants from Egypt living in London to help us co-create an exhibition. And I know there's tons of examples of co-creation and co-exhibition design out there. That's not particularly new. But what happened to us during the process of developing this new space with these collaborators is the Arab Spring. And suddenly the conversation just became so different. And actually these people who are working with us on an exhibition said, oh, okay, I know we're working on the exhibition, but could we use your space to debate how we're gonna react to the Arab Spring? Like what's going to be our contribution? What is the future of Egypt? And we were like, yeah, go ahead and use this space for that. And it felt, what was really nice about it is because they felt comfortable in the space. They felt that they could ask to use the space for something that wasn't directly relevant to the collections, but through the exhibition they were doing, they were thinking about issues of identity and history and all those things. So they wanted to carry on that conversation in a slightly less traditional museum form. But I felt very inspired by the fact that they felt the space was theirs and that they could use it. And so, you know, it's funny because I think that happened because I was in a small museum that was a university-based museum. And so we were allowed to let that happen without it being formalized. I think in museums, we have so many things that are formalized into projects, programs. Okay, we need to add, you know, we need to ask for the money for this or that. This is the UK, US maybe perspective. And by the time
it's also a very German perspective, I must say.
Okay, and so by the time you get the money for a formal program and then it begins and it ends, and it's like you can't build long-term relationships like that. You need more, as you say, fluidity, you know, in relationships, and you need to be able to be empowered to have that fluidity, to have communities be part of your organization in lots of different ways.
Yeah, maybe one more thing. It's all, I think, about building up relationships, and you can only build up relationships that are sustainable if there's trust, mutual trust. And one thing which is standing in the way of so many innovative processes is it's all about project money. So there's no sustainability, and without the lack of sustainability, how can you build up trust and relationships? Yep. So let's work on that together for our future museum model.
Okay, so I think we have a time for one question. This is from Jean-Baptiste Colin. I can't read it very well, from YouTube. The question is about hiring and HR policy. How will museums become these fluid spaces when they are still hiring the same kind of academic types? You know, typically, advertisement for a museum job comes with a list of academic credentials you must have. We all know this. Do you have any thoughts about the future of kind of hiring, or what's your thoughts about for your museum, maybe how you bring people in with maybe different backgrounds?
Well, what I try to do now in my museums, and that's the good thing of being a director, that you can sort of change the process, is indeed look differently towards biographies, towards the so-called academic, to let a multifocality in the museum space, which is in general, of course, for an ethnographical context, enormously important, also in relation to cultural diversity. But if you can't do it with the staff immediately, there's also a different way of governance, and a sort of shared mutual ownership that you can have with lots of communities, source communities, but in general communities of interest, communities of implication, the people around your museum space, boards, and that's something that is a new ethical governing that is very much needed, especially in Germany, where most of the museum people, or people that work in museums, they're old. And nothing against the old, and old and young, it's also a mindset. But in a German context, me being 47, being a director is quite young. And then I always have to say, you know, I'm 47, I'm almost 50. You know, the young are in their 20s or in the beginning of their 30s. So it's and that's so beautiful in being in this position of power, that you can take position and try to change the system. And it's a long process and also frustrating, but I think that's what we need to do as museum people, especially the ones in such places. And that was also something that was engraved in this new museum definition proposal. And that's why it is so so frustrating that it was postponed in Kyoto.
We're going to have to leave it there, actually. That's a good way to kind of wrap it up and bring it back to the beginning, which was the ICOM definition. Thank you so much, Leontine, for the conversation. I hope soon we'll be able to have cake and coffee together in person.
I hope. I'm counting on it, my dear.
Yes. Good. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to go on to our next conversation. I hopefully have with me Manuela Bauch and Kina Eliasson, who will focus on the involvement of civil society and the role of the public as it relates to memory politics. So Manuela is a historian with a focus on the history of colonialism and life sciences of the 19th and 20th century. Since 2019, Manuela has been director of a project on examining the historical and political history of a building on Ehrenstrasse. I think this was the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Eugenics. Yes. That she's been studying. And she's also a member of the steering committee of the project Post-Colonial Remembrance in the City. So welcome, Manuela.
Thank you.
And then we also have with us Kina Eliasson, who's a curator, a writer, a love researcher, an heiress Jarl, a shaman, a narrator, a singer, and an ancient chronicler. Fantastic profile there. She's a member of the African Heritage Commission for the designation of the Valongo Wharf region as a World Heritage Site via UNESCO, and is a curator of the 10th Sci-Art International Biennial that will be taking place in Bolivia. And she's currently a professor at the professor of the Free Learning Program at the Park Long School of Visual Arts in Rio. Are you joining us from Rio?
Yes.
Okay.
What? Sorry?
Are you, Kina, are you in Rio right now?
Yes, I'm in Rio.
And Manuela's in Berlin.
That's right, yes.
Welcome. So, you know what? I'm going to ask you the same questions from your perspective of thinking about how the public can be involved in this idea of memory institutions. So, Manuela, do you want to start with just talking about what the future could look like if we had more of the public involved in this idea of shaping a memory institution or a museum?
Yes. I followed your discussion with Leontine, and I think it's a really tough question, actually. Because if I understand correctly, you're not only hinting at, not only asking what would memory institutions, museums, and so on look like if public was allowed more into these institutions, but it's basically asking the question, would that also, altering these institutions change society, change the world in a way? And it's a really big question, I think. And honestly, I don't know how it would change the world, but I have things I hope for, actually. And one thing I hope for is that, and it sounds a bit vague maybe, but I hope that if we would open museums, memory institutions for the public, for people who are very much connected to the histories which are being remembered in these institutions, that these people would get some rest and that the world in a way would get some rest. And what I have in mind is the work I'm doing right now at the moment at Free University, trying to find ways to commemorate the history of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Eugenics, trying to commemorate this history in the building, the former building of this institute. And what we're doing is we're very closely working together with people, representatives from associations which are actually connected to this history. So the Central Council, Central Jewish Council, Central Council for Sinti and Roma, the Initiative of Black People in Germany, and so on. And what I found really interesting is that all of them actually said what's really important to them is that we narrate this story in a way that it also connects not only to the past, but also to the present and to present day struggles, to racism today. And when they said that, and we didn't ask them for that, it was something that came up in all the discussions we had independently from each other. And I had the impression that it was real, like an urge, and there was, and I really feel it. I mean, myself being a Black person, I really understand this urge, and there's something restless behind that. And that's why I'm saying, I hope that this restlessness will, in a way, leave us, and that we will get some rest.
Yeah.
Because people get more involved in stories which are being told, because they're telling their stories than themselves. So, yeah.
I love that concept. I love that concept of giving people rest by being able to articulate their own stories. I think that's really a fantastic concept and idea. Kina, do you have a vision for the future you'd like
to well, first, thanks a lot, Manuela, for your words, because I'm completely with you, because we are very, very tired as a Black person that sometimes here in Brazil and some places in the world that I have been, it's very interesting to see how one person can represent the whole future and present and a people. And as a Black woman, probably you pass through this, Manuela, Antonia, as someone that can have the voice for everybody, like we are an institution. But one thing around the future that I really am concerned about is not only understand, but assume the past and the present, because sometimes we think that we need to understand, we need to decolonize, we need to undo things. But sometimes for undo things, we need to assume what happened. We need to assume what we construct to understand, and have this rest, of course, that you told, because we have this a lot of news around the violence around Black bodies in the world. Here in Brazil, we have a lot, and this news is not new. It's something that can completely be inside of a museum.
Yeah.
And assume this is a part of understanding how can we break this cycle. And I'm talking about this to talk about the future and how can we be connected with one institution that we call museum. This is very interesting because as a Black person and a Brazilian person, I have native blood and African blood inside of me and my culture, and my Portuguese is not a Portuguese from Portugal, it's a Portuguese that we built here with a lot of culture. And future, present, and past are connected, are together. And the way that we see the time is only one way. For a lot, maybe 3 or 4 African cultures, the time is completely different. We can see our future in our eyes. We can see our past in our ways. And one way to do this, I think, is around our sound. Because here we are not together, but we are together with our sound, with our vision. Because of course, sometimes our eyes are a little tired to see so many things. And so sometimes we can close our eyes and be together with our sound. The waves of the sound are together in the world now. The waves of this energy are together in the world. So connect these ways of doing and being time is something that we can give for this institution that we Europeanly call museum. We Europeanly call art. We Europeanly call story. because sometimes the story can be a life, a bird, a door, a time.
Yeah. I love that. I love that concept, though, being together in different ways, in sound and vision, and that kind of opportunity that's out there. So I'm going to stick with you, Kina, for the second question, which is, what fundamentally has to change in the way that we think in order to make your vision come to life, for it to happen? Is it a change in the way government works? Is it the change in the way that museums operate? Is it the way people think of museums? Like, what do you think is the fundamental shift in thinking that has to change?
It's around the structure, of course. It's around the structure. And when I say structure, I'm saying about the money, and the places. How can we build these places? This architecture, engineer, and thinking around this, what we not only call in white cube, because we cannot say white cube anymore, because we need to vanish this, but this place that we think around where we're gonna keep it, this structure to keep it, what we're gonna keep it. So what I think that needs to change is to listen. The listening of the structures needs to understand how strong is being structured thing, because sometimes many, I know that this is not only in Brazil. I know because I work around the world, have many places, have many museums and cultural centers that people around it and the neighbors don't go because they don't feel invited. It's not only open the door, it's open the ears. So again, to get the waves, so we need to change how we move the money inside the structure. Not to leave the money, we need money to understand things, but maybe change the place where do we have more money, not to do so many big exhibitions, maybe doing a better restroom. Maybe it's better doing a better restroom than a huge exhibition. I don't know.
Yeah, I really, that whole idea of kind of, thinking and starting first with your audience, the audience that you want to have, starting from there and working and putting the money that's going to get them there, as opposed to thinking, museums tend to be collections first. The first thing they think about is a collection before they think about the people. So it's kind of like shifting that paradigm a bit.
Yes, a lot of collections and empty.
Yeah. And Manuela, do you have any thoughts about what needs to change in terms of mindset?
In terms of mindset, I would say I don't actually know if there's a translation into English for this big German word Deutungshoheit. There's probably a word. So I think that a big problem with institutions like museums is that you have this idea that there's the institution which is allowed to tell the main story and the master narrative, basically. And I think that, but this is something that is beginning to change, has begun to change anyways, in all the debates about decolonizing knowledge and so on, that museums are being attacked or questioned as institutions which position themselves as institutions which are allowed to tell any story without including other people in this narration. So I think this has to change. So apologies for not having this the English word now, but so stepping back basically from this idea of being legitimized to tell any stories. But so that's for the mindset. But at the same time, I'm very much with Kina and also with Leontine, what she said earlier, about very straightforward things that have to change. I mean, and this is money. I mean, we always talk about money and talk about structures, as Kina said. And I remember that Leontine said sustainability. So sustainable funding is something I believe is really fundamental for a process where we want to open up institutions, because then we're not only talking about funding projects of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, but we're talking about installing processes, beginning processes, including people, talking with people, thinking about how we need to restructure employment situations in museums and institutions and so on. And to do that, we need, we can't think in terms of projects that have a beginning and then have an end after 2 years. We really need another funding structure, for instance. And you know, me, myself, being based at university, we also really need, I mean, I'm not involved in a process which involves lots of different actors, institutions, and so on. And it's really difficult, but my official position is I'm a postdoc researcher. I mean, I have a contract of 2 years and I'm expected to put forward, you know, articles for peer-reviewed journals and so on. But that's not the point in what I'm doing, actually, you know. And but it's not, university doesn't have this structure to allow for these kind of processes, actually, that we are trying to build at the moment. So it's, I think, a mix of mindset, but also structures and funding structures, which have to change fundamentally.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And having worked at a university-based museum for 9 years, certainly we certainly have to work on the kind of relationship between what universities produce in terms of knowledge and how that knowledge is introduced in society, and the kind of dialogue that happens that helps to shape the research that universities do, so that it's focusing on the right questions, and then also making sure that knowledge and that understanding coming from kind of interaction with the public also comes back out in a way that's useful to everybody, so that it's much more productive ecosystem between the university and society.
Yes.
So
can I add a short thing that comes to my mind? Because I remember that people talked about my work at the university, saying in German, "Well, what you're doing is a Transferprojekt, a transfer project. So you're not doing proper research, but you're doing something, working with the public, where research is being transferred to the public." And I'm always like, is that not actually the point of research generally? It should be transferred to the wider public. But there's this very conservative idea, you know, and this differentiation and dichotomy between what researchers are supposed to do in their little offices, and then what other people working in the public are doing, and that needs to change.
Yeah.
Yes, we need to teach institutions sometimes.
Yes.
Definitely.
We do. Okay, so I want to move on to the final question, because I do want to, there's some questions coming in from YouTube and other places. So the final question is, you know, you two inspire us with some examples of things that you've seen that you think really kind of point to the future, things that you want, examples you want people to know about in terms of good practice around this community engagement piece. Kina, do you want to start?
Yes, I can start. Well, I have 3 examples in 3 different places. My first example is in Parque Laje, EAV, which is the place that I am the teacher. It's very interesting because we have this program that just started last year and now closed because of the pandemic ways. And we started an deformation program, which is free for understanding how you are inside in the world, in the art world. We have 2 classes, and you can be inside of this to understand how you are in the art field. You are an artist, a creator, a writer, someone that only see art, only make part of. And this is a 1-year process, a 1-year project, we can say about it. And it's very interesting because it's for free. We have money inside the structure for give these classes with wonderful professors, different professors, and connect many people. We have open studios, open visitors, and these classes are the classes are open, so the public is coming around and go and see it, what is happened, and we can talk with people, like, well, we are in a class, if you want to come in, you can. So, and it's very strong how the place that is very touristic place is becoming a touristic and artistic and put inside of this field. Another example that I have is in Bolivia, with the Museo Nacional del Arte, which is the biggest museum in Bolivia, and they changed the director, and this new director, Max Jorge Hinderer Cruz, just changed the way to see what is traditional art, what is important art, because they are seen as many Latin Americans museums as European art is the good, greatest art. And the archive and everything is around this art, and the modern art and the contemporary is around it. And then they look at inside of this collection and see, well, let's bring this together. What we miss this people. And so they bring with another languages inside of Bolivia, because it's not Spanish, it's a many natives languages. So they start to talk with people in these natives languages. It was wonderful and huge to discuss and connect the people with the collection. Another one is the CCA Lagos in Lagos, Nigeria, with the place that was our beloved Busy Silva, that is a place to understand how can we understand contemporary art inside Nigeria. Now Ireani is the director now, because Busy, if they didn't know, passed away. And we have like a library inside there. Understand art, and be art is read books and be inside of these places and have this. So it's very alive and strong places. So I think these three examples can you can fulfill the ways that we can talk about the past, the present, and the future at the same time.
Yeah, I really like that. I really like that, because again, museums are traditionally memory about the past, but it's really exciting to think about them as conduits for us to develop future worlds, to talking about the present and developing future solutions. And I like the way that your examples are really about breaking down barriers between different parts of society, with education, museums, art, it's like breaking down those boundaries so everybody can participate. I really like that. Manuela, did you have some examples that you wanted to share?
Yes, I have several examples, but I'll share one. And because I thought about it, and I really have the impression things begin to change. So there are several examples. I mean, there's one I will just state, but for those who are able to understand German, verwobene Geschichten. verwobenegeschichten.de is a site that you should look at, and a web project which involve people from very different communities in Berlin, and where they worked on creating a web space which looks at the history of the interlinked history of different communities in Berlin at the beginning of the 20th century. And yes, but the example, the main example I wanted to share is something that just started this year. It's a project which I invite everyone to look for. It started this year. It still has the rather bulky working title, Post-Colonial Remembrance in the City, but we'll launch a website soon with a better and more attractive title. And what's really important about this project, it got the funding now this year by the Berlin Senate Department for Culture and by the German Cultural Foundation. And what's really fascinating about it, it's a project that will go on for 5 years in Berlin, try to commemorate the history, the colonial history of Berlin with different exhibitions and so on. And I've been part of the project, of preparing the project the last 2 years. And it was a wonderful process because it brought together very different people and institutions. So we had people from representatives of the Initiative of Black People in Germany. We had people from EOTO, Each One Teach One in Berlin, which is a space mainly for for people of African descent, a space of empowerment. We had Berlin Post-Colonial, which has been involved in the last years very intensely in the whole debate on decolonizing streets, so street names, and also museums and museum collections. And so we had these institutions, these organizations, and then we have in the project also the Berlin City Museum, which is like the well-established institution. And what we did the last 2 years was really working together on common vision of what we want to create for the coming 5 years in critically, reviewing Berlin's colonial past. And I think it's a perfect, it's a perfect example, a very good example for at least trying to come together at eye level, though we have, very different institutional backgrounds. And so, yeah, that's the example I want to share. I'm very excited about it.
Yes, that sounds very, very exciting. And I hope we can find, you said there's a website that's being developed.
You can find it on the web under the name of Post-Colonial Remembrance in the City, but there will be a website with a more catchy title soon.
Great, fantastic.
Oh, great.
Well, we've run out of time. And I know that there are lots of questions. So I just want to say, Tanisha, Jan, John Baptiste, Nelson, we will get to your questions at the end. Don't worry. But we have to move on to the next conversation now. So thank you, Kina and Manuel, for having this discussion with me. And hopefully someday we can be in the same room together.
Yes, yes.
So. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, we're moving on to the final conversation we're going to have. And that's going to include Latika Gupta and Shiraz Rasool. And we're going to be speaking about the future of museums from the perspective of community-based museums and local museums. So Latika Gupta, who's joined us, I hope you can see her, is an art historian, curator, researcher. She's worked at the National Gallery of Modern Art and the KHOJ International Artists Association. In addition to curating exhibitions of South Asian modern art and contemporary art. She completed an MA and an MPhil in visual culture studies from the School of Arts and Aesthetics in Delhi, and worked as an associate editor of Marg Publications from 2016 to 2020. Shiraz Rasool, I hope I'm saying your last name correctly, you can correct me later, is a professor of history at the University of Western Cape and directs the Africa program in Museums and Heritage Studies. He has been on the boards of numerous museums, including the District 6 Museum. Shiraz publishes widely. His latest book is Unsettled History, Making South African Public Past. So I'm really delighted to be able to talk to you guys. Thanks for hanging on throughout the entire conversation.
Hi, Tonya. Hi, Siraj.
Hi.
Fascinating discussion.
Yes.
Hi to everyone.
So again, I'm going to ask the same questions of you, but from the perspective of kind of community-based and local museums. Shiraz, do you want to start with, what does the future look like?
I know that we've sort of become a little fixated with the museum definition and ICOM, but this is a debate that's been a long time coming. 2012, between 2012 and 2016, we, UNESCO had a process and arrived at recommendations on museums and social transformation that already raised some of these challenges. And essentially, we are talking about a contestation between the old museum, which is the regulatory machine of the government of objects that came into existence from the late 19th century at a time of colonization that is marked by disciplines and where everyone is regulated, which is the government of objects and persons, versus an entirely different idea of museum that has been emerging and that is already in practice in different parts of the African continent, in Latin America, under the banner of social museology, under the banner of micromuseology, under the banner of community museums, and that has been pressurizing, causing a lot of pressure, and which is why that debate eventually fell on the lap of ICOM, which is essentially a regulatory and standards setting international institution. So we mustn't imagine that because the definition wasn't adopted, that there's a defeat. That is absolutely not the case. This is the time of a new museology, which is part of the long process of the decolonization of the world. And the most exciting form that this is taking right now, with the rise to prominence of the debate about restitution, because now all these new projects in Germany and elsewhere on provenance research has to take into account the outcome of restitution. We now know that all of the understandings that we've had about objects being entangled and sharing and all of that, those are neo-colonial approaches. So this is a very different time. I'm very privileged to be a South African, to be in Cape Town, to come from District 6, a neighborhood that was forcibly removed and which has held on to its memory, and through whom a District 6 museum was created, and where we learned a new museology in the everyday activities of the District 6 Museum, in which we learned that a museum is not a collection, a museum is not a building, a museum is a social process, a museum is an interrogative space, a museum is a process of production and ongoing remaking. And so it's a very different concept of museum that we work with today. And at the same time, we have to take note of the important work that's happening in South Africa, in Britain, in Germany, on questioning the legacies of colonialism, questioning legacies of violence that we sit with in the old museums, because these old museums have to rethink themselves. But part of the problem that is sometimes not a focus sufficiently is that while these are regulatory institutions, they're also disciplinary institutions. We have to question colonial disciplines. We have to question the way in which the world is divided up by the museum, in which we allocate certain societies to certain kinds of museums. And I'm afraid in Germany, with the creation of the Humboldt Forum and so forth, those are important matters that have not been attended to.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, what I really like about what you said, and relates to some of the things about my vision for the future is, the museum is a place of process. It's about making, and it's, it's always in the process of reframing, and it's about getting people involved in that process of continually rethinking and remaking. So I really love that concept. Latika, would you like to present your vision?
Yes, so I'm glad that actually you scheduled our panel at the end of the sub-panel at the end of the panel, Tonya. And I completely agree with everything that Siraj is saying. And I'm coming from the point of view also of somebody who works in a very different context in India. And I made some notes because we're short on time and I wanted to just make sure that we stick to time. So I'm going to refer to those. But speaking of the ICOM definition, what has constantly surprised me is the fact that museums should wait to change until a definition is turned into an accepted mandate. And it's small museums, it's local museums and community museums, like Siraj says, that have already been doing this work. And surely the sort of the imperative to change should not come from an association that says, hey, now follow these things. And I think that is why I actually have a lot of faith in the fact that local and community museums can actually change society and worlds. I don't believe in thinking about the world as a singular or the idea of a single global world. I certainly don't. So to speak from a very specific context, so I think community museums, more than any other, have the potential to participate and actively drive decolonization within society, and not just through the institution of the museum. Because the reason why communities feel the need to create these spaces, which aren't just about collections, but could well be, comes from a decolonial sort of reason, a need to tell their own histories. And in the previous panel on restitution as ethic and as an ethical and legal challenge, Aisha Sori said something that was absolutely key. In changing narratives of the past, and this is linked to knowledge production or the epistemic violence of knowledge, and also the same violence that is carried out by museums, collections, categorizations. In changing these narratives about one's own past and what we know about ourselves in relation to the rest of the world, we can imagine our own futures in a very real way. And listening to this, I can completely see that that is the primary reason for local and community museums to come up. But also, I have great discomfort with sort of one-size-fits-all, top-down paradigm of decolonization per se, as though it is a model that can be replicated ad nauseum in every single context. And again, speaking of or from a country like India, which is supposedly post-colonial, when we speak of master narratives, these aren't just handed down by our erstwhile colonizer. These include the singular national narratives that are constructed and perpetuated by the state and the government, where culture, collections, and their displays replicate that top-down model or approach. And the questions remain exactly the same. So who speaks for who? What is left out? And this becomes, for me, as it does, I'm sure, for many countries across the world today, absolutely crucial when we have majoritarian, far-right, non-secular governments, with societies that they are pushing into being further sort of divided along lines of caste, class, race. And then how do community museums actually come into that gap? One of the things I did was to look up the stated mandate of the National Museum of India. I find that the mission statements that museums put out are very useful to kind of look at their current operations and practice. And what it says, amongst various other things, is for the National Museum of India to serve as an epitome of national identity. In this country, for instance, indigenous or local communities continue to be treated as performing bodies, whether it's the performance of knowledge or the performance of ritual. And for me, this exactly replicates the colonial imperial exhibitions of the 19th century, the great exhibitions that were happening elsewhere, when natives were put on display. So in India, even now, Adivasis or indigenous people are constructed and displayed as native savages in national displays such as the Republic Day Parade. And in this, then, local museums have the space and the ability to let in polyphonic worlds. And for me, that's the basic reason for a museum to exist. It is not to sort of lay out your looted wares and goods and drive the tourism of a city. And these local museums, and funding is a tricky question. I know that Manuela and Kena talked about it, but they have the ability to lie outside a nation or a politician's concerns and controls, so they become custodians of their own histories, narratives, and the significance that they may choose to give to objects in relation to their contemporary sort of realities that may be. So in many ways, for me, community museums or a vision of the world, or community museums standing as a vision of the world in the future, as a utopian one, is also one that has the ability to either refuse. So you refuse the master narrative, you resist it through the sort of excavating of your own history, through the telling of objects, and also the controlling of archival materials, as the case may be, and what gets shown, what doesn't get shown. So yeah.
Great. No, thank you. That's a really, I think that's a good segue, because you're starting to talk a little bit about the second question, which is what needs to change in the mindset of government, museum sector generally, universities. What needs to happen in order for us to support these community-based museums?
Should I go first or Siraj?
You go, Latika. Yes.
Okay. Right. I mean, I guess I'm going to continue with my sort of negative, and I like to think not contrarian point of view as a way of actually hoping that change happens, is that, again, the critique must necessarily move into the question of decolonization within a nation and the position of the citizen or the migrant, as the case may be, and their relationship with histories. So in India, for instance, there are many colonial laws that continue to be used by our government against dissenters, such as an 1870 law against sedition. And those who speak against the government can be jailed for life. Now, this can be in the manner that you may want to construct your narrative if it goes against the national one, the way that you may want to display your idea of culture. These colonial laws are well and alive in this so-called post-colonial country. And in India, one can also talk of border states then, which are seeing classic settler colonialism. Despite being sort of free from Great Britain for more than 70 years, we have some of the most heavily militarized regions in the world. There is a suspension of universal human rights and the usurping of land. Now, I'd say forget about governments. One of the questions that you asked us to respond to was, what needs to change in the mindset of governments, museums, universities, and publics, I like to think, in order to realize this world? I'd say forget about governments. In places, and I will get to it as an example later, where the government is enlightened in order to sort of arm its own citizens to dissent, that's another matter altogether. But I think we need to shift our focus squarely to museums, and I'll make the case for local and community museums, working in tandem with universities. I know that there was a lot of conversation about knowledge and methodology and training. And in that, I think one very specific thing that needs to change is the hiring policies. And this hiring of professionals can only happen when the training is made available. I'm a massive supporter of the idea of positive discrimination in a country like India, where people from communities that continue to be marginalized, that people are given extra opportunities to train, and they are made a part of the table where the conversation is being had. Locals, I'm also suspicious of socially engaged work, terminology, socially engaged work, community-based practice, because I think 90% of the time, community becomes a resource for academics who then go to them as native informants, and they have no right to be equal stakeholders in any which way. And I think that needs to change completely. I mean, one of the things I was looking at was Twitter, where almost every single major museum and sort of museum associations are keen to put out a statement supporting the Black Lives Matter movement that's ongoing right now, the uprising, right? And there is plenty of unease and disillusionment with these statements that are being put out. And I'd like to quote from Fanon, who we turn to even now, is that, let us admit it, the settler knows perfectly well that no phraseology can be a substitute for reality, right? So statements mean nothing. I think people need to change who the curators are, who's being spoken to, and nobody should be a local informant anymore, a native informant in that sense.
Okay, no statements, we need action. Siraj, do you want to talk about how the mindset needs to shift?
Yeah, one of the most important challenges that governments have is to enable a system of governance of museums in which they are not trapped in a statist paradigm, in which museums are not configured as state institutions that deliver the services to the society on behalf of the state. It's a serious danger that we certainly have in South Africa, where museums that are national museums are now configured as agencies of the state, and an arm's length governance situation is completely lost, and that is going to be the death knell of museums. Of course, just to connect with some issues that have been discussed by others, we have to reverse the relationship of expertise between museum and university that has seen the museum as the location of outreach work, which is the English word for what Manuela was talking about in the German case, in which the museum becomes the locus of expertise. This is extremely important if we are talking about democratization, where the museum becomes the space of enunciation, conversation, where democracy is not about voting. Democracy is about developing the powers of critique, of social analysis. And so museum is quite fundamental. The museum is the fundamental space of the public humanities. This is the future of society that we are talking about. And that is why this debate is so important. And we have great examples of how, this is not to, because the gains are fleeting, they are small. District 6 Museum, of course. We have the Museu da Maré in Brazil. There are examples from the last 10, 15 years from Mexico, from Peru, from Chile, I mean, what's amazing is that when we have this discussion in English, we completely miss out on all the developments that have been taking place in Portuguese and Spanish. In the field of museums. But community, as Latika has said, the concept of community is also a dangerous one, especially when you have colonial legacies. In South Africa, we've got multiple colonial legacies. We speak languages of multiple former colonial powers. And so we have, of course, creolized those languages as well, as Kina has explained to us. We've indigenized those languages. But we have been, in South Africa, part of the regulation of people into communities was to turn them into races and tribes. And that went along with the creation of the Ethnographic Museum. And that went along with the biological anthropology and the physical anthropology. And all of these were modes of collecting in the museum that have left deep colonial legacies of violence that we have to attend to. And that's part of the healing of community. It is a healing process in which we are remaking ourselves as new persons in new societies outside of the colonial frameworks that colonial states, authorities, and museums have placed people in. And it is a process of liberating the person. So the decolonial project tied to a necessary escalating project of restitution that all of us have to work on as a matter of urgency is a program not just of rescuing the museum, but of making a new world.
If I could just add a small point to what
So we have about, just to say, we have about 2 minutes before we go into the Q&A.
Sure.
So if you want to, Latika, talk about your examples and any comments you have, that's fine.
Right. Well, actually, just to pick up on what Siraj said about restitution, I mean, that again, I think is something that needs to be looked at from context to context. So for instance, I'd be the last person to say, our government's drive to bringing back what are almost always non-community objects as a part of the great pride of the country and the quite authoritarian leader then presiding over this culture. I'd rather that for the moment they stay where they are. And there is the question of reparation, or we've talked about relational ethics in terms of building communities, whether it's through museums or whatever other processes for healing on the ground right now. In terms of examples, I want to actually speak about an ongoing project. It's called, and not of local and community museums, but which stands to make a real intervention in one of the largest universal museums. There is the British Museum. It's a project called 100 Histories of 100 Worlds in One Object. This was conceptualized by the historian Dr. Miriam Brucius in collaboration with UCL, Alice Stevenson, and Subhadra Das. And while the starting point is a critique of Neil McGregor's 2010 sort of blockbuster model of history of the world in 100 objects, it goes further than that to say that, look, can we really speak of any history at all using just one object? Do we need to have museums which set up sort of singular iconic objects as representative of cultures? Who's speaking for who, and what sort of history is being handed down to by who? And the other project which I want to talk about is a state museum, which is the National Museum of Jamaica, which I had the opportunity to visit very briefly as part of the 100 Histories project with Miriam and the rest of the group. And again, just to finish very quickly, 20 seconds, one of the exhibitions that we saw was Who Were the Taino, in which the stated mandate was to foster citizen historians who understand their family, community, and national histories. And other 2010 exhibition asked questions which every institution should make part of their primary mandate. What is the role of a national collection? To what purposes are collections built? And what meaning is derived for a changing society? They asked if collections and exhibition narratives themselves are burdened with objects and ideals embedded in the past. And I'll end there.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. This has been a really great conversation. We could go on for a long time, but now what we're going to do is have a couple of minutes for Q&A amongst everybody who's been part of this session. So welcome back, everybody. What I'm going to do is, so there's been questions along the way, and maybe the best way to do it, rather than doing it one by one, is for me to just read out some of the questions and for you to be able to give a response based on the kind of totality of the questions. So we had from Rachel Smith, provenance research and being transparent on the collecting practices that founded museums are vital for the future of museums. Do you agree? So that's one question. In a more modern sense, should museums include artifacts of recent immigrant experiences to ease racial and social tensions? That came from Tanisha. Jean-Baptiste has said, what do you think of Teaster Gate community practice as a model of practice of a new museum? I'm not quite sure. I'm not familiar with that, but maybe the rest of you are. What about bringing the museum out, having performances in the streets, taking the knowledge to the schools and the people next door who don't feel invited instead of waiting for them to come? That comes from Jan. Let's see. Nelson says, can we have a new definition of a museum when the old structural system still exists? Tanisha says, this is particularly for Suraj, for other ethnic groups who now belong to African countries because of colonialism, how can museums reflect our belonging to these countries, even if society doesn't? Are mainstream national museums basically representations of ruling political ideology? Should museums in the Global South boycott museums like Humboldt Forum or the British Museum? How should they take initiative to define their relations to these institutions according to their own needs? Okay, I think I've thrown those out there. Some other ones might come in, but it's a wide variety of things, wide variety of questions. There was one specifically directed at Suraj. Do you want to just kick off with some reflections on those questions? And the one that was directed towards you.
Yeah, it's an odd question, but anyway. Yeah, the provenance research projects in Germany and elsewhere have been really important. What they've shown, for example, in these ethnographic museums in Stuttgart and Berlin and elsewhere, is just the patterns of collecting history. And so we learn that with objects from Namibia that came from colonial collecting involving soldiers were assembled in a context of violence and were turned into ethnographic objects in Germany. They were made ethnographic, and in fact, more properly, are objects of a genocide history rather than just being ethnographic. So provenance can't just be an enhanced, souped up project of collections management. It's got to be something more than that. Let me also just say that museums have been leaving their walls for some time, and not just through a pattern of outreach or the mobile museum where you go to under serviced communities. This is not about reaching new audiences and so forth. It's a new practice of museology. District 6 Museum is a museum that engages in practices of commemoration, practices of memorial marking. And so this is something that museums do, in which the community is not an audience. The community is the museum. So it's a very different concept of the museum. The practice of the museum is very different. It does not rest on the expertise of the curator, who is the holder of knowledge. Now, when I've spoke about ethnicity, South Africa is a very complex country with complex histories of indigenous formation and of different colonialisms and of the settlement of laborers from elsewhere in another part of the country. In this part of the country, those of us who are of Creole background, of mixed African origin, were determined to be colored. And so as we have rejected that racial category, we have sought to reinvent ourselves as South Africans in a non-racial society, in which this non-racialism is not a matter of post-racialism, in which the very basis is understanding the history of how people were turned into races and tribes. This is a necessary critique that we have to make, because we cannot live inside of the categories that the colonizers placed us in. And so to have simple histories of migration and of diaspora, I think needs to be really rethought. We need to rethink the way in which we can think about people. And part of our problem is that in the Goethe-Institut, for example, it's a conversation I've had with many of their officers, that they have divided the African continent into sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa that is deemed to belong to Asia. And that is a serious problem, because we don't accept that division of the African continent.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna actually go to Leontine, because you were nodding your head, and you're running ethnographic museums. So I was wondering what your reflections might be in relation to Siraj and the question.
I'm not a groupie, but I definitely agree with everything Siraj is saying, and also the other speakers. And what I liked a lot was Latika's using the phrase phraseology. I really like that critique, that the museum world is using phrases like inclusion and participation and diversity, and people are sort of using it, but they're not really using it, and they're not really working with those concepts that we need to reflect upon critically within our museum spaces. And if we really take those concepts seriously, then they hurt, because it's an institutional critique. It's a critique towards our professionalism. It's a critique towards who we are. It's a critique also, again, towards ICOM. So by using those using those phrases, we think there is a consensus, but there's not. There still are divisions within our museum world that we critically need to reflect upon within our institutions, within our national contextualizations, and also in such global organizations like ICOM. And that's why I like the word phraseology or instrumentalization, because you need some kind of wording to get third wave money. So everybody is using those words, but actually they're not really intrinsically stand behind those concepts. And another thing, they were so beautiful words, questions that were more for me rhetoric, because I agree. But we need to have, if we want to if we want to go away from this 19th century putting people in boxes and classifications that we are still dealing with, then we need really have a new kind of governance, a new kinds of restructuring those 19th century projects. And there, because I'm now sort of representing such a 19th century project, there museums like I'm now the director of need to look at community museology, community museum practices, and learn from that and try to adopt that in those tankers. Because if we don't do that, the tankers will not be of relevance anymore in the next 20 years to come. And then even the museums on the museum aisle in Germany can close their doors.
I could just add one more thing, one word to which is, I think, immensely useful in the work that we all do is complicity. And I think if we try to identify how we are complicit and justifying that by either through the idea of, oh, but funding requires this, we need to run this program in order to whatever, we are complicit in perpetuating everything that we claim to be critiquing or as a part of institutional critique. And I'd also just picking up from what Siraj said, want to give you a tiny example of a museum which is which is a part of a bombed village on the border of India and Pakistan. It's called Hundarman, where the people of that little village decided to make a museum which they call Unlock Hundarman Museum of Memories, in order to counter the national narrative of a Muslim majority state, a Muslim majority district on the border of two nations which are constantly at loggerheads with each other. And by doing this, and exactly what Siraj said, this wasn't in order to reach out to other audiences, though it could also be that because they do want to tell their story. It is to literally appropriate a sense of their history for themselves so that nobody else can tell it. And in this case, the country can't tell their history, whether it's of the war or a history, a very, very rich cosmopolitan history, which India has deliberate amnesia to or about. Museums, community museums have the power to do that. And I don't understand why non-community museums, universal museums don't do it, except for the insecurity of the fact that they will have to come to terms with the fact that their collections are loot. I mean,
that's probably a factor, yeah.
Any further thoughts on those questions, Manuela? Have any reflections?
I actually just wanted to add something to I think it was the first question on the role of provenance research. Siraj has said something about it already. And I mean, I agree that provenance research is important in the way that it helps us to get a greater knowledge and understanding of how objects came from colonized parts of the world into European museums, and which stories that involve, which violence that involved, often also the destruction of kingdoms, I mean, of states, basically, you know, when you're thinking about the Benin bronzes and so on. But at the same time, I'm a bit worried about the fact that, especially in the German context, provenance research has become like the solution for everything. And the problem is, you know, I think I was trying to think about numbers, but I'm very bad at remembering numbers. But I guess, you know, when we're talking about colonial objects, we're talking about many hundreds of thousands of objects. So it's basically impossible to do provenance research on all these objects. It's not possible. So it can't be the solution for the question of restitution. And we have to find another solution to deal with that. And that's why, I mean, the proposal by Feminist and Bénédicte Savoy is also interesting for the German case, because it has this idea of, returning the burden of proof and so on. There might be other ways, but so what I want to stress is that I find provenance research really interesting and important to, create a bigger knowledge and awareness of what looting actually meant. But it's not a solution for the question of how can we restitute the object. And it can't be, and that's a problem in the German case, it's used as a requirement actually for restitution. So we first have to do provenance research and then we have to restitute, and that can't be the way. It's just not realistic.
So I've been told that we have to wrap up. So Kina, you have the final word.
Oh my. Well, I was just listening to you all, and I want to thank. And we have one word here in Portuguese, but is not a Portuguese word, which is ginga, that it's like a twist, that is a kind of intelligence of the body that only have who fight and dance. It's not a fight, it's not a dance. It's something. And this kind of intelligence, you can go through your completely integrally body. And this kind of intelligence is something that we can try to do to equalize these values. Like sometimes, of course, we can try to do some issues around restitution and many things, but like as my kid is going through, have some things that we can not control. And this is good, wonderful, and it's around life and how I know that institution
unpredictability.
Yes, it is good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not about you institutions, not people, but have and are made of and breathe with people. And equalize
is an organism.
Yes, and equalize this intelligence is something that is very important to understand, because otherwise we're going to be like a white saviors, a movement that, okay, I take it off and now I pay you. But no, it's not about only this. Of course I want money, but it's not only this. It's how you use and manage, how we can do this ginga. It's around fight and dance, of course.
Beautiful. I will write it down. It's
Yes,
very inspirational.
That's a really great ending to our set of conversations in this session. I want to thank you all for your participation. And I mean, there's just so much more to talk about. So I am told that at 7:30 tonight, in the Thinking Out Loud space, people can ask more questions. I'm not quite sure how many of the panel can actually be part of that, but some of us will join. So for those of you who maybe didn't get your questions answered, please join us at 7:30. But until then, thank you all for participating and having such a great session.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Ciao, Tonya.
Thank you. It was lovely. Thank you.
See you.
Good to see you.
Next time we'll have the cake.
Precisely.
Yes.
Even for those
Something
of us who are
more
post-cake.
Yes.
Then you'll have the coffee.
Tô com calor.
Go.
Sim, deixa eu perguntar. Eu acho que já estamos no ar. Boa tarde.
Eu acho que sim.
Boa noite. E bom dia. A gente está falando para o mundo todo, né? E é um prazer enorme estar participando dessa mesa tão linda, com mulheres cineastas tão maravilhosas que eu tive o prazer de conhecer, né, através do Festival Latitude, a convite do Goethe-Institut. Eu queria começar pedindo para vocês se apresentarem e avisando o público também para começar já a mandar perguntas. A gente vai responder nos 15 últimos minutos dessa mesa. Eu sou Sabrina Fidalgo, sou cineasta, estou falando aqui do Brasil. E temos aqui a Graciela Guarani, também do Brasil. Tudo bom, Graci?
Olá, tudo bom? Boa tarde, boa noite, bom dia a todo mundo. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês. Sou Graciela Guarani, eu sou ativista, sou realizadora, comunicadora, produtora cultural.
Maravilha. Temos a Emily, que está no Canadá.
Sim, boa tarde, boa noite, todas e todos. Sou Emily Guerret, eu sou cineasta documental, oriunda do Quebec, a parte francófona do Canadá. Eu trabalho, enfim, com cinema documental há 10 anos. Antes disso, eu estudei antropologia, então todas essas questões feministas, antirracistas, decoloniais me interessam muito, então é uma grande honra estar com vocês.
Obrigada, Emily. E temos a Peg, que é do Congo, mas mora no Canadá. E morou antes no Brasil, morou em São Paulo. Tudo bom, Peg?
Tudo! Bom dia para todo mundo, boa tarde, boa noite. Na hora que você vai seguir a gente. E eu sou a Peg, sou da África mesmo, precisamente do Congo. E sou artista, sou atriz e jornalista. Atualmente estou morando aqui no Canadá e tem um projeto que estou fazendo com a Emily sobre os imigrantes que estão fazendo o caminho do Brasil até aqui no Canadá. E é isso, a gente vai estar um momento muito legal com vocês aqui. Falamos sobre o assunto de hoje. Acho que todo mundo vai gostar.
Maravilha! Eu queria perguntar para vocês, meninas, o que vocês entendem por cinema decolonial, assim, e de que maneira esse tipo de cinema pode trazer, aproximar pessoas, né, pessoas mais privilegiadas, de menos privilegiadas. Como é que a gente pode fazer essa intersecção através do cinema decolonial feminino? Eu vou começar pela Emily, porque a Emily está com um projeto junto com a Peg, de um documentário que ela está trabalhando nesse projeto, inclusive desenvolvendo na residência no Goethe-Institut de Salvador.
Exatamente, obrigada. Então, eu vou falar, obviamente, a partir da minha perspectiva, né, de cineasta branca, canadense, que trabalha no Brasil já há uns 15 anos, né? Eu acho que é importante situar isso para as pessoas entenderem porque que eu falo português também. Enfim, nesses 10 anos de cinema documental, né, de prática documental, para mim foi sempre claro que eu não faço cinema para transformar as visões de mundo, para amplificar vozes marginalizadas ou pouco ouvidas. Porém, eu sinto que eu aprendi a fazer cinema aqui no Canadá, obviamente numa tradição colonial, né? E uma tradição também vou dizer masculina, assim, ou patriarcal, enfim. E eu sempre me interessei por temas de justiça social, direitos humanos, e muitas vezes trabalhando com pessoas com lugares de fala muito diferentes do meu, e em situação de privilégio menor, vamos dizer, né? Que tinha uma certa desigualdade na relação. Sempre foi uma coisa que enfim, às vezes cria desconfortos, né? Obviamente, entrar em diálogo com pessoas trabalhando juntos. Eu acho que eu cheguei a um momento em que eu preciso aprender a desfazer até as práticas e abrir tudo e questionar, né? E eu acho que, enfim, quando você lê e vê cinema feminista, decolonial, uma coisa que é sempre falada tipo, para essa forma de fazer que é tão assim, que é quase naturalizada, e toma uma certa distância e ouça para fazer diferente. E é por isso justamente que Peggy e eu estamos nesse diálogo para fazermos um filme juntas, estando muito cientes dessa diferença, né, de experiência que a gente tem, essa diferença de lugar de fala, mas justamente para criar um diálogo que a cada momento do processo é engajado e é decolonial no sentido de realmente assim encarar essas zonas até de desconforto que às vezes existe.
Eu queria ouvir um pouquinho então da Peggy, né, que também está junto contigo no projeto. Peggy, o que você acha, né, dessa perspectiva de um cinema decolonial e feminista, né, unindo pessoas, mulheres diferentes, né, como Emily falou, mulheres brancas privilegiadas do norte, né, com mulheres negras, africanas? Eu queria que você falasse um pouquinho sobre.
Isso, porque, sabe, eu vou começar a falar sobre a heritage da gente. Sempre a Emily, que é uma mulher branca, foi educada de uma maneira. E eu, que sou uma mulher negra, africana e tudo, tem também uma outra heritage para a minha educação. E isso é muito importante para a gente se unir pelas nossas diferenças, para fazer essas diferenças uma força e não uma divisão. Nós dois trabalhando juntos, porque vou abrir uma aspa, só para falar que eu fiz aquele caminho do Brasil até o Canadá. E dei em mim uma outra visão das coisas, sabe? Me sentiu mais... me deu essa vontade mesmo de falar sobre aquele decolonização do cinema mesmo, sendo artista, sendo jornalista. Fazendo esse caminho, eu dei uma visão do mundo que eu precisava falar disso, que as pessoas entendem realmente que as diferenças existem, que hoje, atualmente, um passaporte é tudo, para você poder falar, para você poder andar, para você poder se expressar. Aí nós dois, juntas, falamos sobre o assunto, vai ser uma maneira de mostrar o caminho, para começar e para mostrar o caminho mesmo.
Obrigada, Peggy. E agora eu vou para a Graciela Guarani, que minha colega brasileira. Você está aí, Graciela?
Tô sim. Então,
Tudo
acho que
bom?
falar desse... Tudo bom. Né? Mais uma vez aqui, só ratificando que é um prazer estar nessa mesa tão colorida, tão linda. Mesmo que seja à distância, mas a gente sente a força. Então, eu acho que falar desse tema, né, ele passa a ser muito mais urgente, muito mais pertinente, né, porque a gente sai desse nicho de que o audiovisual, de que o cinema, né, de que ele só representa essas nossas formas sempre, né? Então, Eu acho que isso é um ponto assim crucial que nós, como mulheres, né, plurais, né, que realmente tomem conta das nossas narrativas, né, porque falar, né, desse cinema decolonial, né, é desconstruir para construir, né? Então, que tipo de construção a gente está propondo, né? Que tipo de alianças que a gente também está discutindo, né? Porque a gente também sabe que a gente não caminha só com uma mão. Então, sempre tudo é de mão dupla, né? Eu estava escutando aqui a Emily falar, né? Então, envolve sim, né? Essa outra pluralidade também que é essa questão dominante que é da mulher branca, né? Então, não tem como a gente desassociar, mas sim desconstruir, né, a partir dessa visão, né, dessas mulheres, né, que têm, né, a sua história, né, que tem um corpo marcado, né, por várias sequelas históricas, né, da sociedade dominante, assim como o meu corpo indígena, né, feminino, né, que carrega marcas, mas ao mesmo tempo ele carrega histórias, né, ele carrega a esperança, né, de uma construção, né, de um olhar diferente, realmente. Isso parte, né, de nós, mulheres, né, seja indígena, seja negra. Né, eu acho que é super importante a gente levar isso em conta, né, essa desconstrução para construir.
E vocês acreditam nesse cinema feminino, interseccional, né, na ajuda, né, no apoio e no suporte entre mulheres tão diferentes, né, mulheres privilegiadas, como mulheres brancas do Norte, com mulheres menos privilegiadas, como mulheres negras, indígenas do Sul. Em que ponto vocês acreditam que nós podemos nos ajudar contra esse cinema hegemônico? Vou começar, então, pela Grace.
Eu acredito, né? Porém, por experiência própria mesmo, né? Eu acho uma questão também muito desafiadora, né? Ao mesmo tempo, né, que eu tenho essa esperança que possa assim ser uma coisa que a gente futuramente busque realmente essa questão da sororidade que é tanto discutida, mas ao mesmo tempo, né, ao longo desse meu percurso, né, querendo sempre encostar nesse lugar do privilégio branco, né, hétero principalmente, então sempre caio, né, nas beiradas, né, eu sempre me encosto nas beiradas para mim não cair. Então, e é muito difícil falar disso porque, né, mesmo esse movimento, né, esses vários movimentos que existem no audiovisual, no cinema, né, que sejam feminista também, né, então deveria ter esse olhar mais plural, né, que nós mulheres somos de identidades variadas, né, não somos só a generalização de ser o ser mulher. Então, por isso que eu digo que é um desafio, porém eu acho que é preciso, é necessário e urgente, né, a gente levantar essas pautas, né, mesmo porque as violências, né, elas acontecem, elas ocorrem nesses espaços tão quanto ou na mesma proporção, até mais, entre nós mulheres, né? Então, e você segregar, né, e você oprimir, né, sendo também fazendo parte, né, daquele oprimido, né? Eu acho que isso não é legal, né? Isso também eu já me direciono também a alguns movimentos que não seja, né, diretamente ao movimento um movimento feminista branco, mas assim como tem outros movimentos, seja negro, né, para que de fato repense, né, e veja essa causa de aliança, né, de fato essa sororidade, né, que também haja essa etnossororidade entre as mulheres, né, porque a nossa causa ela parte de um ponto da onde nossos corpos são violados. Então, não vou dizer que é só o meu, né, ou só da negra, mas acho que é uma coisa que é urgente da gente se discutir, né, e ver isso como uma bandeira, né, de realmente de lutar, né, por espaços, né, que sejam eles plurais, né. Por isso que eu digo é desafiador, né, mas se não partir né? Se não partir de um princípio dessa aliança, eu acho que a gente nunca chega, né, num denominador comum, né? Mas eu acho que é possível, sim, né? Como está acontecendo assim nessa discussão bacana, né? Que a gente possa, né, chegar, né, a estreitar mais essas alianças.
Muito bom. Emily, você está aí?
Tô, claro.
Oi. Assim, a Graça estava falando, eu estava pensando várias coisas, e eu fiquei pensando, né, porque eu acho que é muito bacana, né, como ela deu esse nome ótimo, né, essa etnossororidade, e acho que a gente pode falar muito mais sobre isso, inclusive é uma ótima nomenclatura assim, para a gente falar sobre várias coisas importantes. E eu fiquei pensando nessas velhas estruturas e que ela comentou, e que é muito difícil, né? Porque dentro de uma sororidade existe uma estrutura hegemônica que, no final das contas, acaba apoiando mais a mulher branca do Norte, por exemplo, né? Em vários sentidos, em apoios financeiros para a realização de filmes, né? Em infraestrutura, em fundos e mil possibilidades. Eu queria que você falasse um pouco sobre isso, como a gente pode lutar juntas para que a gente tenha, de fato, né, uma etnossororidade igualitária.
Uhum. Pois é, a questão, né, que eu sempre me pergunto é que eu tenho essa postura de querer ser uma boa aliada, e é uma pergunta que é aberta, né? Como fazer? Claro que eu tento fazer meus deveres, ler, etc., mas tem coisas que realmente acontecem na troca, assim, nesse diálogo aberto, assim. E eu acho, no meu caso, justamente assim, por um percurso que não foi fácil também chegar, né, a me definir como diretora de filmes, até mesmo sendo mulher branca, às vezes eu me sinto super impostora naquele meio também, né? E eu cheguei um pouco neste momento, que eu acho que é um caminho contínuo, né? Não tem um destino final, é um caminho que a gente está construindo. Eu acho que, tipo, ok, eu consigo ter acesso a fundos, eu conheço pessoas no meio da produção, dos festivais, etc. Como que vou fazer para que isso seja beneficial para outros também, né? E para não só contratar uma equipe de pessoas brancas que vão filmar outras pessoas, né? Que é sempre a grande distinção entre fazer filmes sobre ou fazer filmes junto com, né? E até nessa conversa que, né, eu e a Peg estamos nesse processo, que a Peg chegou recentemente com uma super bagagem de jornalista, de atriz, né, de teatro, chegou no Canadá, ela pode falar melhor, mas o primeiro emprego que ela achou foi trabalhando numa creche. Ótimo, ela adora crianças, que bom, e ela está super feliz com o trabalho dela, mas eu penso, nossa, trabalhando juntas, de fato, eu espero, no fundo do meu coração, que isso seja também uma plataforma para a PEG poder se desenvolver à altura do potencial e da experiência que ela tem, né? Que isso, de fato, como mulher negra, imigrante, chegando no Canadá, isso não é reconhecido. Então, como eu, né, em vez de fazer um filme sobre a PEG, como podemos fazer juntas para que seja isso também uma plataforma profissional para ela? E, para mim, assim, uma coisa que eu sinto, tendo feito a primeira vez esse trajeto de dirigir um longa-metragem que foi premiado em festivais, indo para festivais, né, sendo assim um pouco, fazendo entrevistas na mídia, etc., às vezes eu me sentia extremamente desconfortável. Assim, eu tinha uma ansiedade assim, muito grande de quem sou eu, sabe? O filme, enfim, meu mais recente projeto de longa-metragem foi como uma comunidade de uma ocupação no Rio de Janeiro, principalmente com pessoas negras, em situação, né, extremamente precária, de moradia precária. E eu achava absolutamente absurdo elas não puderem viajar em festivais comigo, porque, de fato, eu não tinha como né, garantir, enfim, não tinha como levar para outros países. No Brasil, eu fazia o que eu podia para elas puderem participar de encontros com o público, etc. Mas eu me sentia muito desconfortável também nessa situação tão normalizada de ser a cineasta que viaja com a história dos outros. E, às vezes, nas salas de cinema, as pessoas me desafiavam, tipo, quem é você para contar essa história? E, de fato, assim, né? Ok, eu chego com as minhas boas intenções, mas eu cheguei a sentir que, caramba, será que eu estou atuando como uma white savior, né? A salvadora branca? Será que sou isso? Será que isso corresponde, de fato, à minha missão profunda de vida? Acho que não, sabe? Então, eu acho que, enfim, eu acho que quem se questionar sobre essas questões tem que abrir mão, às vezes, de uma certa forma de fazer as coisas e um caminho já traçado de como obter subvenções, como formar uma equipe com o melhor diretor de fotografia, não sei o quê. Peraí. Isso são dados que, às vezes, vêm, né, são impostos também por uma indústria que funciona com regras super capitalistas, né, com uma lógica competitiva, que eu acho que, enfim, fundamentalmente, quando me conecto de maneira espiritual à minha essência de ser humana, assim, isso não me corresponde também. Então, como fazer diferente? Né? E como... Eu acho que em cada escolha podemos fazer uma diferença como cineastas brancos. Em cada escolha podemos subverter essa ordem dada, vamos dizer.
Muito bom. Peg, o que você tem a dizer sobre essa questão, né, desses privilégios que existem, mesmo dentro, né, de uma interseccionalidade feminista no cinema, né, e como Emily falou agora, né, de como lidar com o fato, né, de, por exemplo, duas mulheres com potenciais iguais, terem oportunidades diferentes nesse mercado. Como você vê daqui para frente essa questão? Como você pensa em mudar isso a partir do seu discurso e do seu trabalho?
Tá. Primeiramente, as pessoas privilegiadas deveriam ter essa consciência que eles estão privilegiadas. Porque, para eles, acho que é normal. Não para tudo, mas para alguns. Acho que é normal. Acho que eles estão fazendo a coisa certa, que funciona assim. Porque sempre funcionou assim. Na hora que eles vão ter a consciência que isso é errado, que não se faz assim, tipo Emily, né? Ela se tocou e disse que não. Esse aqui pode mudar. Na hora que eles vão ter consciência que não é realmente isso, aí que as coisas vão começar a mudar. E sobre como que estou vendo isso pela frente, eu sou uma pessoa muito positiva. Acredito mesmo que nós, mulheres, nós juntas, somos capazes de mudar em muitas coisas. Simplesmente para a conversa de hoje, já é um bom começo, porque é uma união, uma sororidade bem forte, uma aliança que vai permitir nós mulheres conversarmos, pegamos umas... Desculpa pelo meu português, né? É meio ruim, mas estou indo aí. Nós precisamos nos apoiar, aquela que acha que é mais privilegiada, se tocar e dar mão para aquela que não se sente, mas que são mesmo, que não são privilegiadas, para estender as mãos, para nós podermos nos juntar, nos apoiar uma com a outra, para a gente poder evoluir.
Perfeito, muito bom. Eu queria que vocês falassem agora um pouquinho, vou começar pela Graciela. Graci, me fala um pouquinho o que é essa perspectiva do cinema feminino indígena, que, na verdade, é um cinema, né, muito negligenciado, muito desconhecido. E eu queria saber como é que você consegue, no Brasil, que tem uma indústria hegemônica branca, heterocisnormativa muito forte, né, e elitista, sobretudo. Como é a sua existência dentro desse panorama? E como você pretende mudar, né, os alicerces dessa indústria?
Então, aí escutando, né, pegando um ganchinho já das meninas, escutando o que elas disseram dessa questão do privilégio, né, me remeteu muito também à questão do lugar de fala, né, que muitas pessoas atribuem a isso como um mimimi ou um clichê, né, que, ao meu ver, isso não se aplica de forma alguma, né, e é partindo desse ponto, né, que eu faço essa reflexão junto com vocês, né, que o cinema indígena, né, não só o cinema indígena, mas como a história, né, brasileira, ela sempre foi contada, né, por historiadores, né, brancos, na sua maior parte, né, e isso tem se repetido, né, ao longo desses anos todos, né, com a nossa representatividade. E isso chegou, né, no dia de hoje, né, até os meios de comunicação, principalmente no cinema, né? Então, e eu parto de um viés social, né, de se perceber num lugar onde eu não me vejo em campanha nenhuma, sendo que as comunidades indígenas, principalmente as mulheres indígenas, né, consomem, né, esses produtos, né, sejam eles, né, de inúmeros afins, mas consomem, só que a gente não se vê nesses meios, né, nessas propagandas, né, nessas revistas, a gente não se vê na televisão, e quando a gente vai olhar e vê uma representação disso, a gente vê, né, aquela velha forma como a gente foi representado, né, principalmente nos livros de história, né, ou em alguns retratos, naquela velha forma generalizada, né, do que é o ser indígena, não do índio, não da Índia, mas desse ser, né, que carrega com toda a sua representação, né? Então, e foi a partir disso, né, que os comunicadores, né, tanto realizadores e cineastas indígenas, né, que partiram nessa frente, né, de realmente aliar, né, não que substitua, porque a gente sabe que a nossa cultura indígena ela é oral, não que substitua, mas aliar essa tradição oral, né, com o que a gente sabe, né, com o que a gente sabe falar, com a nossa oralidade que é repassada, né, há milênios. E isso só veio a somar porque esses comunicadores, principalmente a juventude, né, tomou para si como uma forma também de representação de suas identidades, né? Então, e está sendo um processo que vem crescendo, porém, né, aí já caindo nessa questão do privilégio, a gente não tem abertura, né? Muitas vezes por vários desses cineastas, como é do meu caso, né, tudo que eu faço eu não setorizo, né, a terceiros a pessoas não indígenas ou ONGs, ou outra questão que a gente sabe que existe, né, esse tipo de assistencialismo, né, em sua maior parte, né, negativa, né, porém existem outras que têm ainda boas ações, a gente sabe que existe. Mas no meu caso, tudo é só, sabe? Digo só, né, que quando nós povos indígenas tomamos a frente, né, vamos caçando os meios onde é que acontece, digamos, de fato, a coisa acontece, né, no meio audiovisual e no cinema, né, e onde a gente se depara, né, com essas janelas, com essas portas fechadas, porque não há essa abertura da indústria, do mercado, de enxergar a cultura indígena, né, também como forma, né, de mercado, não o mercado que a gente conhece, que é visado, banalizado meramente pelo capital. Não, mas como a gente já faz um trabalho, né, e leva esses conteúdos das suas mais variadas formas, seja na internet, seja em outros meios, né, também, né, valorizando essa cultura que tem no Brasil, né? Então, e são profissionais que trabalham nas pontas, né? Como eu disse, nas margens, nas beiradas, né? E não existe, por parte da indústria, nenhum fomento, né, que chegue até essas populações, a esses realizadores, a esses cineastas, né, que promovam, de fato, uma discussão, né, que viu que tem um público que está interessado e fomente isso. Então, acho que falta essa reeducação também dessa indústria, desse mercado que tem no Brasil, de não enxergar, né? Não digo isso só como a cultura indígena, mas como a cultura negra também. Então, não é, né, visto, né, como o topo da cadeia, né, do mercado que a gente sabe que existe, né? E a gente produz, né, conteúdos, né, que não visa meramente esse mercado, mas sim um conteúdo, um cinema que ele é provocativo, que ele é reflexivo, que ele é pensante, né? Então, por exemplo, é muito diferente você hoje ir em uma sessão de cinema, né, e ver os filmes, a maioria deles, não vou dizer que todos, mas tem filmes muito bons, mas a maioria deles você vai, né, que acessa esses recursos que a gente não tem, né, entra no cinema, sai, né, sem uma provocação nenhuma, né? Então, o que você foi ali dentro ficou ali, né? Mas o nosso cinema, né, a nossa forma de ver, de enxergar o audiovisual, ela é diferente. Então, para a gente não serve essa maneira de fazer, né, o cinema audiovisual que não provoque, né, uma coisa no indivíduo, né? A gente acredita muito que essa mudança também pode vir através do cinema, né? Desse cinema que ele também é humano, que ele não só visa o crescimento econômico que a gente é acostumado a ver. Então, e o nosso desafio maior é esse. Existe uma cadeia de produção de cineastas indígenas do Brasil, porém, não tem esse aporte, não tem esse apoio e não tem essa discussão dentro de quem detém desses lugares de privilégio, né, para colocar a gente nesses lugares. Então, não tem. Então, todas as portas e janelas é fechado por conta disso. E isso a gente vai saindo pelas beiradas, procurando meios alternativos, né, procurando meios alternativos de adquirir equipamentos também, porque a gente sabe que exige um gasto, existe uma demanda, né, que a gente, historicamente, né, por ser, né, a minoria que eles falam, mas é a maioria, né, a gente não tem. Então, é um desafio muito grande, porém, como mulher indígena também, né, eu acho que também é uma bandeira, eu tenho certeza que é uma bandeira, né, hoje, né, das principais, né, mulheres indígenas que estão à frente disso, porque quando eu falo de mulher indígena também, né, é muito diferente o nosso olhar, né, o nosso protagonismo, não vou dizer o termo que está aí hoje, né, o tal feminismo, né, mas o nosso feminismo tal dito, né, é diferente porque ele vem em conjunto, ele vem, né, com uma comunidade. Então, para além de eu falar do meu ser feminino, né, também tem toda uma questão, né, de um povo, né, que até hoje é massacrado, que eu não posso deixar. Então, ele é muito mais abrangente, né, e muito mais complexo do que só, né, eu setorizar no meu corpo, né, sendo que também esse corpo sofre vários tipos de violações, mas a gente enxerga dessa maneira, né, que ele é um feminismo que ele seja, né, abrangente e comunitário, né, e também é uma das coisas que a gente trabalha, né, enquanto mulher indígena, né, esse olhar, né, para essas comunidades. Mas eu acho que é isso. Existe, né, existe essa produção, né, ela está crescendo, porém, com essa deficiência, né, e que nos tempos que a gente está hoje, acho muito dificilmente a gente alavancar, né, porém, a gente vem de um histórico de resistência, né, principalmente no movimento, né, e isso se transpareceu também no cinema, no audiovisual, né, que a gente, independentemente dessa situação, a gente nunca vai deixar de produzir, né, porque o nosso objetivo, como eu disse, não é só estar nesses lugares de privilégio, mas também usar esse mecanismo como forma de fortalecimento da nossa identidade e forma de dizer que a gente também está aqui, a gente também sofre racismo, né, as mulheres também são mortas no silêncio, muitas vezes, né, então essa forma de visibilidade, né, que é uma das bandeiras mais fortes hoje de nós comunicadores, comunicadoras indígenas e cineastas.
Muito bom. A gente tem pouquinho tempo agora, temos só 10 minutos. E aí eu vou pedir para a Emily e para a Peg fazerem as considerações finais, assim, né, em relação a toda essa temática, né, que a gente conversou aqui. Enfim, queria que a Emily, enfim, desse suas palavras finais, falando um pouco mais até sobre esse projeto desse filme documentário com a Peg, né? Como você vê, o que você espera do futuro, né? Nesse momento conturbado que a gente está vivendo, né? A gente agora mesmo está vivendo uma onda global antirracista, né? De movimentos e manifestações. Como você vê o futuro, né? Dentro desse zeitgeist atual?
Sim, eu quero justamente dizer uma coisa a respeito a isso, porque em Montreal, domingo passado, houve uma marcha antirracista de 15.000 pessoas. Nunca tinha sido visto isso na cidade de Montreal. Então, é uma coisa assim que... E tem outra organizada no domingo que vem, né? Unindo essas vozes a esse movimento global. Eu acho sensacional. Eu acho que, assim, como sociedade, né, planetária, a gente está realmente no momento de transição, né? Coronavírus, extrema-direita em vários lugares, Brasil, Estados Unidos,
Sim.
Principalmente, ondas assim, extremamente pesadas, né, de morte física e morte simbólica e muita violência, e no meio disso estão emergindo vozes muito importantes. Eu acho que a gente está no momento de conscientização. Eu espero que não seja só um efeito da minha bolha de rede social, dos meus amigos, etc. Mas eu vejo debates no meu feed sobre questões que nunca foram muito pautas da mídia mainstream, pelo menos aqui, né? Essa questão do privilégio branco, a questão do racismo sistêmico. Hoje em dia todo mundo sabe o que é, né? 5 anos atrás, na minha família, nomear essas coisas era quase um tabu. Agora, pelo menos esses conceitos circulam. Eu tendo, enfim, a ter esperança que isso possa justamente ajudar a mexer com essa estrutura, né, racista e colonial, que todo mundo precisa se libertar disso, né? E eu acho que, assim, a consideração final para mim seria um pouco isso, que, tipo, no sistema opressor ninguém ganha, né? Não é porque eu sou branca, eu tenho alguns privilégios que fundamentalmente um sistema racista é bom para mim, sabe? Eu acho que um sistema que é opressor, ele é destruidor para todo mundo, né? E o fato de a branquitude ser fundada no fato de negar a própria branquitude, né? Negar, não, os outros têm um corpo diferente, mas nós somos o centro, né, do mundo, assim, essa coisa de começar a se enxergar como pessoa branca, eu acho que é importantíssimo, acho que é o primeiro passo. E o que isso quer dizer? E se eu quero transformar as minhas relações com os outros, de que eu preciso me livrar para me abrir a uma nova forma de ser no mundo, né? E eu acho que é isso, assim, eu acredito que toda transformação, enfim, é um processo contínuo, mas eu vejo positivamente essa onda de abertura dessa consciência racial para pessoas como eu, pessoas brancas, que também não acreditam nesse sistema, possam repensar sua maneira de ser no mundo.
Muito bom. Vou pedir para a Peg rapidamente fazer considerações finais, que a gente está agora com pouquíssimos minutos, senão vamos ser cortadas. E aproveito também para fazer a pergunta, vocês já pensaram, vocês três, e aí eu me coloco também nessa, vocês já pensaram em escrever um manifesto feminista, decolonial, de um cinema diferenciado nesse lugar, onde pessoas também possam contribuir, né, que seja um documento aberto? Peg.
Tá. É certo, né? Vai ser um começo e se começar, muitas mulheres vai seguir. Eu acredito que vai ser uma coisa bem legal para a gente começar. E só para terminar mesmo, vamos tudo essas coisas que estão acontecendo no mundo vai ajudar a gente denunciar. Mas a gente não pode se limitar só nos denúncias. Mas vamos dar cada passo para tentar mudar. O que a gente tem que fazer porque não acontece mais? Nós, que a gente trabalha no teatro, no cinema, tem uma parte, tem a nossa contribuição sobre isso. Como que a gente vai poder fazer agora nossos filmes? Como que a gente vai poder escrever a história? Como que a gente vai tentar refletir aquilo que a gente quer para a sociedade? Porque realmente aquilo muda. Porque já é mais, né? Demorou muito tempo acontecendo e com tudo que está acontecendo agora, já é tempo de começar a fazer ação e não só falar, mas para poder fazer ação, para poder falar, porque isso pode não se perpetuar sempre.
Muito bom. Olha, temos 3 minutos só. Eu vou fazer uma pergunta muito rápida que chegou aqui para a gente e vou pedir para cada uma de vocês responder assim, muito rápido, assim, em 1 ou 2 frases, tá bom? Vou começar pela Graça. Tem que ser rápido mesmo, gente. Com esse momento, né, de pandemia, né, de quarentena global que passamos, a gente se uniu muito através da internet, né, de forma até global. E de que maneira a gente pode seguir com essas conversas sobre cinema decolonial e feminismo, né, de uma maneira ampla? Essa é a pergunta. Grace, por favor, bem rápida.
Deixa eu falar aqui rapidinho. Acho que o primeiro passo como a Emily já disse, né? Quem tem esse privilégio branco, né, dá oportunidade de lugar de fala para quem de fato está nessas margens, né, que são as negras, que são as indígenas, ciganos e outras que eu nem vou citar aqui, mas eu acho que é isso, né? Quem tem a sua parcela de vida.
Tá bom. Emily.
Eu gostei muito dessa ideia de um manifesto. Eu acharia interessante a gente criar um espaço assim, não permanente, mas na duração do tempo, né, para a gente continuar trocando ideias e criar um safe space, né, um espaço, um círculo assim, onde possamos trocar ideias e até compartilhar nosso trabalho e poder ser conselheiras umas das outras. Eu acharia muito interessante.
Muito boa ideia, muito boa ideia. Né? E até criar uma plataforma, talvez, né? Alguma coisa nesse sentido, né? Um lugar onde a gente realmente pudesse fomentar as ideias e se encontrar, proporcionar, um lugar que proporcionasse esses encontros mais, né? Acredito eu. Acho que isso é o que está faltando um pouco assim, nessa discussão do cinema feminino decolonial. Peg, a gente tem 1 minuto. Você vai ter que ser bem rápida.
Como sempre. É isso mesmo. Acho que juntas a gente pode fazer uma força. Já ser mulher é uma força, mas se juntarmos, a gente pode fazer mais. Aí a gente tem que ter essa consciência que nós somos uma força. Juntamos, a gente vai explodir, vai ser uma força maior.
Muito obrigada, Peg. Muito obrigada, Emily. Muito obrigada, Grace. Eu sou a Sabrina e a gente está encerrando essa mesa maravilhosa sobre cinema decolonial feminino no Globo. E até a próxima. Eu espero que a gente, de fato, consiga lançar esse manifesto e que a gente consiga se encontrar para produzir cada vez mais pensamento, imagem e narrativas. Um beijo, gente. Muito obrigada.
Tchau, tchau.
Obrigada.
Tchau.
Obrigada.
Tchau, obrigada.
Before they once again decide what happens to them, allow us to speak for the remains. Give rise to their voice. Let our words echo their sorrows. And let those who have fallen, who have been left out, made to feel shame, let them take their rightful place as the true narrators of their stories, of wandering tales, which will have rippled far enough to make change now. I am not here for many things. I am here to collect remains. I am here to collect remnants of human ancestry, remnants that have found themselves lingering in limbo as their physical pasts have been deliberately defected, influenced, or blocked by obstructive forces brewed and cultivated by hate. I am not here for many things. I am here to collect remnants of human ancestry, African ancestry, my ancestry, to guide them from those who lack the understanding. I am not here for many things. I'm here for our so-called things. I'm here to show my hurt, break walls of identity theft, and rebuild them in Ubuntu solidarity. I'm here to dance and revel in my royalty. I'm here for moving on, from, toward, forward, for continuing the long walk toward the emancipation of our souls, their souls, along with those who have marged paths that have come to connect us. I am not here for many things. I've been sent on behalf of the bone collector. Hello, time. I didn't mean to stop you, but I was wondering if you could give me a moment. It's been ages since my last confession, and I'm feeling a little late. Period. Time, I don't want to rush you, but many came back for seconds because they did not count hours. And so it is a matter of time that we move back toward ourselves. Time, my intentions are not to slow you down, but allow us to take time to return to you for seconds, so as to become full, like moons before us, or unlike you. Time. On behalf of those ignored when they spoke, you call on us to dig beneath the desert sands for those lost stories of gold, like pure gold. Time, these are rare commodities that only the best explorers will hold. So time, please hold the spaces in which they will mold these unspoken words into new narratives. All those stories untold in time. Old, real, but new. Time. No longer collecting dust on shelves of distorted pasts. No longer bleeding. No longer rust. Time is now and always ochre, ground down from the remnants of those times before us, from dark times past, which will now be the last of their kinds. Times which we will teach, times which we reach, times that might inspire a dance or stories, of times that define us, we people of future, past and present. Time. On behalf of those ignored when they spoke, time calls us to walk into the sandstorm. Perhaps in the hope that it would reveal all our truths in every shape, form, cosmos, in the hope that we look beyond into where we come from. Linked by collective identities, we will come to learn of, toward, forward. In directions that guide our children to lessons of past and the presence of future. This is as it is told by ancient whisperers of time.
Okumuli. Okumuli tatembo muli kwero karo mboko do jodo iputu do monde ha kula wenda ndande hayi mundu nguharambo te mbeta bera kumwenderi mberi ya manganda. Odondo donde huna ndede la deri kirongo muchirongo ndero kanda kuhina mbura. Ai. O. Okutuli. Itabere naye nebo muri mugibugo gyodondo damu yamwe muhamba twakarobyo mba igihomba ndayina. Mali yanwa bindiro ngombe nje gipuga jakahuduka mbutinja ubwanga monjo mberi muyinwa. Indiro muti wa maendo wako bitiro dhombiri ono nyanyadheri kwinya ngokawacha ngombe ya rurongo. Ewe huna kaendu. Ai. Mara hapa. Hinda kulipata majima kudhora hiya ujina ngombe ya ruronge wandi wa gyodongo linda kuluro machedha. Amijimiriana mecha. Ehora hiya chinyoko ngorereke kujitamande the paitho mukadhe ndu wana che ruwarume ndu bakaenda kodhombara mbanje gyodonga ndu. Raruru andira. Tupenga bwino chianga para tupendo athaneno. Tupe manguliro akumwe. Tupe kuoko no kuoko ngatukanje keneke. Wene mbumuli kiwero karombo. Weno muka pwaka endu weno machengo atira po chibereko weno machengo atira pedumo. Wena imba hapa ndukirwe mbe hamwene opyu no utadhu ne yuba njimalipiti na jimalika hita. Amawerure hindi. Tupe kutwi. Munaende chiwambu mapakwa pumu hena pumu heiwe. Tupe kutwi muri mwindira yala maendo wako bitiro dhombiri no njanja nderi kwinya kokawaja ngombe ya rurongo. Makuhungiro mbwena ako wikengerenga. Okomayo wikereta. Jagwa tonomenyo jo kalumbuko nyiba. Gidube. Matukudhu. Kaumundu nda uri muherero mwache wanda mbyahengwa mukwenda ta mundu. Ocho nduna jombonde mayamu kama ngani evali mbakuno na wanga ithio na mbakuno na amalenga. Nu maitabere hinahi. Twaitaere opumuli. Oputuli. Ngau yake ko muliro. Ngau yake ngaderi kota meneko ngabe orodongoro. Hungire kumwe pothe kumwe hungire yandipare ochirwa chideu. Na imwe ovina peke mehindi opumuli oputuli. Namwe njipatana. Aya kama hatukupatana.
Kaise igeng ansa kamarata. Uzis. Ngos. Aus. Nenge asa khutama. Amapta choma ting ovenga itons. Kwa kere tomingo. Norasasis dikomais. Tare iha ira igaye. Taingahu. Twin on nama ehan. Whose comes. Kwedi baku onasi. Kaise ige supu dama. Avap. Avis. Tum. Uta ahun Hadarakoku Tung sang omde dani Aun hina Habedanesi Aitsama Urun Urugu Sara Hakaku Kinds Ne ige Hawhutama Kurumay eha hundin mas Tisidatin ma casting ans Hodako Mesiske Hanadarasa Gaise ige Tuma Ainkwan Win Nesikam Sida wata an Hukata geha isa Kwa ehata Sida Naisi sahu Tora eti Habita Taisa si Asata amna Kuba am Ti Sida ge kabanita Kabadanita Irangma Wasa Bahagai Tirami Kaise Igeti So, here we are on this path again, raising our hands to ask questions for which we have had answers all along. Wang ai ba sorako de hinadarako ai ro tinda badamahina. And yes, it all seems like many pasts ago, so forgive us if our memories seem vague. But do not worry, we have not forgotten ourselves. We just arrived to the party a little late, but at last, we have arrived. I ro tinda badamahina Tariya hasena baha. And perhaps we should have taken this journey unafraid of the silent walls our solidarity could break down, bulldozing our way through and over the ill-intent wished on us. As we give thanks to the mothers of birth, sisters in arms, queens of kingdoms and offspring of goddesses. I ro tinda badamahina Turisetska hosen khabe Ariya hasena baha. We keep asking for a sign and forget that the ancient mothers have already sung. I ro tinda badamahina Ariya hasena baha. I ro tinda badamahina. Kose kwa, kose ma, kwen habing audama, sastris amaba an, kwe, hari toro, kwite ikeke hae, please, gaus ha, hamkwe, dirataye, habe kose rama, ai, audama serakwa, ai, kau kuko babarakwa, ai, audama serakwa, tiku kau kawa karata, audama serakwa, kau kukui hurata, kau kukui hurata, kau dirakwa ina, ai madiga iyo habe, kau dirakwa ina, ai kosema kau dirakwa ina, ai kosema sa kau sakwa ina, ai madiga iyo habe, kau dama serakwa, sa koke anda, ai madiga iyo habe, kau dama serakwa, ai madiga iyo habe. Gause, gause, gause. Gause, gause, gause. Gause, gause, gause. Gause, gause, gause. Ay, gause, gause, gause. 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 Gause, gause, gause.
What a powerful performance. Just a quick note, dear audience, if you were too late today or want to recommend or watch the Mourning Citizen again, it is available in the media library on the festival website. My name is Prasanna Uman, and I will definitely now talk to somebody from the crew. But first of all, I give you a little bit information. I have the pleasure to talk about this piece with one of the artists involved, and she's already online, but I will give you a little bit background. Originally, artistic director Trixie Munyama was invited to talk with us as well, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it today. So I'm very happy that Vishitwa Jiharina joined us on a short notice, and she will talk with me about the Mourning Citizen. Trixie Munyama, this is the first one I give you a little bit background of, is a performer, choreographer, facilitator, or as she describes herself, a movement linguist. Trixie grew up in an exile camp in Angola because her Namibian parents fought in the liberation war against the apartheid regime. And then she started dancing there. She currently works as a lecturer in dance studies and is the director of the Windhoek International Dance Festival. She also formed the Damai Dance Ensemble, a dance company exploring social narratives in Namibia. And this leads us back to the Mourning Citizen. This work, as you could see, explores the echoes of the Herero and Nama genocide German colonizers committed in the beginning of the 20th century. The video is based on The Mourning, a performance conceptualized by Trixie Munyama in 2016. And originally, it was an on-site piece in Windhoek. For the Latitude Festival, Trixie and her artistic companions converted the work into a digital format, and we are very grateful for that. And my guest, Vishitwa, was involved in both pieces as a visual designer. I was just registering that she's not online as yet, but we will meet her soon. Vishitwa is a Namibian multidisciplinary visual artist who works with both traditional media, such as painting and illustration, and also digital media, just as we could witness in the Mourning Citizen. Having taken courses in journalism and cultural anthropology, Vishitwa's practice connects her art to historic and social conversations like the discourse on the genocide in Namibia. I hope she's now online. I just Want to have a look? Is she online? So now we have a problem because I cannot tell you anything about this piece. We can just use a short break screen because it would be great if you could talk to her. I talked to her yesterday and she has a lot to tell. So please, I would really ask you for some patience. We have some technical problems, which is probably solved soon. So we just use a break screen for a short while. Please stay tuned. We will definitely be back as soon as she is online. Thanks a lot for your patience.
Hi.
There you are. Hi. Hi.
I made it. I'm so sorry.
Hi. She's there. No, you don't be sorry. This happens.
I was having connectivity issues, and then I found the link eventually through the thread email, and
Yeah.
then now the internet was just taking
Yeah.
so long.
Don't worry. I was very, very sure that you would, join sometime, and we talked. We had a beautiful talk yesterday, and I'm so glad. I hope you're still online, dear audience, dear participants, and please, please participate. Thanks again that you tried so hard and that you're here now, Vishitwa. And dear participants, if you haven't done it as yet, please take part in the public Q&A and post your questions. You saw the Mourning Citizen, and post your questions via the social media channels. And in approximately 10-12 minutes, I will pass them over to Vishitwa. So we talked yesterday a little bit, and I really want the audience to get to know you. I talked already about you, I introduced you, but I would just like to go back to the question, how was this piece created? How was it created and where? Just tell us a little bit about this period.
Yes, of course. So this piece was actually created in Windhoek, Namibia, by Trixie Munyama. And she created this piece, at least from what I've observed, being a part of it, as this sort of collaborative piece, working with different artists, from performers to visual artists to sound artists and sound designers. And it was conceptualized in Windhoek. It was first conceptualized as a live performance, actually.
Exactly, yeah.
And it was performed at the Alta Festa, which is this German military fort that was built during the colonial period, the German colonial period here in Namibia. And so this structure itself, this Alta Festa, sort of stands, or at least at the time stood as this sort of symbol of German military might. And so Trixie, as an artist, I would say, took this site on as a space to confront, as an artist, as a Black woman, as a female, and as somebody whose ancestry has been affected by the events of this history. And then, of course, Alta Festa itself, too, was a former, was a site of a former concentration camp. So the piece in itself was conceptualized to sort of deal with this history, to mourn this history, and to, to heal from it, essentially.
Yeah. And then, due to the pandemic, you couldn't bring this piece as it was planned to Berlin. You realized this very impressive digital version. Can you just summarize what were the challenges, about this? Because it's really, even in the digital format, it's so moving and really lasts long.
I mean, I think the process, the most difficult part of the process was, of course, in the times that we're in right now, we have to observe, not only are we sort of observing these laws, but also in these rules, rather, the social distancing, wearing masks, taking care to sort of take care of each other. We're also in a state of emergency, technically, as a nation. And so there were all of these limitations, and we were able to actually work in smaller groups. We have, for example, the sound design team that dealt just with the sound of the piece, the score, the praise poetry. That was one team. And then there was the visual team, who we worked together to sort of edit the piece, and put together the visual aspect of the piece. There were the performers. So everybody was sort of filmed on different days in different schedules, and also adhering to the social distancing, But I have to sort of give it up to Trixie for actually pulling it together and sort of coordinating this production with very few physical meetings.
Yeah, you told me yesterday that it was really a very democratic practice, which I really liked. You used this word. You worked really democratic because everybody took part in everything. So can you just go a little bit into that? How did you all work together?
Yes, what I meant by that she conceptualized this piece that's also sort of, she's not just the sort of artistic director and choreographer, but she's allowed that space for every single person involved to be part of sort of what the final production looks like. So even though I'm in the credits as a visual designer, for example, there's also credit for that to be given to the performers for sort of deciding what their scene would look like, from the kinds of clothes that they would wear and the kinds of props that they would use. So yeah, so that's what I just mean by she made the process democratic, because she allowed every single person involved to bring something to the table, something from their own self to the table.
Yeah. We already, the questions already started to come in. And because
Okay,
there was
good.
one question which is great, yes. And there was one question which is also connected to my first question about the challenges. There's one person asked, how did the conversion to the digital format heighten or restrict the story that Trixie wanted to tell, which I think is a very interesting question.
I think it, when something, just with anything that's been adapted, from a sort of a theatrical, no, I don't even want to say theatrical, because this is not theater in the way that we know it. Even the live performance, it's sort of this deeper work of art where there's no script, there's nothing like that. So adapting it from a live performance to screen, I would say it opened up, I think, a lot more as far as the scenery that we could incorporate, as far as the imagery, and as far as just telling that story visually, in order to give people a sense of being there. And if you notice through the film, there was this sort of point of view camera. The camera sort of stood in for where the audience would have normally been, and that's how the piece was, originally performed. It was actually the performers who were stationary, and the audience moved around, going from performer to performer, and allowing them to take in a different morning ritual with every performer. And these were morning rituals that were taken from various African cultures, various Namibian cultures, and kind of mixing and matching, and turning it really into this really deep, empathetic work of art, I think.
Yes, yeah, we talked about this. This whole piece is about creating new rituals and also memories to process trauma. So, what influence does a missing collective memory have on the identity of a whole social group? Why is it so important to recreate new rituals or to process the trauma?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important for us as Africans, but I think even speaking to the larger institution of colonialism, because this has affected, almost everywhere else in the world, in Asia, South America. So for us, the sort of quote unquote victims of colonialism, to redefine and recontextualize this history for us. And by just redefining, I mean recreating or creating rituals that were either they were lost, or if they were not lost, they were sort of skewed, how they were viewed and how they were written about in the history texts. So we want to take back and claim back our history and our story. And so yes, yeah.
Yeah, there was a very interesting question from another participant regarding the relevance or the role of art. To what extent can your performative art can be a ritual of healing?
I think it is. I think it's to the fullest extent, to be honest, because a lot of us who do this kind of decolonial work or are in this decolonial space, we are actually finding true healing in the work that we do. And there was also another festival last year that was also organized by the Goethe-Institut in Cameroon called The Burden of Memory. And here, what I noticed is a lot of the performers who were performing were really performing these rites and these rituals that felt real and not just the performance. And really, that's how we see it, and that's how we take it. That yes, we are calling our ancestors, and we are calling on the spirits of the ancestors to guide us. So I would say to the fullest extent, in my opinion. And I feel like that is an interesting conversation about contemporary African arts now. You know,
Exactly. Yeah.
look like and what does it mean? Yeah, I think it has implications for African art.
Yeah, when you talk about empathy, I mean, what can art achieve something that politics can't and has still a social and a political effect?
Yes, absolutely. I think art allows us to go sort of beyond the headline. For example, a lot of the work that I do, for example, looks at colonial archival photography. And when you look at so many pictures and so many archives, they sort of become these anonymous, black and white ghosts of the past, you know. And I think that art really allows one to embody
Embody it.
embody the ancestors, embody these stories. And as you saw even in this piece, that's really what the performers did. I think it's like they embodied this past, this history, so that it's not just something that you're reading about in the textbooks. It's something that has an effect even to this day.
Yes.
That affects our bodies even to this day.
Which is a very nice, you're leading to my next question, because in our preliminary talk, you also drew a parallel to the current events in the US right now. Why is a collective memory that includes the crimes and the pain of slavery and colonial rules so important? Why is this collective memory for everybody that you don't just, erase slavery and colonial crimes? Why is it so important?
I think it's important for the sake of healing, as we've mentioned, and for the sake of reconciliation, whatever that means. And I think that is also a complicated thing, but something that's absolutely that needs to happen. And I just think it has implications for really just the kind of people that we are. Are we the kind of people who will sort of continue to silence and continue to sort of marginalize another demographic or another group? And really from what's happening in the States right now, that sort of stems from this like systemic erasure and the systemic silencing of slavery. And you see today how slavery still in a way continues to this day. And so those effects are still there. And the same thing with colonialism. And so as you continue to silence and continue, then you get these sort of eruptions of violence. And these actually continue today, really. A lot of Black communities here in Namibia living in townships, and the violence of that, the violence of poverty and all of that. So that's what happens when you just silence
silence just certain very important crimes, events which happened in the past. There's a very practical question from the community. Can you recommend texts or videos to help the audience understanding the symbolism of the performance? Did you do? I mean, you.
No,
I
I
think you
mean,
did do research a lot.
I did do research, but unfortunately, I cannot think of anything at the top of my head. And the way that I have to say, I think they are probably Trixie is probably a better person to answer this one.
Yeah, we can. I mean, I can just say we can also tell the audience, if we talk to Trixie again about this, we can also put something later on the festival website. But I think it's a very interesting question because there's
and I mean, a lot of the research that I've been sort of dealing with at this current moment in my practice has been primary sources from archives. So I don't know how helpful, not how helpful, but I don't know how willing somebody is to go digging for primary sources, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's. I think it shows us that the willing for understanding or for getting into this piece deeper, digging into this piece deeper is definitely there. So I'm asking my colleague just for one last question, because I have two last questions which I desperately want to ask you, but this is the last question from the community. There's a lot of positive feedback from the audience, and this will be very nice for you. For example, for the visual design, the sculptures were such a strong element. I think that's not a question, just praise. Take it.
So that's Isabel Kashavivi's sculpture. So yes, I'm sure she.
So you pass it.
She's happy to hear that. Yeah.
That's great. I have a little bit, we decided at the beginning of the festival that we also want to show the discomforts and also, don't just sit here and think everything is great, especially coming to the Namibian context and Germany. There are still expectations in the room. So first question, what do you want to see from the Namibian civil society? What do you expect there?
Yeah.
And the second question would be, what do you want to see from the German society, but also from the German government?
I think what I would like to see would probably apply to both Germany and Namibia. I think it would be more education, teaching this history, to children, reconciliation somehow, reparations for sure, reparations.
Reparations.
And I think healing, a collective healing, a collective healing. I don't know what that would look like, or transnational healing. I don't know what that would look like either, but I think that would be something interesting that I would like to see.
In the Namibian context and the German context, do you think also the civil society today needs some help with healing also the crimes the forefathers committed?
I mean it. I think a lot of what has been happening before this coronavirus crisis, and I'm sure it still continues to happen, maybe not just being reported as often now, is this sort of right-wing, fascist, racist sort of movement. And a lot of that stems again from the attitudes of colonialism. And so absolutely there is a need to reckon with that, to reckon with these deep-seated racist feelings that exist in Western society. I mean, again, that's the same thing that is also happening in America right now. The reason for that, and these are things to confront that we have to, and not just we the Black people, but also the white people and
Yeah.
everybody, all of us, people of color, white people. Yes.
Mhm. A very a perspective question. What is coming next? What are you working on right now? This is the final question.
Well, for me personally, I mean, I'm sure everybody can answer. You know, there was a big team on this project, just so that everybody is aware, and I'm sure they are. But for me personally, I'm more interested in community work. I think that's the direction that I would like to take um, this process that I've started in exploring, you know, archival photography, and bringing the archive to the community. And then you really using art as a tool to empower. So yeah, that's what I do, and that's what I will probably continue to do for the next while.
That is a wonderful perspective, and also I think it's also a good suggestion to use art as a tool to empower, and to create empathy in, especially
Yeah,
in times of
absolutely. And
crisis,
I
but
think,
also in
yeah, and I think right now is the time where we really need artists. We need our artists, and we need to support the arts, because this is really the heart of our society, and artists will sort of help drive, at least morally, it drive us one way or another, or show us one thing or another. So
yeah, and it creates also a platform for perhaps a better debate
yes,
than
absolutely.
just throwing facts or not non-existing facts at each other.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Vishitwa, that you made this conversation
Thank
possible. It was
you.
important for us after seeing this moving and this really also disturbing. It's everything. There's a lot of rumor when you watch this movie, but it's at the same time also very peaceful. And it was great that we could talk to you, that you made this happen. And please give our regards to Trixie and the team. And I hope to see you sometime again in life, in person, after the pandemic, in
Yes, thank
Berlin
you
or
so much.
wherever in Germany.
Yeah, thank you
And
so much
many,
for having us. Thank you, and thank you for. I think I have to say thank you to the Goethe for this really great initiative. You know, it's great because it's a great way to you know, this is where we're sort of heading, I guess, for the next while. So it's a really great initiative. So.
many thanks to the audience for your questions and for thinking with us together. See you again, Vishitwa. Thank you very much. And I will go back to my moderation and close the day for today.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Perfect.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
During this Hallo zusammen und nochmal bin ich hier da, die Abschlussmoderation zu machen. Dear all, time flies during this festival, which is a good sign, I think. We have almost reached the end of the day. At least the time with me is almost over. There's still program to go. Wow, what can I say? This day has left as many lasting impressions as yesterday. But the most important thing for us is the continuity of interest by you, the audience. Due to the intensity of debates, live and on social media, and also because of the increasing numbers of participants during the whole day, we have seen that we have hit a nerve with our contents. This makes us really happy, and it is the most beautiful gift during such a festival. That is why, at this point, we would like to explicitly thank all presenters and speakers who enriched this day with their expertise, knowledge, and above all, their passion. Without all of you, this would not be possible. And here again, as the festival moderator has also the role of a facilitator, I will repeat a small promise, small package of information, which may be a repetition for some of you. First, you can find the just mentioned discussion contributions during the festival under the hashtag Latitude Festival. Second, Reboot FM is streaming an additional festival radio program, Latitude On Air. And third, thanks to a cooperation between the Goethe-Institut and the Arsenal Institute for Film and Video Art, a unique film program titled Camera Memory for Human Forgetfulness is available for 2 weeks on the Arsenal Cinema website. And after this now, at 7:35, I think 36, we will start with the screening of a short film, followed by a reading of a call for action. And then we have scheduled another highly interesting debate on decolonizing film archives. Film curator Stefanie Schulte-Strathaus will have the exciting and challenging task to host a debate with don't be in shock, with 12 participants at whom you can fire questions in the Q&A after the discussion. And then you should really get some rest, because we hope to see you again tomorrow at 11:45 a.m. Central European Time. On our last festival day, we will negotiate these topics: racism, identity, and remembering. The day will start with listening sessions for which you can still register at the website. And thank you very much for your participation, your interest, your patience, your empathy. I am looking forward to tomorrow and wish you a wonderful rest of the day or evening. Stay tuned, safe, and healthy. See you tomorrow. Bis morgen.
It's one thing when war causes the destruction of memory, but sometimes memory dies through state-sponsored forgetting. Established in 1949 as part of a drive to decentralize colonial film production, the Nigerian Film Unit was an offspring of the Colonial Film Unit. Colonial filmmakers had produced films for local audiences within Nigeria since the 1920s. In line with the framework and conventions of its parent unit, the Nigerian Film Unit continued the exhibition of health and educational films to local audiences through its fleet of mobile cinema vans and produced newsreels and short documentaries to domestic and overseas audiences. In 1965, following the end of colonial rule, the management of the unit was handled entirely by Nigerians. Inherited by the Nigerian Ministry of Information, the old film unit is now a burial site of memory. Memory is thousands of cans of film reels in the abandoned rooms of the old film unit. Memory is faded images in black and white. Memory is pictures with missing sounds. How do we tell our history when we migrate from our memory? How can we tell stories of who we are if we cannot save these stories? To destroy the memory of the Nigeria-Biafra War and its accusation of genocide, the bloody coup and counter-coup that led to war, successive military regimes had enforced collective forgetting, collective migration from memory. To get rid of its inheritance, the Nigerian state had allowed the destruction of all the physical traces of memory to make believe that nothing ever happened, nothing was ever there.
This call for action and reflection on decolonizing archives propose the following acts to those engaged with institutions holding colonial collections and invites them to reflect on their archival system and practices.
The decolonization of colonial film archives requires specific processes that can only be initiated in dialogue with those representing archive-holding institutions and those subjected to the objectification of colonial violence.
Dialogue should take place between independent actors and representatives of institutions, civil society, and cultural policy, and address the access, usage, redistribution, restitution, reproduction, digitalization, dissemination, and shared heritage of archived colonial film material.
Learning from subjective agencies and recognizing that colonial relations are places of intergenerational trauma can be important facets to inform these processes. The differing institutional models and contexts require equally different tasks for decolonization.
Pour permettre le dialogue mentionné ci-dessus, les archives européennes devraient fournir les ressources permanentes pour financer et organiser le partage de leurs collections avec les artistes, militants, cinéastes, chercheurs et autres parties intéressées, en particulier ceux des anciens pays colonisés.
Resources for access and research should be a part of a structural change towards decolonization. Ideally, this would include research grants for projects that work with the archives and also contribute to structural changes.
European archives should invest in liberating their collections from copyright restrictions and create comprehensive catalog, listing and make these easily accessible.
European archive institutions should embrace transnational responsibility and work to rectify the imbalanced power relations with archive structures and archival initiatives in the post-colony.
L'administration de l'époque coloniale n'a pas encouragé l'établissement et le maintien d'archives fonctionnelles, ce qui a occasionné des répercussions toujours d'actualité.
Often, the most critical and relevant archival practices are initiatives of individuals, independent actors, and civil society working to recuperate, maintain, and activate unstable or fragile materials.
European archive institutions should support infrastructure to independently establish archive facilities for the preservation, digitization, and dissemination of colonial or anti-colonial film material in the former colonies.
As a result of above-mentioned actions, codes of conduct should be put into place for the handling and usage of the material to prevent the reproduction and reification of colonial, racist, or gender violence.
These codes of conduct should focus on a practice of decolonizing access, search criteria, captions, synopsis, and tagging of archive material, without erasing the former models that reflect the cultural codes informing the construction of coloniality.
Each archive structure should develop a specific code of conduct that is kept open for permanent revision and renegotiation by those working in the archive as an ethical form of mutual collaboration.
The decolonization of film archive
can never be initiated without including the subject once rendered an object
of cinematographic extraction in its process.
Simultaneously, processes of decolonization are never to be accomplished
tasks, but conditions to be inhabited.
To return the subject
back to the archive also means to embrace
other forms of cognition and knowledge production,
such as the vivid subjectivity,
emotion, and affect.
Rather than remaining the site of power,
Une archive décolonisée
to be a place
for empowerment.
Okay, so I think this is a sign that we can start. Welcome to the panel. Welcome to the panel Call for Action and Reflection on Decolonizing Film Archives. What you first saw is the film Saving Memory, shot in Nigeria in 2015 by Didi Chika, one of our panelists. We will hear more about it later during the session. The second video was a collective reading of a text, collectively written by 23 people. Most of them are here with us today. My name is Stefanie Schulte-Strathaus. I am co-director of Goethe-Institut for Film and Video Art in Berlin, and one of the 23, and I have the honor to moderate this session. The history of film preservation is marked by the attempt to save the originals and to give them a place in the present as cultural heritage. This concept is shaped by European values based on national statehood and defining what is to be classified as cultural heritage and to whom and in which context it will be passed on. When we speak about decolonial archive practice, we are not only talking about specific films. We are talking about the potential of cinema, and thus we are talking about new ways of thinking the archive as the future. One of those potentials lies in the fact that in film, there is not such a thing as the original, and even less in the digital era. So we are less talking about restitution, but rather about sharing and access. For decades, only a small number of professional archivists had control over the worldwide film heritage. This has changed. Digitization and decolonial thinking gave voice to artists, filmmakers, curators, researchers, and activists who are now taking part in the politics of film archive practices. The idea for the paper Call for Action and Reflection on Decolonizing Film Archives was born during the workshop Everything Passes Except the Past, organized by Goethe-Institut in Lisbon in 2019. Before everyone will introduce his or herself, I would like to ask Teresa Alten, who works as a freelancer for the cultural program of the Goethe-Institut Portugal and co-coordinated the Decolonial Film Archives project, to give us more background information about this. Teresa?
Thank you very much, Stephanie. So in 2019 started a series of events and workshops as part of the project Everything Passes Except the Past, which was developed by the Goethe-Institut Brussels and organized in cooperation with the Goethe-Institutes from France, Italy, Spain, and Portugal. The project focuses on the colonial heritage of the European countries and does so by doing a discursive and artistic discourse and engagement with the past that still remains present today in the public spaces, in the museums, and in archives. This is why the Goethe-Institut Portugal convened all of these here present experts that you will be able to meet to talk about the past, the present, and the future of film archives that are holding colonial and film colonial and anti-colonial material. This was in a workshop in September 2019 here in Lisbon. So during the workshop, which was really quite inspiring and a constant learning process, it became clear that despite of the multiplicity of all of these voices, experiences, and visions, there's a real urge and need to create a call for action and reflection on decolonizing film archives because something has to change. So the process of developing this was constantly collective. There was a sending back and forth of drafts. There was the creation of a shared online document that became this canvas, a multicolored canvas of comments, ideas, corrections, and adjustments. Every participant had another color in their comments, so it became quite beautiful. Then there was a process of editing the paper with also members of the participants of the workshop that are here present to make it the version that we are here presenting today. It is still a work in progress, so there will be further developments because it really has to become something, and it will become something that is really applicable and hopefully will be able to make a change. So this was one of the results of the urges of the workshop. There was a second one also. It was that the participants expressed the urge to be able to connect, to have a network, and to be able to orientate also with all the different film archives that exist all over the world, to know how is the access to these archives, how is it possible, and whom can I contact if I want to access this material. So we created all together a map that shows the worldwide film archives that exist that hold colonial and anti-colonial material. This is also still a work in progress, but it will be published today on the Latitude website, together with also interviews and other contributions by the participants that are here today. So the Goethe-Institut helped accompany these projects, and especially the call for action and reflection. But the real urge and the creation of the content of these really came from all of the engaged and invested experts that are here today, and that you will be able to meet now.
Thank you. And I would now like to ask the panelists to introduce themselves one by one.
So I'm Maria do Carmo Pissarra. I'm a film researcher and a film curator, and I've been working in archives for many, many years with the colonial and anti-colonial films.
So my name is Antje van Wichelen, and I'm an artist from Brussels. I've been working especially with 19th century colonial photographic archives, and I've turned them into film. I'm a member of the Troubled Archives Collective and of Grey Zone Zebra.
Who's next? Maybe Maria? Katerina?
It's Filipa.
Sorry. So I'm Filipa Cesar. I'm a filmmaker interested in the responsibility of producing images and also being inheriting them. And what does it mean?
Hi, I'm Fredik. I'm a filmmaker from Angola. I've worked in the past and all of my works with archives and memories, and I've dealt with many film archives in Europe, and I have this big passion working with archives, and also at the same time trying to recover some of our archives here in Angola.
Okay. I don't have the list in front of me. Maybe we just continue with Catarina.
Yes, I can present myself.
Yes.
I am Catarina Simão. I'm Portuguese. I'm based in Lisbon, but also in Mozambique, in Maputo, where I work for many years now with film archives. And I'm a member of a Mozambican independent structure called Oficina de História. And with them, we organize several events on the politics of restitution. That includes all kind of materials, also films, but objects, photography, documents, etc. So this is a long, ongoing work with them.
Okay. And then maybe Maria. Hello?
Hi, my name is Ya, and I'm a writer and researcher based in Accra. I mostly work around decolonizing museums and documenting African art histories. I worked with Institute of Knowledge and Culture, where we were trying to practice contextual modes of cultural engagement with the mobile museum that was moving around Ghana and sort of bringing art to communities. Now I'm mostly writing and thinking about restorative art practices and community organizing. So that's me.
Okay. So
I think it's me.
Yes, it is.
Hi, I'm an anthropologist and I also a filmmaker. I work about Angola, particularly southern Angola and rural communities. So I became quite interested in knowing films shot in the region, which led to having worked with the legacy of a deceased anthropologist who had filmed in done films in the independence of Angola, and ended up by constructing a digital film repository where you can actually see some of his films.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Tom Rice. I'm a film historian who works extensively on British colonial cinema, and I've worked on various projects with archives, particularly in the UK.
Okay, so we had Maria actually. Antje and Temme? No. Didi is missing, I see. Temme?
Okay, I'm Tamer Said. I'm a filmmaker living between Cairo and Berlin. And I'm also a founder of CIMATEC, the Alternative Film Center in Cairo. And the archive is a big part of our work in CIMATEC.
Okay. And then we have Rachel.
Hello, I'm Raquel Scheffer. I'm a film researcher and a filmmaker based in Paris. I work mostly with anti-colonial archives in my research and in my film production.
Okay. So I think, unfortunately, Didi Chika is not with us yet. I'm not sure if he will join us a bit later. Anyone missing? I think we are complete, right? Okay. So this is a really big panel. After we read the text to you in the video in the beginning, we would now like to dive a little bit deeper into it. And I would like to start with Fradik. You said in the beginning that addressees are those engaged with institutions holding colonial collections. And as a filmmaker who worked with such institutions, what is your experience?
Well, my experience was not a very pleasant one because at the time I was working on a film called Independencia, which was about the independence of Angola and our liberation struggle. And most of the archives outside from that time were outside of our country. So I did research in archives in Portugal, in England, and France, Switzerland, Romania. And I was very surprised to find that many of the archives were still labeled with colonial tags and no explanation whatsoever. So if I had to find some images from our liberation fighters, I would have to write terrorists, Angolan terrorists. And funny or not, that kind of labeling is still present on some of those archives. And it was kind of shocking for me to change my mindset to see how some of those stereotypes and some of those labeling from a colonial mentality were still in place at the time. So that's why I think this manifesto is so, or this call to action it's so important, so we can bring that problem up to the front.
Okay, you first. I think we started calling it manifesto, and then we changed it to a call for action. And it consists of 4 acts. And Act 1 was read by Philippa, Ya, and Ines, and it's a call. It's a call for dialogue, not to start a decolonizing process, but the dialogue is the decolonizing process. But who's calling whom, and who should take part in that dialogue? And maybe Ya would like to say something about that. Ya or Philippa, who wants to answer?
Oops, sorry. Yes, the conversation about dialogue, I think, was especially relevant in ensuring that the colonial efforts that we are calling for, like a continued practice, and also responsive to change and to context, and dialogue of being a way to actually hear what it is that, to actually be in like conversation with how the archival material can be used, and what the nature of it is by those who have experienced the violence of it and those who are affected by it. And I feel like that's what makes the dialogue especially necessary in realizing these calls, these recommendations.
And Philippa, maybe you can also specify a little bit who is actually participating in, or should be participating in, the dialogue.
Yes, I mean the question departs also already from the oxymoron that the words decolonizing archives already have in it, because archive is already the holder of power, etymologically, and also the word that the one that holds the documents that will make history, that will control history, that control the power. So I think this if we want to decolonize this space of power, it is obvious that we have to include those people that were the subjects of this oppression. And this was actually it's so important for us to introduce as the first point this idea, this invitation for dialogue, the importance of, in order these institutions, because it's not only film archives, you have film, colonial film material in other hygienic museums, in other kinds of museums, in science. So there's so many places that hold this material, these documents, and in order to understand what to do with them and how to decolonize these kind of structures, we have to include the people that inherit the subjects that are became objects in these images and in these materials. So this has to start with a dialogue. There's no format that is clear what to do. You have to start with a dialogue, and I think that was our first point.
Yeah. The fact that there is no format, also, or as a result, Ines, you say that, or you speak about different tasks for different contexts. And why is that so important?
Because there's many kinds of archives. There's small and big archives, very different kinds of collections, and very different kinds of resources that each archive has. And so there's no fixed rule. You have to think how you can change the view that you see this material in regards to what the material is and how it's kept, and what resources you have, and whom do you need to speak with. I think that was the point, that it's not possible to have a grand rule how this is done, but that the each archive should look within itself to find a way to just create a change.
And then Act 2 of the call for action and reflection is about resources for access and research and copyright restrictions. And traditional archives understand their role as often as safeguards. And maybe Maria, you could say something about how the role of the curator of an archive should change.
Maybe I can speak a little bit better about how also as a researcher that affected me, because sometimes even to present my work and present some tiny pieces of film, I have to pay for the rights. And sometimes I'm just trying to show these films and to present them to people that never saw them. And even so, Portuguese archives, for instance, ask me money, and they don't make the preservation of the films. And sometimes I don't even have the information about what films do they hold. And I have to be digging there, trying to find information about what films they hold, what kind of preservation. And many times as a curator, I wanted to present some films, even at the Portuguese film, at the Portuguese Cinemateca. And some of the films could not be presented because they are not preserved. Their state is so poor that we cannot present them. For instance, Arsenal made a restoration of Monangambe 2 or 3 years ago. 10 years ago, I told Cinemateca Portuguesa, you have a wonderful film at your archive, Monangambe. Why don't you preserve the film? And it's not a priority. Nowadays, for instance, the Angolan films made after the independence are deposited in the Portuguese Film Archive, and nobody is worried about their conservation because Portuguese government does not feel its responsibility, and Angolan government has the same feeling. So we have problems of rights, okay, but we also have the problems of preservation of these films. And when we as researchers or curators or artists try to do something with these films, sometimes what we find are films that are poorly conserved, and even so, they ask us for money in order to make our work.
Yeah, so this is I think an additional point, which is how priorities are maybe made and how archives make decisions and what they restore, preserve, digitize. But then it's also, of course, about as we can read in Act 2, about providing access to the archive, but not only providing, not only opening up for access, but also even providing resources for research, maybe grants, to actively let people maybe participate in this decision making, which I think is also could also be, or also has to be the role of a curator of an archive. And maybe in Adelso, you have also experiences with that. I think in your practice, in your work concerning copyright issues, right? It's not there.
Unfortunately, Inadelso is not there.
Oh, he's not there. Okay. Okay. So, but then I would like to ask Tom, because Tom has worked on the Colonial Film Project of the BFI and 2 museums. And I would ask if you could briefly say what that is, and then would you say that the project actually changed the BFI?
Okay, I'm not sure I can make that claim for the BFI there, but the project was set up about 10 years ago, and the aim was to bring together the holdings from various British archives that hold colonial film collections. And what we were trying to do was partly to bring this collection to the fore. So lots of these films were either inaccessible or hadn't been looked at, or had been, as Didi kind of suggests, had been in some ways kind of concealed or pushed to one side. So our aim was to digitize a number of these films, to make them freely available, at least to view, if not to reuse around the world. And I think it was a really important initiative, not least because a lot of these collections before were limited just to people who maybe worked in particular institutions like universities or were in Britain but not overseas. So I think it was an important initiative in making these images available and encouraging people to confront these histories, to see them. And one of the most interesting parts for us as researchers on the project was that people then came forward and identified images or came back with stories about the images that were now available online. I would just add, I think what was often most interesting was what the images didn't show. So actually for us, it's not just about what these films tell us, but also what perhaps hasn't been preserved or what maybe is concealed from view here as well.
We then continue with Act 3, which highlights the transnational responsibility and calls for support of archive practices in the post-colony. And here I was actually hoping to speak with Didi a little bit about his film, but I think Didi has arrived. Is that true? Didi, are you with us? I can read that he arrived, but I cannot hear him. Well, maybe I ask my question and then he will be here for the answer if he hopefully hears me. So what we saw in Didi's film in the very beginning is an archive in very poor condition. It started as a colonial film unit, and then it was used by the Nigerian government to create a new memory. And after the Biafra War, it was let down and exposed to decay. The colonial films are gone and the later films decayed. And the archive is clearly a site of power. And now it's coming back to life through a collaboration between Nigeria and a couple of Nigerian and German institutions. And I would like to ask Didi to elaborate on this in the context of transnational, the notion of transnational responsibility, but I don't know if he's with us. Are you?
He seems to be there, but has to unmute himself.
Okay, Didi, can you do that? Did you hear me before?
I heard you only a little at the end, so I couldn't get the full question. Maybe you can repeat it a little bit.
Okay, yeah. So we are discussing Act 3 or introducing Act 3, which highlights the transnational responsibility. And I was just speaking a little bit about your film that shows how the archive first was a colonial film unit and then used for by Nigerians for to create a memory and new memory, and then later it was exposed to decay. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on that. And in speaking about transnational responsibility also.
Yes, of course, like you said, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
of course,
very well.
Like you already said, it was originally an archive of the colonial film unit. And afterwards, with the end of colonialism, it was taken over by the Federal Film Unit in Nigeria. Of course, some of the productions of the colonial film unit were still in the very same building. They were still studied there. And the production crew, the experts who made the films for the Federal Film Unit, were also trained by the Colonial Film Unit. So there was a passage from colonial filmmaking to post-colonial filmmaking, so to say. And this was what we have inherited today, and which forms a substantial part of the Nigerian film archive collection. And I think, of course, also in the sense that yes, because of the historical connection of the Nigerian archive, there was the transnational origin and also sort of responsibility beyond national borders, in the sense that we could situate the archive in the ongoing international discourse concerning colonial heritage. And I think this archive forms an intricate part of the being that it still exists. It forms a core part of the conversation surrounding this whole colonial heritage stuff, how we exhibit them, how we talk about how we repurpose them, how we can situate, include it in a global context of the conversation of what should happen to this colonial heritage. Should they remain where they are, and should they be repatriated to their country of origin? So I wonder if I got your question.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then we have also Katarina, who could maybe speak a little bit as an artist and researcher who works between Mozambique and Portugal, about her notion on that. And maybe you can also give an example of maybe the kind of support that should take place.
Hello again, everyone. Yes, I was super interested in what Didier was saying about this film. My experience is rather a different one. I work with Mozambique, as Stephanie was saying. And recently, we managed to do a series of events related to this concept of restitution, englobing, obviously, all possible documents, objects, films, to introduce in Mozambique itself the idea of the possibility of repairing, because there is this heaviness of fatality in terms of we don't have access, we don't know what is there. They take care much better than we do our own history. So, and we want to break a little bit of this big wall. So we work directly with UNESCO definition for archive, which deals directly with the idea of that document or archival document should belong to the place where the documents were produced. So this should take place in their own territory. For many reasons, the documents and the archives are not there, or they are not accessible, or they are destroyed. So the idea of traveling to visit and to have access to your own identity, or the pieces of identity that are spread around the world, is part of our work, also as a kind of performative evidence in the access, because all these documents were produced by people that never could imagine that they would be a Black historian or a filmmaker or even a woman researcher dealing and analyzing this work. So our transnational sense relates to this more performative aspects.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And Antje, would you also like to add something from the perspective of an artist who is working with archives? Antje?
I was pushing the wrong button.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, certainly. I have things to say for so I worked with photographic archives, but it's often the same archives, and it was very, very difficult for me to open them up and to receive photographs, and to one has to be very stubborn and not to hear no and just keep on asking. And but for me, that is kind of a habit like to work in this Western world with these archives who say, no, you have to pay, who give very impersonal answers to very personal questions. Like an artist, you have to imagine a young artist writing a mail to the director of an archive asking access for to the archive. And if this young artist is in a ex-colonized country, for example, it's a very emotional thing to ask access to this archive. And then the answer that the person will receive is like, you will have to pay 30 euros per photo, or something. And you get an answer as if it comes from a machine. And that's a very hard thing to get if you want to make your work with the material that is in the archive. So yeah, so the access can be really difficult. For me, it took a few years to get access to photographs. And so now when I get the chance, I will certainly help younger artists and artists from southern countries to get access into this very dark and hidden world of the archives of the colonial era and country.
Yeah, yeah. So we heard now from we heard a lot of examples and discussed a little bit the main topics, which are all kind of circling around access and being part of maybe a new and a future policy of archive practices. But then there's Act 4, which I think is very important. It's a call for codes and codes of conduct. How can we make sure that once there is access, the material is used in a way that is not reproducing old power relations? And I would like to ask Tama, if who was actually with Cimatec when he started Cimatec many years ago, 10 years ago in Cairo as a cinema, then very quickly understood that he also needs an archive to have, first of all, any access at all, because there is otherwise no accessible archive. But then, of course, once you start one, you also have to think about those issues a lot. And so a code of conduct, I think, is helpful for every institution. Tama, could you speak about that a little bit in the context of Cairo?
Yeah, I mean, it's not only about the context of Cairo, I think, and it's not only about the archive. I think the whole world and the whole planet needs codes of conducts for everything, almost around us. Like we live in a moment where I think we need to rethink of everything around us, and we need to restructure all these dynamics that is ruling our life. And the archive is part of this thing. I think just if we look at the newspaper, or we just follow the social media, or we hear the news around us, whether what we do to this planet or what's going on around us everywhere in the world, I think the codes of conduct are so needed. But what I mean is this code of conduct is not something rigid. It's something that will grow and develop through the dialogue that Philippa was talking about. And this dialogue is a constant dialogue. It's not because I think the more we dig into the archive practice, the more we practice with the archive, the more we understand how these practices are raising questions about how we do this practice itself. And the more we raise these questions, the more we need to go and shape and reshape our codes of conduct.
Yeah.
No, I just want to say that like the code of conduct is also like the whole call that we made. It's just like a call for for this dialogue to start, that without this, it's not possible. It's very clear that there is something that is unbalanced, and this process of balancing this thing has to start.
Yeah, but as we discussed in the first act, the notion of dialogue itself as something that has to take place between many different participants, and also has to be a different kind of dialogue depending on the context and the specific institution. I think that's also true for the codes of conduct. And I'd like to ask Rachel how this the negotiation of a code of conduct, how can it stay open? How can it stay? How can you avoid to institutionalize it too fast, and to keep to create a structure that stays open for revision and renegotiation? Reka?
I'm sorry, I was mute. So if I understood your question, I think that it shall exist a general code, but that code should be reconfigured and rethought according to each specific situation. So I believe it is important to develop a fluid code of conduct, and that to avoid the reproduction of the persistent colonial structures, and namely the colonial structures which are linked to the gaze, and particularly to the reproduction of the colonial gaze. On the one hand, I think that there are multiple dangers that are linked to the coloniality of the archival institutions in themselves. Archival institutions as colonial institutions par excellence. And on the other hand, I think that that code should also take into account the ethicality of the artistic practices, and namely the existence of artistic practices of aesthetic deterritorialization of the archives, practices that do not take into account, do not take ethically into account the history and the political dimensions of the archives. So I believe that to decolonize the archive, to decolonize the archival institutions means to put the archive in circulation through forms of restitution and appropriation, and also through the adoption of a conduct code applied and reconfigured according to each specific situation. And like in general terms, I think that it means to ethically and reciprocally, in a constant dialogue, reconfigure the common field of aesthetics, politics, and epistemology linked to the archive.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. When we discussed the paper, when we've been working on it, we have also been talking a lot about the rights, and I think when we speak about sharing and also about a code of conduct, we always have to be aware that we speak about films, about material, and about rights, and this is in most cases not the same thing. And I'm just reading that yes, Ina Delso is also here now, and he was actually the one who was whose part was about the rights, but I'm not sure how long he has been following us. But if you would like to jump in and say something specifically about that topic, for example, not always have the archives also the rights, but on the other hand, often they do. And then, as you also just said, Rachel, they just, and many others as well, grant people access so easily. Are you here, Ina Delso?
Sure. Hello, yes, I'm listening.
You're listening? Hello,
yes,
did you hear me? Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
Yeah, sorry to join in late. I'm out of the city now. it's a complicated situation. But luckily, the internet is working. Is the sound clear? Yes.
Not exactly,
well,
but we try to understand.
My experience with the right to talk about rights, right? The rights to the yeah. Okay. So, I mean, from my experience, my approach to the archives as a material that I have to pay or I have to ask permission, it's always, it's always from a filmmaker for someone who needs the visuals to tell his story. So, of course, it's always difficult to search for archives if you're telling the story. And actually, in the process of telling the story, somehow you get stuck because you don't have an archive. So there is a big gap in between the ones who want to use it and reuse it and the ones who own the archives. My experience in my last film, I had to access personal archives, which are more difficult sometimes because you have to search for people. You have to go around social media and search about former colonies, residents in Mozambique and so on. Is it clear, the sound? Yeah.
It's okay, yeah.
So institutional wise, it's very complicated. You have to help them to catalog their own archive. I mean, I'm talking about Mozambique in the way. It's not data-based per se. You have, the archive is still on the people's head. And of course, the access to it, it's costly and it's difficult because you have to tell them what you want to do with the archive. There are political implications, of course, about it, but also the access to it, not only by pay, but also by where to find it. If the National Film Archive has this or that archive, you have to go through a lot of, you have to help the people who are searching for the archive. But out of Mozambique, I had experience with national television, and it was really difficult. It took me very long to answer, and I mean, you have to pay a lot. And I was doing a film where I don't have the budget to pay for archive because one archive was costing me about 2 weeks of shooting in terms of money. So you have to improvise lots of times, and it's and when they answer, actually the film was already in the rough cut, and I didn't really use it material. So it's really complicated to access. I was doing a film about colonial former prisoners. I went to Torre de Tombo. It's also another place where you have the access. It's very organized, but then I have to pay to get access to material related to Mozambique. I mean, the rights are always, I mean, it's fair, but anyway, it's for someone who needs and has complicated and really, I mean, I was accessing the archive that I should have in my own local library. So for me, it was like, okay, and then I have to go all. Sometimes, I mean, you have to steal your own archives. I mean, you have to steal. We are forced to steal our own material archives in a way. I mean, of course, it is a dialogue of appropriation and so on and so on. But yeah, from my experience, it's not too much because I don't do archives all the time. I cannot say that it's a everyday struggle. But when we really need it, it's not there.
Yeah, it's
most of the time it's just a blackout. And I don't know if I went to your.
Absolutely. The connection was not the very best, but I think we got most of what you said, and yeah. So and it's interesting how you just said, and that's also something that Tam and I spoke about earlier, that you called it, you often are forced to steal your archive or to build parallel archives, actually. But what I also find interesting now, when I'm trying to remember all the answers that we now had and the statements that we heard, on the one hand, for example, I think Maria said earlier that it's also about preservation, like who decides what is being preserved and digitized and restored. So you, on the one hand, preservation is really needed, and there's also the need for a lot of support in the post-colony for tons of films that are still being found and had never had the chance to enter film history. On the other hand, preservation is always associated with protection, and on the other hand, archives have to be opened and made accessible at the same time. And since archive work is always both at the same time, I think it's even more important, the notion of dialogue and of participation, and of maybe an understanding of archivists that are not only those who work in the institutions, but people like all of you who are now participating here, like artists, filmmakers, researchers, activists, writers, and those who are really, who have the jobs and work with the films. And I think that's basically the idea of the sharing. I would like to ask maybe Philippa to come back into the discussion, because Philippa was, like, for many years and still is working with an archive in Guinea-Bissau, where all these questions also became very relevant, questions of transnational responsibility, questions of copyrights, also when it comes to maybe not restitution. As we said, it's less about restitution than about sharing, but if you bring films back to a place, whom do you give it to? Like, who is the owner? Where should the films go in the end? So Philippa, would you like to, after you listened to everyone, would you like to come back and
yes,
maybe make it more concrete with your project?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the project that I've been working with the filmmakers from Guinea-Bissau, that it was about actually reclaiming the image of liberation. So it's actually a little bit one kind of another side of the same coin, but it's actually also the images of filmmakers producing their own image of revolution and of independence and reclaiming their own capacity and the power of producing their own images. This was also not relevant in, as a priority for those that had the power to take care of archives. And this was a little bit the main issue of this project, was actually about not only recovering these images and digitizing them, but mainly also understanding the systems around that were almost like making this imaginary of revolution invisible. But back to the idea of the colonial archives, I think one of the big issues that we have to really bring to the fore is this idea of images also as part of the extractionist project of colonialism. So we have to really bring this to the fore, that is also close to the, to extracting the image of other people, of people that are in oppressive situations. These images are also now products that become wealth as well. And so all these elements and thinking of images, in this kind of loaded element is important, because today we are in a phase, even, for example, the constellation that we are here, for example, the fact that people in Africa have more difficulty of having access to internet, even this element is already part of the privileges that we have to take in account. I think to a decolonizing practice, all these elements have to come to fore, and the wealth that is involved, and how come are we still making, asking for money from people that want to reclaim their own images? How come this is still, in place? And of course, I mean, this is is very troubling, because it's the continuation of colonial power. So I just wanted to add.
Yeah, no, thank you. We have two questions, and I would like from the audience, and I would like to give them some space. So the first one comes from Eliphas. Will this call for action be officially be presented to a decision-making organ so that the pressure leads to an outcome, hopefully? Who wants to answer that question? What's going to happen with the call? Anyone?
Well, you go, Maria.
Yeah, I was trying to call you, but anyway, I think it's really important to present it to several organizations, and especially in Europe. While we were preparing this document, I was looking at Europeana, and it's amazing how Europeana also needs to be decolonized. And so many resources are spent to keep Europeana with this wonderful name. And I think we have to start presenting this kind of, the thing we wrote together to these institutions and ask them this, because they are developing the strategies for the next 5 years, and they have to listen to this.
Anyone else? Ines, you want to add something?
Well, it's something that I think it's really important, but there's several issues. One thing is that first it's a work in progress, and we are still trying to solve some of the things that we say in this call for action. And I think at this time, perhaps feedback from different people would be interesting, and at a later stage, perhaps, yes, I agree. I think Tamer would be a person that would provide a better and supportive answer to disseminate into all the institutions in Europe and all over the world, but this would be my say.
Okay. So actually, I would give Tamer the chance, but we have one more question, and they tell me we are closing in 3 minutes. Can we have 2 more minutes? Is that possible? So that Tamer can briefly add something to that. Tamer, just start.
No, I would just I can quickly say that. That like it's just a start, and the start is not like calling for a certain action. I think the most important thing is just to throw a stone into the stable lake and allow things to grow. Of course, feedback is very important, but also we need to engage some archives, not only in Europe, everywhere into this process. And once this process is started, then I think the momentum will happen. And as Enis said, and I think it's very important, that it's not a final, it's a work in progress, and it has to be always a work in progress, because it will get better through the dialogue and through the practice.
And I think one very important aspect of that is teaching. And we have this other question from, I think her name was Natasha, who asked about how can critical engagement with colonial film become part of curricula, and what can be done, and how can teachers and educators go about that, which I think is very, very important, that also research and education becomes part of this process. And this is maybe gives me the chance to let Didi speak once again. because actually in Nigeria, this is what happened last year, that close to the archive in Jos is the University of Jos, and in collaboration with the Frankfurt University, it was possible to open the first master program, a master program on film archive work. Didi, would you like to say something about the importance of that? Oh, Didi's not with us anymore. Are you, Didi? Okay, so Didi is not with us anymore. Anyway, there is an.
I'm here.
Are you? Okay, okay.
So I think somebody muted me. Okay, if I get the question correct, it is how colonial
Oh, we don't hear you. We don't. I'm sorry. Didi, we don't hear you.
Could be.
I only heard could be. Didi, I'm very sorry. It's not working. It's not working. We don't hear you. But maybe I can. Not really. No. So.
Well, I'll just assume you can hear me. You can hear me?
No, not enough. So.
I hear you still.
I can't hear anyone anymore. Can someone else say
You hear
something?
me?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Yes.
Is there a problem that I don't.
No. Can you hear us now?
I think it's just Didi.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Didi, it's not working. But it is, of course, as I said, important, and there is an increasing number of universities and master programs, and I think this is a very good sign also, and that I think is very interesting in the context of universities. There are many of them. Those who teach at master programs, they often really collaborate closely with institutions, which I think is already one way to open the dialogue to a broader group of participations. But then, of course, once again, those who are now discovering most of the films that have yet not been discovered are artists, filmmakers, researchers. They come from projects that help the archives. So I can only invite. Arsenal also has an archive. I can only invite all the other archives to open the doors for those, because they are not taking anything away. They are bringing and adding a lot of important content and thoughts that can give your own institution a new future. Thank you very much for participating. And this was a pretty bumpy panel because we had so many. But this is what happens when you collaborate with many, and we like that. And the text can be read online, I think, on the Goethe website. And if you would like to add or ask anything else, I'm sure you'll find your way to contact any one of us. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much to everyone. Have a nice evening.
Bye.
Bye.